Jai Bholenath and welcome to React Yatra. You never knew React. So let's talk about the course curriculum and we'll see what is there in for you and what are the prerequisites before starting this course. So prerequisites are really very simple. You just need basics of JavaScript, basics of HTML, basics of CSS. And in this whole course, I will be covering every topic related to React. Okay, I'll start from the beginner level, from the zero level. Okay, I'll teach you like you have heard of React for the first time and you don't know anything about React, and I'll take you to the very advanced level, to the level where we write production level codes. So you'll start from basic noob level and you'll write production level codes, right? All of the concepts are going to be taught in the single course video. Let's talk about the curriculum, what is there for you. So in total there are 27 modules. So if you look at the video, okay, if you look at the summary of the video, there are various timestamps. Okay, you can check the summary down below, there is a button. So in the description, actually the description of the video has these timestamps. Okay, and when you click on these links, it will take you to the various modules. Okay, because the video is very long, maybe 10 hours plus, and it is not possible for someone to navigate through the entire course if there are no TLDR. Okay, so this is the TLDR for the entire course. In the module 1 you will learn about React, basically like what is React and why do we use it, what is difference between like basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and what happens when you inject React. And then we'll be using React via CDN, and trust me, we'll set up the whole React application without the help of CRA. Okay, we are not using CDN, obviously I am just using CDN to demonstrate one example, but moving forward we will set up the entire React application via Webpack, and you'll learn how CRA does things behind the scenes for you. Okay, so I have never used CRA in the entire course here. Okay, I will be depending upon the Webpack for the entire explanations. Okay, so gear up for really something exciting. Okay, because you'll not only learn React, but you'll also learn how to set up applications via Webpack. So that was one thing, and yeah, no CRA at all. Okay, from scratch everything. Then in the module 4 you will learn about what is JSX, what is difference between element and component, then how to perform conditional rendering. In the module 5, what are props, intro to props and children, then what are imports, import exports, terminologies. In the module 6, how to render data from list, importance of keys prop. This then in module 7 comes a important part like what are the hooks. Then we will understand one hook, that is useState, then what is re-render, then how we can avoid the misuse of state variables. Then this is really important. Okay, what is React Fiber and reconciliation. Okay, recently after version 16 this React Fiber stuff came in and people are really confused. Okay, what is reconciliation, what is React Fiber, what is the difference and other stuffs. So we'll be talking in depth about React Fiber and reconciliation over here. Then we'll do little things about useEffect, not little things exactly, we'll be diving deep into useEffect hook. Okay, this is one of the crucial aspects and it is one of the longest part as well. Then we'll talk about useLayoutEffect. Then there is useRef, forwardRef API, useCallback hook, useMemo. Then there is one Memo API. Then we'll understand the React optimization techniques via lazy API and suspensing the components. React context API, use context hook. Then there is createPortal, introduction to Redux and Redux-toolkit. So Redux-toolkit is very important because when you do projects, okay, then this Redux-toolkit will come very handy. Then there is introduction to React router, what are React design patterns, HOC. So design patterns are really very important. Okay, what I in this 20th module I have explained what is a design pattern, and then I have explained these patterns. Okay, the first is HOC pattern, then render props pattern, composition or compound pattern, then a custom hook pattern. Then we understand how we fetch data from API and perform image optimizations, dealing with input form, optimizing it, and how to style components in React. So this is all in the curriculum of this particular course. There are 27 modules and in between there are various sub modules as well. So this is I think all I had to offer in this particular React course. I hope you liked this. Okay. So before starting this video, do give this a like, a thumbs up, and add some beautiful comments for me so that it keeps me motivated to bring such content on board. And obviously, thank you so much for loving the previous video which I uploaded. So if you guys don't know, previously I uploaded this video, online drawing tool using Next.js and Node.js. This video got around more than 8k views within just 3 weeks. Okay, and over 500 plus likes, highest so far on my channel. And we have crossed 10k subscribers and on YouTube as well. So many things, many good things happening simultaneously. Don't exactly know how to express my gratitude towards all of you, but keep supporting me and do support this particular video which you are watching right now as well. Make sure that we break the previous record. Okay, we break give this video a like, give number of views, add good comments. Okay, so that it reaches the necessary people, it reaches the needy people who are in need of this course, so that they can learn React and become better front-end developer. So enough talking, let's begin with the tutorial. Thank you. Hi, welcome to this amazing tutorial on the React. It is going to be a complete package, and we are going to learn everything about React from beginning to till advanced. Okay, what are the prerequisites of this particular tutorial? The prerequisites are really very simple. You just have to be well versed with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and that is it. Rest, leave it to me. I'll take you to the next level. Okay, so here I am with the single video. Okay, we are covering all React in a single video. I'll try my best to cover every topic so that you don't have to look anywhere else. Before starting the video, I request you all to grab a pen and a paper to make notes, because the video is going to be really long. Okay, and trust me, if you don't make notes, you are going to miss out on many of the important things. I'll definitely put out timestamps, but making notes is really very important. Okay, please, it is my humble request to please make notes, and don't watch this video without making notes. Okay, please have this the handbook ready. Please have the pen or pencil, whatever you use, ready, so that you don't miss out the important points. Because as I speak, okay, I haven't prepared any material in my system or anything. Okay, I haven't prepared anything. I'll be just whatever comes in my mind, I'm going to deliver that in that syllabus kind of a structure. Okay, so that is what I'm planning. I have a lot of things to talk about React, and trust me, this video is going to be really amazing. And before starting off this video, please like this video so that it reaches the appropriate audience. It reaches the needy person who wants to learn React from the heart. Okay, and yeah, that is all. Share this video, like this video, share this with your friends, and do drop down the comments. I have one question, that if you are interested in another single video where I'll be teaching JavaScript, are you interested in that? Do watch this particular series, this whole particular video, and if you like my teaching style, then do let me know in the comments if you are interested in complete single video covering all aspects of JavaScript. I have written recently a book also, and yeah, let's see if that works out. And add a comment if you want to if you want a video on JavaScript as well. Okay, enough talking, let's come back main topic over here. And we have React. What is React? Mind blowing. Okay, I have seen people saying that I do React, but it's not like that. Okay, React is just a library, and there are a bunch of libraries present in the market. There are libraries to handle dates. For example, Moment.js. Okay, you don't say I am a Moment.js developer. Okay, don't say that. It is a JavaScript only. Okay, say you are a JavaScript developer, and then there are various kind of frameworks, where kinds of libraries that help you build application on top of it. Okay, so what is React? Note it down. Okay, when I say note it down, you have to note it down. Okay, don't be lazy. Okay, please respect me. All right, so when I say React, so React is a library that comes with various functionalities that help you build web applications. That is it. Really that simple. Okay, you don't have to go into complex. Okay, this is going to be really easy. Okay, then okay, you understood what is React, but there is a something called as Angular in the market as well. Then how are these guys different, and why is React so popular? I'm really sorry, I don't want to hurt sentiments of the Angular guys. Please pardon me, but the truth is what it is. Okay, this is the truth. React is heavily popular in the market now. We can't deny it. We can't escape it. All right. So speaking of that again, so React again is a library that comes with various functionalities, various function utility functions that are wrapped, and these functions help you allow to build complex applications. Okay, but what about Angular? Okay, let's see. So if I search Angular framework on Google, I see that yep. So over here, Angular is a TypeScript based, free, open source, single page web applications framework. Highlight in this point, framework led by Angular team at Google. Okay. So Angular is by Google, but it is a framework. Okay. This is one point. Come back to React. If you search for React, if you omit library, let's see if we get pretty definition. Yeah. See, over here you see that React is a free open source front-end JavaScript library. Okay, a library for building user interfaces and blah 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 blah, and it is maintained by Facebook, aka Meta. Okay, so what is now our question shifts to what is the difference between a library and a framework? See, library, you might have already used a various bunch of libraries in the market like Movement.js, Redux, React Redux, Redux-toolkit, and whatnot. UI libraries like Bootstrap, ShatCDN, and MIUI and whatnot. These are libraries. Okay, so when we are using these libraries, all library does is exposes certain utility functions. That is it. Hear me out. What basically a library does is, if I talk about library, pick one library, quick. Let's talk about MUI library. Okay, the React component library you need. Okay, this is it. We go to docs. It is not clicking. Okay, MIUI material UI, for example. We go to components, autocomplete. Okay, and is this it? Now I wanted to go to usage. See, I wanted to highlight this part. Okay, so when we are using a particular library, they what they do is they expose certain utility functions. For example, if I are using material UI, I want to create a button, for example. So I will import button from this library. Don't be scared. Okay, don't get scared of the syntax. Just hear what I am saying. Focus on that. Okay, if we are not able to understand this code, you will understand it much better than anyone else after this video ends. Okay, so have faith in me. Okay, just focus on what I'm saying. Don't think about past, don't think about future. Just stay in present with me right here, right now. So if I want to create a button using material UI library, what I'll do is I'll install this material UI. How we'll install it, I'll show you. We have something called as npm install this, and we do this and it gets installed in a package. So this is command we will run. This will get installed. Now on the usage part, what we have to do is we have to import something. We fetched something. Okay, we fetched something, this button. Now it is up to me how I am going to use this button. This is what library is. Okay, library exposes certain functions. Now it is up to you how you are going to utilize that function to achieve your goals. This is what library is. But on the other hand, framework is not that very simple. It has certain rules, certain regulations wrapped around the whole framework. Okay, so when you install Angular, Angular on your system, okay, when you create a project, it has well-defined folder structure, well-defined syntax, well-defined UI, and they have a well-defined data flow. Okay, this is how the data will flow in the application. I don't exactly know how now Angular works, because the last time I touched Angular, it was around year 2020, and post that, I haven't touched it. So they have this concept of ng controller. They have MVP or MVC syntax. Okay, syntax, not basically, it is a system where you have model, view, and controller. So all the models in a separate file, all the view in a separate file, all the controllers in a separate file. There's no such concept in React. Okay, you are free to use React the way you want, and that is why people are loving it, because it gives you free hand. The moment you come to a production project, you see one syntax. The moment you jump to another project, you see a completely whole different structure. Okay, that is the beauty, because that is up to developers how they want to use React in their project. That is what it makes it beautiful. Okay, imagine a framework, a UI, where you are the master, you are in control how the data will flow, you are in control how the structure of the project will look like. React doesn't actually suggest any any default UI that must be used. It also suggests a basic syntax. Okay, these are the components, these are the stores, these are the views, and whatnot. But that is only a recommended way, that is not mandatory. Okay, nothing is being forced on you. Okay, you are free bird over here, you can do whatever you want. So you got the difference. Okay, what is the difference between a library and a framework? Because it is on the restrictions only. Library just exposes certain functions. Now it is up to the developer how they want to use it. On the other hand, framework has certain restrictions. It has a control over the UI, the layout, the control of the data, and the developers are expected to perform actions, perform development on the guidelines that Angular had set, that particular framework has set. Okay, you can't go against the principles of those framework. Okay, that is what a basic difference between a framework and a library is. So React is what? React is a library. Angular is what? Angular is a framework. Okay, and if you want to add, you can say that, okay, React is by Meta and Angular is by Google. End of the discussion. Okay, so this was a quick start. Okay, React, we can create beautiful UI, we can create extraneous big infrastructure using React. Okay, trust me, the React is very powerful, and I'm going to show you how things are done. Okay, so this is it. And what do you need exactly to run a React setup? So initially we'll not be using the CRA. We'll actually not be using CRA at all. Okay, we'll not be using create React app. What is create React app, if you are not aware? So create React app is not React, first of all. Okay, create React app. Okay, I have seen people doing, I want to learn React, and they end up create React app. This is what it is. This is what I learned. This is what it is. No, buddy, this is not React. This is just a wrapper around React that comes with, things wrapped. Okay, I know it may sound confusing, but hear me out. So CRA, what to say, a setup for modern web by running one command. Okay, you run one command, and all the necessary equipments required to run a React application is installed by default by CRA. Okay, CRA, create React app. Don't get confused. Write this down. Create React app is not React. It is just a setup to run React. Okay, that is it. So what does it provides? I don't think they have an explicit list over here, but trust me, all they provide you is a predefined file structure, folder structure, and they have inbuilt Webpack that can compile and build applications on the run. Okay, that is all they do, nothing else. Trust me. You don't wanna go to create React app now, although we have bigger things in the market like Next.js. Okay, and they are killing React like anything. But on that part, I want to say that there was a time when CRA was ruling, when Next.js was not there. Okay, so we don't have to disrespect CRA. We can, but we should not. Okay, so please don't hate me for this. Okay, so create React app is a setup. Again, I'm not repeating myself again. It gets too boring. So we have CRA. We will not be using CRA because it already comes up with everything set up already, and you lose the context behind setting up an application, heavy application like this. And we also saw a term, keep it somewhere highlighted or something. I don't know. We saw a term called as single page web application. We call it SPA as well, single page application, and I'll prove how React is a single page application. I'll prove. Isn't it amazing? Okay. Uh, all right. So we have this thing. Okay, you have to have Node.js. So when you install Node.js, try to install the recommended version, not the current one, because it might be buggy. You never know what bug may come. And based on your system, you just install it. And this by default comes with npm. When we'll be using npm, I'll tell you about npm. You don't have to worry about it right now. Okay, I am treating you like a baby. Okay, you are just born right now and you don't know anything, so I am teaching you to speak the language of the world, language of the world of developers, of front-end developers. Let me add it quickly. I am telling you, I'm teaching you some language so that you can speak the languages of developers, of front-end developers. I miss that again. I can't even, some sentences together in one go. This is crazy. All right. So we have got this. We have installed it. Okay, I'm not going to show because my system already has it. I don't want to install it twice. Just install it, get it running, have it. You might already have it by now. Okay. This is okay. We have this. We have React. We have Angular. We will not use CRA. Will not use MUI. Will not use anything. We just held over to this folder which I just created right now. Okay. Now you have to code along with me. Okay. Don't be lazy. Please don't be lazy. If you are lazy, trust me, I won't be able to help you. You have to be as active as your teacher. You have to vibe my energy. Okay. You have to vibe my energy. Trust me. If you follow what I say, you are going to rule this world. All right, enough talking. I am so talkative sometimes. So we'll create we'll create simple. I'll start off with simple HTML and CSS and JavaScript, and I'll slowly convert that application into React magically without anything. You'll see how. So I'll create one file, index.html. That is what always takes. And there is one more file, index.js. And what is this editor? This is a VS Code editor which I always use in all of my tutorials. If you don't know, you can download VS Code. V for Vedant, S for any name, VS Code. And these are the extensions which I am using. You can pause the video, have a look. You can download them if you want. Most probably we'll be only needing lint. We'll be needing live server. And prettier, we'll see. I don't know, because I don't have planned anything in my mind, because I want to teach without plan. Sometimes, so whenever you plan something, it doesn't goes that well. Okay, you might have, if you plan a trip, it doesn't goes in that direction in which you plan. But if you go on an unplanned trip, it turns out to be the best. That is what I believe now. Okay, I don't plan things. Whatever videos you see now, I'm not planning anything like aise karna. No, whatever is coming from my mind, I'm just pouring it down in my laptop. Okay, enough talking. Okay, so we have this index.html, index.js. There is a prerequisite that you must know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, that is what I'm expecting. Basic thing stuff. Okay, not much. So if you press shift and exclamation mark, you get this emit abbreviation. So emit is basically what? Emit is, I don't know what emit is, but it's just, it is a syntax provider. Basically, you press some shortcuts and it prints out the entire script for you. It is not a chat GPT or something. It was before that also. Okay. So you just press shift exclamation mark, hit enter. You have this basic HTML, nothing fancy. HTML, head, meta, title, body, HTML. Simple HTML. Now here, if I create a div, okay, I say hello from Vedant. Okay, simple. And if I also if you remember, I have this extension called as live server. Okay, have it installed it for now. It is going to help you. So if you see that I have this go live button after installing the live server, so we'll be using this out over here. So I'm just gonna click go live, and it went live and it prints hello Vedant. This is amazing. So we have this hello Vedant. And what if I tell you that I want to print the same via JavaScript? Interesting. So how we are going to do this? First of all, let's import this index.js file. I don't know if you're able to see it. Is it too big, or I think this is fine? We'll keep this. Okay. So I want to say that, yeah. So I wanted to import this index.js file over here. So if we have something like script src, you already know this, right? This is basic JavaScript. Trust me, most of the time I will be saying that this is basic JavaScript, and you are going to be amazed. Okay, then where is React? Trust me, it is hell confusing. It was for me as well when I started with. Okay, we have imported this script. Any error? No. We got. Let me zoom. Let's go to sources. Did we got the index file? Oh, come on. What is this? Okay, we have this index HTML. Okay, I don't know who inserted this. This was some web socket. I think this was live server. Okay, it was embedded by live server, not by us. Okay, so this was what? This was a basic HTML. This is JS. We haven't included anything yet. We close this off, and I'll tell you what are the basics tools that we are going to need in a while. But let's get there and see. So we started off with HTML. Now I want to do this with JavaScript. You might already know this. Let's be just real quick with this and do that. So I'll just say id equals to, I'll call it root. I don't know why I called it root, but I'll just, you know where I'm heading. You might already know where I'm heading. Okay, so that hello was gone, and inside this index.js, I'll say that const root equals to document.get element by id. I got my root. Okay, and I'll say that let's say I wanna append paragraph tag. So I'll say const p equals to document dot create element p. Okay, I created a paragraph tag, and what else? We are going to fill some text. So p dot inner html or inner text. Okay, text is more suitable over here because we are not injecting any tag, just a text only. So hello from Vedant part 2. Okay, and I'm gonna say that root dot append child. Append child does what? Append, as the name suggests. Okay, it appends a child on some DOM element. Root dot append child p, and I save this. Did you notice that? How cleverly JavaScript injected this thing inside my code? And trust me, this is not exactly, but this is what React also does. You write all the way long, you are writing JavaScript. React, what it does is React injects or hydrates all that HTML, hydrates that JavaScript into something called a place like this. It injects everything over here and it renders it. Amazing, right? See? So this is what we will do when we are dealing with basic JavaScript. Now let's spice this application up and let us inject React. We are not going to do npm install React and directly go, or I don't want to go like create React app, React tutorial, JS Cafe, and I'll just start. This is not my style actually. What I'll do is I'll tell you how you can exactly achieve the similar structure in CRA from scratch. Okay, that is how you're gonna learn. I am going to teach you the way I learn things. I am going to teach what I have learned so far, Okay, so nothing fancy, just plain simple JavaScript, and we are going to now use the use the utility functions of React to achieve similar what we have done just now. Okay, remember this what we did. To do this, we first found a root, then we created elements. Note it down. Okay, note it down. We created roots. We then what? We created elements, and then we appended child in the root. We appended child in the root. Note it down. Okay. And when now we have to do similar stuff via React. And how does React does it? We are going to see in a moment. But before using that, we would need React in our systems, right? We are going to need React in our systems. So if you search for React CDN, so if you go to CDN links, these are old, but I'm just showing you this for a demo purpose. Okay, for now, but we are going to use the latest React. Trust me. So we copy these CDN links. So what are CDN links? So CDN is content delivery network. So if I open this URL, okay, if I open this, see, this is just a JavaScript file. Okay, and if you are not aware, if I search for use effect, see, use effect, use ref, use state, use callback, use memo, they are all the hooks that we use, right? We use them as hooks. They are present in this particular development. Then okay, then we should have imported this one, right? This script tag only. Why are we importing this particular one? Okay, let us open this one as well and let us see what it has. So we are going to open this one, and is there use effect only certain definitions. Okay, these are some classes only, invalid nested hook, because this is not an actual function. Okay, current hook name in dev. What it actually has is something called as create root function create root. Okay, see, this is the create root function. It does something over here. Okay, and it has something called as create element. It might have it, see, create element. We are going to use these functions actually, that is what I'm showing. So create element is in React DOM, and they have one package called as React. Okay, so we have these two things in our systems. We are going to inject these packages in our systems now. So welcome back, folks. We are going to implement the CDN links. So let me just copy these over, and let's go to index and let's paste it. So quick question for you: should I paste this here or should I paste it after it? Do give it a thought. Obviously we are going to keep it before. Why? Because the React variables which we are going to use has to be declared above the part where we are consuming it. You'll understand this in a moment. So let me just quickly get these values, and let's head over to our server and let me see. We started getting something really nice we wanted to see all the time. We got download the React dev tools for better development experience. Okay, I'll come to this point when we'll need, actually when we'll be dealing with states and these stores. That comes handy. But let me do something for you. So if I press React and hit enter, I get some object. Let us quickly see what are the things we are getting. We are getting, do keep it a note. Okay, do make a note. We are getting component. We are getting children, fragment, not this, create element. We have create ref. We have lazy memo. we have useCallback, we have useEffect, we have useMemo, useRef, and whatnot. And what is this? Secret internals do not use or you will be fired. Okay, man. Okay, I won't be using it. All right. So we have this thing. Okay, see, this is what it is. In the React, these are all the utility functions. React at the end is just an object. Everyone knows it is just an object which gives us various functionalities like these. We are going to heavily discuss many of the properties which we are seeing over here. There is one more thing. If I do React DOM, I get this. Okay, I get create portal, create root, find DOM node, flush, hydrate, root, hide render, and not many stuffs, but at least we have basics. Okay, so why do we need exactly two packages, and why was React not possible to have it in a single package? So let me explain. So for React, in the React world, React is not only limited to websites, it is also part of mobile applications as well. By mobile applications, there should be one word coming in your mind, that is React Native. So React powers web applications and React Native. So whatever the utility functions you see over here, like children, memo, lazy, use effect, use callback, these are the logics that are valid across web application also and across React native applications also, which means mobile applications. So React serves these utility functions to web and to mobile as well. So that is why they created all the utility functions that can be used on both the worlds into a single package, and they called it React. Now React DOM say is for only for websites. Okay, and we have React Native that deals with mobile applications. Okay, try to understand. Okay, so React is what? React is a package that caters both mobile and the web, and then comes React DOM that only is specific to DOM operations only. You get the point now. You get the point now. Okay, so that is why we have React and React, and trust me, these are the things that nobody talks much. Okay, I haven't seen any YouTube video talking about how what is React DOM, and why are they separate. If you know any, tell me in the comments if you know one. Okay, I just want to know who was the great guy. Okay, so I want to teach you things that really matters. Okay, I really do not want to start directly on create React application and come on to the, okay, this is use effect, this is use memo, this is use callback, this is use state. No, not that. We'll take it gradually, we'll take it easy. Okay, hang on. So we have got React DOM. These we have seen various type of functionalities which we received, and we have certain functionalities in React DOM. Now if I wanted to generate a web page using this React, okay, so I have React in my application like this. I can consume these applications over here like these. Now I say that React DOM, so I can just get rid of this for now, and let us do something like, so I want to create a div. I want to create a div with containing some text. The same thing. Okay. So I want to do the same thing which we just saw. I want to do this hello from Vedant part 2. I want to do this again. Okay. So how shall we do this? If I save this, it is gone. Okay. It is gone. Now if we come back and I say const div, okay, const div equals to react dot create element. Okay, see how beautiful this is. React dot create element div. Okay, and okay, it was a mistake, and I give empty brackets and I say that hello from Vedant, I am inside React now. Okay, and I say that const div, and this all is done. Now we have to get the root. Okay, we'll follow the same steps. Const root equals to react dot create root. Okay, create root, and I say that our root will be document dot get element by id, and I say root. Okay, hold on, I know this is confusing, I know that you are not able to understand it, but let me just write it down for you so that it is easy for me to explain. Hold there. Okay, I will be explaining this in a while. So, but just I'm just trying to get to relate to what we did in JavaScript. Okay, just try to relate it. We have div, we have root, and then we are going to append the div inside the root. Okay, so root, but this time the syntax is different because we are doing it via the React way. Okay, so root dot render div. If I just save this, create root is not a function. Let me check. I think this is coming from React DOM. Yeah, React DOM, and this should find. See, hello from Vedant. I am inside React now, and if I just inspect this, see, this is a root, and there's a div. Hello from Vedant. I am inside the React now. What just happened right now? Okay, what just happened? What was this? Okay, but let me add a class also. I am going little crazy over here, but hold on. Okay, I'm going to explain this as well. So if I say class name is like text, okay, this is text, and inside index.html, if I'm just showing you the power of React right now. Okay, style dot text color blue, black it is already. I'm gonna say blue. See, color changed to blue. How this happened? How this magic happened? How this is crazy, right? This is too much. This is too much. Okay, this is too much. So how is this happening? So let me print out first of all this particular variable div for you. Console.log div, and let's go. Okay, we have got an object. All right, this is a React element. It has certain key, it has props, it has a ref, it has a type, and inside props you can see the children and you can see class name. Okay, this is what I wanted to show over here. So React, so if you want to create elements in React, there are two ways. Okay, element can be div. Okay, something HTML. Okay, think of element as like, if you go to this particular thing is a div. Okay, this is an element. Okay, call this as an element. So if you want to create element, there are other two ways. Note it down. One is using create element, react.create element, note it down. And another part is using JSX. Okay, so first I am not showing you the easiest way, I am showing you the very hardest way to do, and this is really important for you to understand React behind the scenes. So react.create element, I was commanding React that React, please create an element. It is going to be a div tag. The content inside a div tag is going to be this, and the attributes of the tag are these. Then arises one question. Okay, I understood. Create element takes three arguments, takes the element which we want to create, then takes the attributes, and takes whatever content we want to put inside. Pretty simple, straightforward, to the point. But why is it? Wait, there's some confusion, right? Why, if I check, it is class over here. Okay, class as text, and it has got the CSS property. Color is blue. It has class over here, but I passed class name. How did it got what? How this got converted? Okay, crazy, right? Crazy. You have written class name and it got converted to class. You have to note it. Okay, be eagle eye. Okay, you have to notice little things. It is really very important. So how did it got created? What was the magic behind it? Okay, so there's a concept called as JSX. What is JSX? So JSX is like, I'm telling you at a little high level. Don't get confused. So not high level actually, but for you it is high level. Now if you are learning completely new, so what it does is JSX is something like you write HTML like structure inside JavaScript. Oh my god, what did I just say? See, React has if I can, instead of doing this, I could have written something like, let me comment this out. I could have written something like this. I could have written div. What? You assign HTML to a variable? What is this? What is this? Okay, don't get confused. So I can say div class name as text. Okay, and I can say hello too. Okay, I can write something like this. It is not going to run at the moment because we have not given bundlers. Okay, so if we get over here, it is going to give us some error, unexpected token, this, but this is completely valid in React. Okay, when we have those Webpack configurations, Babel actually presets, this is going to work just fine. So what it does is React has a nomenclature called JSX, which allows us to write HTML like structure inside JavaScript, and it gets converted into React create element like this, and and then React consumes this object. Okay, and it renders DOM. Okay, renders HTML in the DOM. Okay, let me just comment this out for now. Okay, and let us forget right now what JSX is. Okay, so I showed you that this is an object, this is key properties, and okay, let us assume that this is how we are going to write the whole HTML in React. Just for now, just try to see. So this is the React. Okay, so for the properties it uses camel casing. Okay, so in React, if this is class name like this, and if you wanted to add on click functions, so in JavaScript, how do we write on click? Okay, on click JS, on click event. See, this is the on click event, all small letters. Okay, and but if we want to write on click in React, on click, okay, this is how we are going to write. It is camel casing, the C is capital. Okay, so that is why what I am saying, that it is not HTML, it is JSX. Try to understand. Okay, so they have different nomenclatures for attributes. Okay, on click, if you write on click like this, it is not going to work. Okay, it is not going to work. That is why you have to be really very careful. Okay, so we understood. Okay, we have React dot create element like this, we have classes, we have hello, we are able to actually render stuff. Okay, we are able to render stuff, but what if the structure gets more complex? What if I want to add nest element inside each other? What if I had siblings? Okay, so we have this particular div, we have a class text. Okay, now let's say in this particular part I wanted to insert one child. Okay, so I'll create something like const child equals to react dot create element, and let's say inside div I wanna append a p tag. Okay, paragraph. It doesn't has any attributes, and the text it says is I am a child. Okay, this is a child. We are going to replace this as child and see the magic. Okay, and let us have a structure. See, we have a div, then we have a p, right? This worked like magic. So how did it work? At the end, the magic is this object. This is a React element. Okay, the magic lies inside React element. this React element. Now if we have a look at the div, okay, we are having a look at the div. So this has a props called a text. Now see, inside children we have a p tag. Okay, now we are going to understand the definitions. Children, okay, whatever content is present inside the element, that is called children. Note it down. Whatever content is present inside a React element is called as children. Okay, so a particular element, okay, when you consider any particular element, okay, and whatever stuff you put inside it, that becomes children. Okay, we are going to use it. Okay, note it down, it is an important keyword. And we are also going to talk about keys, so leave some space for keys as well. We are going to talk about refs also, and store, invalidate, not needed, not now. Okay, we have this, we have children. Okay, so inside children we have this. What if I want to have multiple children? Okay, multiple children as a sibling. Okay, I am child 1, then I am child 2. How we are going to do this? So let me just replicate. I call this child 1, I call this child 2, I am child 1, I am child 2. And instead of passing single like this, if you want to create sibling hierarchy, you just pass child 1 and child 2 as a array. Okay, and this is work just like it. Okay, it is giving a error, very important error, that each child in a list should have unique key prop. Okay, this is valid error. We are going to see how we are going to deal with it. It is when we'll talk about maps, we are going to encounter this part. Okay, and that moment would be the appropriate place to talk about keys. Okay, so we are not going to talk about keys over here. We have, okay, let's talk about the structure. We have got root, we have text, and see, p and p tags are both on the same level. So this is React, my friends. This is React. So when we will write JSX, JSX gets converted into React.createElement behind the scenes in the React. Somehow it happens. We don't know. Okay. Somehow, whatever we have written, okay, JSX, okay, eventually we are going to write this particular syntax. Note it down. I'm going to show you it is not working right now because it doesn't has the Webpack setup and every other stuff. But right now, this is JSX. Okay, this gets converted into React.createElement. Note it down, please. So JSX get converted into React element. React element eventually returns a React element object. Okay, which contains all the necessary details about the element. And when we pass this object to the root, okay, it eventually gets rendered as a tags. Amazing, right? Amazing technology by React. So this was understanding React create element and React create root. Okay, we understood now what is the usage of render, what is the usage of create root, what is the usage of create element. We understood three major parts. Okay, I'll take a break. Okay, you perform all these stuffs on your machine, try to read the values, and I'll see you in the next module. Okay, cool. So welcome back. Now we are going to do is one amazing thing that we have seen how React work with CDN, create with this create element and other stuff. But this is just really very messy, right? I don't want you all to write React using this. Okay, this is just really complex. Okay, why? Because again, you have to create array, you have to object, you have to create and bunch of other stuffs, and then you have to wrap them inside it. This is just not very developer friendly. Okay, the DX, the developer experience is deteriorated a lot over here. So how can we improve it? So we can definitely write JSX. Okay, and to get JSX working, I think we'll be needing a lot of Webpack handling. Okay, and a lot of stuff is required to deal with React now. Okay, so I'll just comment whatever we have done so far. on the master, and I'll just git push origin master so that you can visit this complete React tutorial on the GitHub, and you can gain access to the progress of the project as we move ahead. Okay, so enough talking. Let's just quickly convert this into a npm. What is npm? Okay, I know you don't know npm, so let's just say npm. We go to npm home, and we see that we can build amazing things, take your JavaScript development up a notch, and blah blah blah. npm is a node package manager, but there's a catch. This is not the full form. So you can see that here we see this thing, nuclear pumpkin mocha. If I refresh, come on bro, come on. Okay, I have to click it. See, we are getting npm expansions, I don't know what, but it was changing, right? It was changing. There are many names. Okay, naughty push me. Okay, we'll skip that part. So we got the point, right? npm is, there's no name for npm, but it is a node package manager, so we call it npm as a node package manager. So I don't know why they do so. But anyways, so node package npm is what? Npm helps you install crazy packages in your project, and it helps you, you know, get development really very easy. So to get started with npm, what it does is it packages, okay, it packages various types of package. What is this name? Package various packages. Okay, so it packages various type of node.js packages. Okay, JavaScript packages, to be precise. So to convert a project into a npm project, just hit npm. Before hitting npm, make sure you have installed node.js. I have instructed in the very start. So hit npm init. It will ask few things. The package name is complete React tutorial. Okay. The version is 1. Description, I'll leave it empty. Entry point is index.js. Do make sure that you have this file, index.js. Test command, no command. Git repository, I can leave it for now. Keywords, I really don't want any keywords. Author is me. I leave empty license. And I skipped most of the parts. We have got this nice package over here. What this would help me, how this would help. So this would actually help me. First of all, I'll get rid of these 3 scripts. I really don't need them. What did I just say? Okay, we really don't need them, trust me. All we have to care about is npm now. Okay, I'll tell you how this works. So just go to terminal, hit npm I means install. You can also write install. Oops. Install, and like this. So you have to hit npm I means npm install, and we are going to install React and React DOM. So go to over here, React, and write npm. Okay, this was last updated 14 June 2022. See, React. See, React is a JavaScript library and bunch of other stuffs we can use. So we can use React inside our projects. If I just say npm I React and hit enter, it installed. But it in our changes we see that we have 40 files. Oh my god, what is this? This was not expected. But we see another folder which is node modules. We have React. Okay, makes sense. So node modules is a folder that contains all the packages which you install in a particular project. Okay, likewise, I installed React. I'm also going to install React DOM. So go ahead over here, write React DOM. Okay, this comes over here. Search, too slow. And we have React DOM. And I'll just copy it over here and paste it. Okay, we have got React DOM. if we go and check node modules again, we have React DOM. This is exactly the CDN which we have written over here. Okay, we have got these CDNs only. So we can now import these packages from our local machine instead of accessing via the CDN. Okay, this is where npm comes in. npm fetches npm at the end fetches those from CDN only, but they store the packages inside the node modules of your local machine, so that you don't have to make network calls again and again to fetch those packages. Okay, this is really interesting. You have to be really attentive now. Okay, so what node modules contains? It contains packages only fetched from the CDN, stored in your local machine. Note it down. Node modules is a folder which contains all the packages of your project. It fetches it. The packages are being fetched from the CDN and stored on your local machine. That is it. And we have this package file. Okay, let us talk about this package file a little. So when we were creating this as a npm project, I did npm init. Okay, this npm init created a package file. The name was this. The main is like the entry file. Okay, then we have scripts, we have author, we have dependencies. Okay, I want to talk about these dependencies. So whatever npm packages you install in your project, they all get listed over here. That is it. So I have installed React. The version is 18.2.0. The React DOM version is 18.2.0. Pretty straightforward. Okay, this installed React 18, the latest stable version on my machine. Okay, so what is meaning of this? Okay, so let's say in near future, if React releases another stable version called as 18.3.0 or 18.7.0, my machine would automatically get updated. Okay, this is meaning of this. So it means that whenever there is a minor upgrade, then please update the packages on npm install. Okay, whenever you hit npm install, it will reinstall all the packages. It will see, okay, which package was updated, which package was not updated. If it is updated, then I'll bump it. Bump means to update the versions. Okay, this is the jargon which we use. So then we have something called as this particular sign. Okay, this particular sign means that whenever there is now React, let's say in future comes React 20. Okay, so it will automatically update it to React 20. And trust me, you don't want to do this, because when React 18 was introduced, it came with a lot of breaking changes. Okay, it is not easy to migrate from older versions of React to newer versions. Okay, it is not just very easy. So that is why you have to keep guardrails over here. Okay, and keep this as a upper caret only. You got the point, right? Let's move ahead. So this was about node modules, package JSON. We have this, but the website will still not run. Okay, I have to consume these node modules. Okay, I have to consume it. I have removed everything. Okay, there is no JavaScript to this HTML. How this will run? Okay, first of all, let me just close this port. Okay, I am closing this port over here. Disposing. Okay, it is closed. Now what I'll do is I'll set up Webpack. What is Webpack? Okay, it is really hard to explain Webpack to you guys. So Webpack is a bundler. Okay, so when we create React applications, we have to bundle that application for production. Okay, you can't have these long empty spaces. Okay, if I just do it like this, so this can't go to production, right? These empty spaces, it is taking space, it is taking bytes. Okay, on my memory, on the space. Okay, the final application size is increasing, so we need a bundler to handle these minifications. Okay, we have to handle minifications. We need a bundle to fetch. Okay, we need bundle to fetch these packages from node modules. Okay, we need someone who can fetch packages from node modules, who can minify the code, who can read CSS files, okay, who can basically compile, okay, because see, in if you know actually that the ES6 version is not understood by browsers. Okay, they use something called Babel. Okay, another jargon. Too many jargons right now. Okay, I am throwing. I understand, because this is very complex. Okay, this is very complex. So do that is why I want you all to maintain notes. That is why it gets really crucial. Okay, so what I am saying that is Babel. Okay, browsers don't understand the ES6 syntax like this. Okay, this is JavaScript arrow functions. It doesn't understand. So they use something called as Babel that transpiles that ES6 into ES6 ES5 that is being understood by the browsers. Browsers understand ES5 only. Okay, they use Babel behind the scenes to transpile your code into lower versions and then read it. That is how it works. So that is not the only thing we have to worry about. We are not only writing ES6, we will be also writing React. How will browser now understand React? Okay, we have to make him understand. Okay, now whenever we are compiling, okay, we have to tell them, okay, this is React code, this is ES6 code, and this is CSS, this is HTML, this is entry point, and a lot of things. That is where Webpack comes into the picture. There are other bundlers in the market as well. You can search like Parcel and I forgot the name of one. It is just skipping my mind, but there is it. Okay, so Webpack is a bundler that bundles your application. It makes it production ready. It helps you do a lot of capabilities like fetching code minification. Write it down. Code minification, memory optimizations, reading files from node modules, compiling CSS, and a bunch of other stuffs. So how are we going to do that? Okay, so to do that, I have a quick reference for you guys. You can head on to this particular site. Educative.io answers how to create React application with Webpack, and they have a pretty nice, small, tidy setup. Okay, so we are going to consume this in our application. So we did this, we have React and React DOM. And see, don't get confused how they can write two packages in same line. They have separated the package's name via space. So if you want to install multiple packages, okay, if you want to install multiple packages via npm, then just do simple npm I package 1 name space package 2 name. Simple. And I wanted to copy actually this particular part. Okay, we are installing a lot of packages: Babel core, Babel preset, environment, Babel preset React, Babel loader, CSS loader, HTML Webpack plugin, SAS loader, style loader, URL loader, Webpack, finally Webpack CLI and Webpack dev server. Okay, we are going to consume them, and I'll just hit enter and it install. Boom. I don't have to worry. And just keep a watch on this particular thing. Okay, keep on watch on this. 89 it is right now. Just keep a watch. Okay, it is taking time even on 100 Mbps connection. $3K plus. Oh my god. Oh my god. 9K plus. OMG. 9,000 changes. Is it suitable to send 9,000 changes? Tell me, my friends. Is it suitable to send 9,000 changes? Not at all. Not at all. Because these 9,000 changes were not done by me. I have only 1, 2, 3. 3 files. Okay. I don't want my PR to be having 9,000 files. It is super crazy. Okay. It is just not possible. So we have something called as git ignore. So I'll say git ignore and I'll say node modules, and just notice it changes to 4, right? Pretty simple. So what just happened right now is that these node modules actually they can be generated on the fly. How is that? So let's say if I just delete this, okay, let's just wait. You need to provide administrator, okay, granted, and just delete these files. Delete failed. Do you want to permanently? Please delete this. Permanently deleted. Oh my god, I just lost lot of my code. No, it is not like that. Okay, the moment I hit, okay, because why? Because I have the packages already now in my package.json with exact versions. Okay, now when I just hit npm I, it will be installed like anything. And this time it is fast because it fetched from cache. Okay, so see, again I have generated. That is why it is not important to send git ignore files as your what, as inside pull request actually. Okay, because they can be generated on the fly. So we have these git ignore files. Okay, we have index.js and this, and let us just head over and to create a Babel RC file. Babel RC file, okay, let me tell you what Babel is. Babel does nothing. Okay, Babel, so if you have if you create a file, okay, and you just perform a Babel operation on it, the output file would still be the same. You have to perform presets. Okay, Babel is just a wrapper that comes with a lot of functionalities. Okay, if you want to convert ES6 into ES5, you are gonna need preset environments. And if you want to convert React code into something that browser can understand, you will need preset React. This is what it suggests. Okay, understood? Babel on the top of the line does nothing. It comes with various logics. Okay, all those logics are present inside the preset environment. Okay, inside preset environment, when you have it, it gives ability to transpile your ES6 into ES5. And if you have preset React, it converts your React code finally into JavaScript, into simple JavaScript, ES5 only. Okay, so we need these two things. So I'll just copy and I'll create a Babel RC file. Let me create this. Let me copy this. We create a Babel RC. We are going to paste this. We are telling that please use preset environment and preset React for transpilings. Okay. And we have to create something called as this big heavy Webpack config file. Ultimate. So we will just copy this. All of this is happening inside the root of the folder. Okay, right now. So I'll create Webpack config like this. And I'll just copy paste it and I'll explain this as well. Okay, I'm going to explain this. Hold on, please. I'm going to explain. So let us start line by line. So you can ignore this path for now. We'll see what this HTML Webpack plugin is, but this object is important. This object is really important. We are saying that whenever we are bundling our application, the output would be present. Okay, the output would have a path inside a dist folder, distribution. Okay, inside the dist folder only we will have our application. Okay, so whatever after when we create a production build, that production build will go inside a build dist folder. Dist is not created yet, but when a new build will be initiated, this folder will get automatically created. It will contain all the production build, and the file name will be called as bundle.js. Simple. Then we have certain plugins. Okay, we want to source. Okay, we want to import whatever is present inside index.html inside Webpack. Okay, so I'll say that template. Okay, I'll use this HTML Webpack plugin. It says that import content from src/index, but our index is where? Inside the root. It is not inside src. So I'll create a folder src. I'll move index over here. I'll move my index also here. Okay. So now we have the source, we have the bundle. Now we are going to run the application on the port 3030, or you can give 3000 as well. It's your choice. And comes the module. Okay. So we have different types of loader to parse different types of files. Okay. So if you want to parse JavaScript or JSX, pretty much the same thing, no difference. Okay. When you have JSX in your code, you write JSX extension, but it will work fine even for JS extension as well. No harm there. Okay. So what I'm saying that you can, so you will be using js.jsx. Okay. This is our regex. Okay. This is a regular expression. So it says that inside the whole application, except for node modules, inside the whole application, except for node modules, whenever you encounter .js or .jsx, use Babel loader to transpile this code. And whenever you encounter CSS or SCSS or SAS, okay, inside the whole project directory, use these loaders: style loader, CSS loader, SAS loader. Okay, style loader, CSS loader, and SAS loader. SAS loader is clearly for SAS. I think CSS loader is for CSS, and style loader for SCSS. We will not be using SAS or SCSS, just normal CSS, but it's just for information. And when you have images like PNG, SVG, or if you have fonts like WOF, WOF2, EOT, or TTF, images and fonts, you use URL loader. Okay, that is what it is. And options limit is false. Okay, there is no limit on this. Okay, limit, I think limit in sizes. Okay, the size of the image, there's no limit on the size of the image. You can load as large image you want. So this was the brief description of Webpack. Okay, I got this. Now let us see what they have. Now they're saying that we create src like this, but this is up to me. I have told you already, React gives you flexibility to write in your own way. I will not follow what they are saying. Okay, I will keep it up to me. I will skip this, and notice we are pointing to bundle.js file. We don't need this. Yeah, this will be automatically injected. I'll tell you how. Okay, this is all the same. Now comes these two parts. Okay, if we are able to see these two scripts we are going to run. I'm going to tell you how we are setting application from the scratch. It is really very crazy. So go to package.json, go to scripts, and after test or before test whatsoever, paste these lines: Webpack serve mode development, Webpack mode production. Okay, so Webpack serve. So you can see that when we can run these commands on the terminal. Okay, how we can run these, we will see. First of all, I will just save it like this. There will be an error. Okay, try to guess what the error will be when we run this application. So we can run these commands. How we can run this? We can run this npm run followed by the name of this particular script. This is serve. Okay, npm run serve. See, this build was created. Project is running at localhost 3000 on your network. This is my IP and whatnot. Why did he export my IP? Please blur this out. Okay, I don't want to show my IP. So we have got this, and yeah, let's just hit the server. Localhost host 3000, and we get some error. React is not defined. Some nice error. What is it? Okay, so remember when we were importing by a CDN, we imported them just above our code, just above our index file in the CDN example. This time there is no React. Okay, we have not fetched React inside the environment. How can we do this? We can write import React from React. Okay, what is this React? This is inside this. Oh my god, so many packages. This particular React and React DOM, the same package which we installed. Okay, if you are confused with names, instead of searching here, you can search here also. Okay, dependencies. Webpack CLI, React, over here dependencies. Okay, there are dev dependencies and there are dependencies. Okay, we are going to talk about these also. But let me just show you what is React and React DOM over here. So React and React DOM we are going to import. Okay, React import React DOM from the spelling is this React DOM like this. Okay, I save this and see it started to run beautifully. Will it be able to run JSX? Let us try to see. Okay, this is the div over here. Okay, I am getting rid of this. I am just rendering hello 2. See, hello 2 is coming now. Earlier it was not coming because Webpack was not there. Okay, so see, this is coming now. This particular thing which was not working before. So this is JSX. I'll create a separate sub module on this JSX. But right now, see, it is working like as expected. Okay, hello 2. So we'll just get rid of this and I'll just add it again. And the moment I'm saving, it is reflecting. This is hot module reload. Note it down. This is one of the features of Webpack. Hot module reload. It is happening over here. Okay. So this is what it is. And talking about import statements. So import is like I want to get something. Import, export. Import, export. Okay. So we'll talk about exports also. It is there. Okay, don't worry. So import is like fetching something from the node modules. So I want to import React and from React. Okay, and if you go to React, they are exporting. See, export React over here. See, this is what. If you don't export, then how you import? As simple as that. So you have to export something in order to import. Okay. So this is what it is. I exported React from there. I imported it here. I imported React DOM. Exported. Someone must have exported React DOM. Export as namespace React DOM. And I imported React DOM. And this is what React DOM it is over here. Okay. So we have this React DOM over here. And we have this. So what is happening now? Okay. What is happening? So this Webpack is compiling whole thing. This Webpack is compiling our whole application. And if you go to source, okay, remember we haven't imported JavaScript in this HTML. Okay, then how is this coming even? So if you go to source, you see this bundle file. Okay, this bundle file is created by Webpack. It is a development environment code. You can find hello, I think. If I search for I am child 2, see, I am child 2 over here. And what else? I am child. Okay, I am a child. Okay, this is I am a child. Oh, I am a child. See, we are having all our JavaScript code inside over here only. So this particular thing which you are seeing over here is coming from JavaScript. Okay, this is coming from oh my god, this is coming from JavaScript. And inside index, you see one script tag over here, script differ src bundle.js. We haven't added this file. See, we haven't added this file. We don't have a script src. Okay, this is all done by Webpack. See, remember this package we installed, HTML Webpack plugin, this is what it was doing. It was telling that whatever bundle.js, whatever bundle.js I will generate, I will inject it inside this HTML. Okay, this is the power of Webpack. This is the power of Webpack, my friends. This is the power. So bundle. So how Webpack created bundle and it dynamically injected inside my src index.html with all these configurations. Okay. So this was. I'll take a break. Okay. Try to absorb whatever I've spoken, whatever I've taught you so far. Try to set up your application as a Webpack like this. Okay. And let me just add a commit so that you guys can read this. Okay. So see you all in the next submodule. Okay, welcome back. In the previous submodule, we just created our whole React application via the Webpack. And let me just add a commit so that you guys can refer it later. So git add dot git commit -m set up React app via Webpack. Okay, so master. All right, so I have pushed everything over here. You can see that on the GitHub repo. The repo is, I think, over here. 1 second, let me pull this up. Yeah, so you can go to this repo. I'll add the links in the description. And how you can visit it is that you just go to comments. Okay, so initially we used the CDN approach, so you can click this and you can visit the code whatever we did via on the CDN part. You can come back, and if you want to check the next part where we have integrated everything on the Webpack, you can come here and check this. Okay, and you can again go back, and whatever we are going to discuss now, then another commit would be added. Okay, this is how you can keep a track of the whole tutorial over here. So I'll get this over here. Okay, so now comes the really fun part. Okay, so we have the setup ready. Let us just fire the application. So how we are going to fire the application? We are going to just do npm run serve. Okay, this is going to run the application, and if I just refresh this, it is working fine. Okay, we have all the warnings and everything. We are going to see everything in a moment. But before that, let's just play around with this React over here. Okay, and we haven't really talked much about JSX. So this is over here. Okay, I really don't want you all to write react.createElement every time to create HTML and JSX and everything. It is not just needed. Okay, so what exactly is we are going to do is we are going to get rid of this. But you understood the point, right? This particular part is the core. Okay, everything eventually gets converted into a react.createElement, that object we saw, and that object is only passed to the create root, and that is what is rendered. Okay, so don't get confused. Please don't get confused. Okay, at the end everything gets converted into React element object only. That is why it was important for you to know. But on the very high level, we really won't write react.createElement every time. Instead, we'll write JSX. Okay, so what is this JSX? Let me just save this and see. Hello to is coming, right? So what is this JSX? So the full form is JavaScript XML. Okay, JSX, JavaScript XML. And what exactly does it means? Like, it is not a HTML. Okay, it is not a HTML. Okay, don't get confused that Vedant, this is a HTML. No, my friend, this is JSX. Have a clear distinction between. Okay, like many of you get confused between arguments and parameters. They look similar, right? Similar is the thing happening with over here. Don't get confused with HTML and JSX. Okay, they are JSX is HTML like syntax. Okay, it has very similar syntax as compared to HTML, but it is not HTML. Why? Because so in HTML you can write class, okay, like this. Class equals to text and this. But over here you will get some warning. Invalid DOM property class do you mean class name? Although it is working over here because of our Webpack configurations, but over here you can see clear warning from React that the React was expecting class name instead of class. Okay, so this is the warning. So we have to fix this, right? We have to fix this. This is, you have to write class name. Okay, then the warning is gone. That is how you write JSX. So JSX. So what do you think if I console.log? Okay, I'm already doing it. So if I console.log div over here, okay, div over here, what do you think is going to print? Right? If I open, see, this is react.element. Wasn't this is the same thing we saw when we did react.createElement, right? This is exactly the same. See, key, props, ref, type, and inside props we have children and class name. If we change it to class, will I get a class over here? See, we are getting class. Okay, but it will give me warnings as well. Okay, because class is not a valid attribute in this JSX. So we understood that part, right? We understood. Okay, so this is a div. This is not returning me a HTML. This is returning me a object. Which object? A React element object. This is exactly what we do when we do react.createElement and we pass three arguments over there. So eventually React converts this JSX into an object that is similar to the object of the react.createElement, and when we pass this to create root and render, it converts that into a DOM elements. Now that is what the process is. Note it down. Okay, it is very important. So this is not HTML. How we saw that the div over here is not a HTML, instead it is an object. So this is a JSX. Okay, so why JSX? Because it makes our life really easier to write HTML kind of syntax inside the JavaScript files. Okay, why? Because we have already seen that writing react.createElement every time is really a tedious task. Okay, we don't want to do that. That is why we have the concept of JSX. Okay, I hope it is clear to you. So let's play around it a little and see what are the various stuffs we can do. Okay, so let us suppose that this particular part, okay, hello2 is coming from some API somehow. Okay, so somehow it is coming from API. If I do something like const API data and I assign a string hello2, okay, I assign a string hello2. Now I want to dynamically pass this particular API data inside the JSX. So how can we write JavaScript variables inside JSX? That is your point. And please note that a really important jargon, that this particular div is not a component, it is an element. Please note that, because element is what? So how can you verify if it is an element? Because if I console.log that type, console.log that div over here, over here I can see that it is a type of react.element. Okay, it is a type of react.element. That is why this div is a React element. Yeah, please write it down. Okay, so this is a React element, and now I want to dynamically insert some value, okay, some variable inside my JSX. So actually our aim is to write JavaScript inside JSX. Makes sense, right? So this is a JavaScript variable. So how can we do that? That we can do is, we can get rid of this. We can write curly brackets over here, and whatever you write over here becomes JavaScript. Okay, I can pass API data. See, hello2. Now let's say after some time I fetch the data from the API again, and this time I got hello2 from API. If I save this, see, it is getting updated. So you can dynamically update this particular thing. Okay, you can dynamically update the React elements, whatever is present inside it. Okay, so this is the power that JSX holds. And see, it was really very easy, right? Just some brackets and you are done. Really very simple. What else we can do? What else can we improve to make it look better? Okay, so we can say that, okay, let's say I have another variable, okay, coming from API. Const is morning. Okay, is morning is, let's say, true, because I am recording this in morning. So if now my goal is that if it is morning, okay, if it is morning, then I have to say morning user. If it is not morning, then I'll say good afternoon user, for example. Okay, so I have this particular div over here. Let us clear this right now. Okay, we don't need. So how can we conditionally render a component? Okay, so how we are going to do so first of all, let us keep it as it is. I'll say that const morning text. Okay, morning text is good morning user, and then we have something called as const afternoon. Afternoon is a single word. Afternoon text is afternoon user. Okay, this is it. Now we don't need this API data anymore, okay, because that example is gone. Okay, that example is done. Now we have to play around this. So my ask is that if is morning is true, then print good morning user. If it is false, then I have to print afternoon user. Okay, this is my task. So how can we do this? Okay, how is this possible? So inside this, I told you we can write JavaScript. API data does not exist now, so we will remove that. Now there is something called as ternary operators. This is not React, this is JavaScript. Okay, ternary operators are in JavaScript. So if I say that if is morning user question mark, then show morning text, otherwise after a colon print afternoon text. So I am seeing good morning user, okay, because is morning is true. But if is morning becomes false, then I'll see afternoon user. Okay, this is dynamic text. This is conditional rendering. Okay, not exactly conditional rendering. I'll show you conditional rendering as well. But this is conditional, ternary operators. That is it. And we are going to use the same to achieve to render different elements. Okay, so for example, in this example only, let's say if it is a good morning user, if it is good morning user, then my I have to add certain static text. Okay, good morning user, it is 2 a.m. for example. Sorry, 2 a.m. Yeah, it is not good morning actually. It is 8 a.m. Okay, and if it is afternoon text, I want to say afternoon user, it is 6 p.m. Okay, so I wanna, but instead of messing up this particular single React element, I want to make it separate. Okay, so how we are going to do is, first of all, I'll create one React element. Okay, focus on this part. I'll say morning element. Okay, this is a div. Okay, we are not going to use styles, and okay, this is gone. We don't, I was using the styles just for explanation purpose. So if I say morning element, okay, so I want to render the morning text over here. I want to render morning text over here, and I say it is, see, don't get confused again. Everything inside this will be treated, and everything inside the curly brackets will be treated as JavaScript, and after this whatever you write becomes normal string or whatever you type. Okay, so if I say if it is a morning text, I'll say that it is 8 a.m. Okay, and then I have const afternoon element, and again I'll copy this. Okay, and instead of morning text I will put afternoon, and it is 6 p.m. Okay, so now we will remove this, and I'll say that if it is a morning, okay, this is now conditional rendering we are dealing with. If it is a morning, then render morning element. But will this work? Will this work like this? We will see that in the moment. Otherwise, render afternoon element. Okay, see, we are seeing afternoon user, it is 6 p.m. Now if I change it to true, I will see good morning user, it is 8 a.m. Okay, So what was this? This was conditional rendering. Okay, I conditionally rendered element. Okay, if it was morning, then I was rendering morning element, but if it was not morning, I was rendering afternoon element. Okay, that is one part. Okay, I hope it is clear. Regarding the elements, you can easily nest elements. Okay, you can easily write if you want to start nesting. Earlier, when we were using react.createElement, we have to add things inside the object, right? But here it is very simple. It is a HTML like syntax only. So think in terms of HTML. Okay, it is really very important. If I write span like this, okay, and if I move my text over here, okay, if I save this, okay, and if you go and inspect, you see we get a span tag. Okay, just like it. It is 8 a.m. and whatnot. Okay, this was your React elements. Now there is something called as functional components. Now what is this? Okay, okay, we'll discuss that. Functional components. Okay, components basically are regular functions that return React elements. Note this down. Okay, note this down. Over here, okay, root.render, what we are passing? We are passing element. Okay, we are passing element. But if we convert it into a component, if I say const greeting component, it is not necessary to write component after the name. Okay, I am just writing it so that it is visually very clear to you. Okay, component, greeting component would be a function. Okay, so I can write ESX also, but I'll gradually increase the technicality of the code. Okay, for now I want you all to absorb whatever I am speaking. Okay, so it is a regular function, but I have written component. But according to the definition of the component, a component, functional component in React is one that returns an element. Okay, so if I return, let us call this as element. Okay, greeting element. Let us call this as greeting element. Okay, greeting element. Now, if I return element, this will become a component. Okay, so if I return greeting element over here, this greeting function, this greeting component function will become a component. Okay, so this is a component. So if I want to render, okay, greeting plus, I am inside component now. Okay, just a text so that it is clear for us. Okay, greeting component. So if I write greeting console.log greeting component over here, this would be a function. Okay, but if I want to render greeting component, if I pass this like this, will it work? Will it work? Guess. Okay, it will not work. Okay, why it will not work? Because root.render was expecting a React element object, but this is not. This is a function. If I save this, see, I get some error. Syntax error, unexpected token. See, unexpected token. This is not working. Oh, okay. My bad. See, nothing is being rendered. See, nothing is rendered. Functions are not valid as a React child. Okay, this happens if you return a component instead of component from the render. You may want to call this function rather than return it. Okay, so since this particular component is returning an element, what we can do is either we can call this function over here and this will run. Okay, this will run, but this is not working as expected over here. Why? Because see, you are importing create root from React DOM, which is not supported. You should instead import it from React DOM/client. Okay, let's do this only. So let's do this React DOM/client. Okay, it is not supported and the warning is gone. See, now over here we are seeing what? Object. Okay, we are getting object over here. So this particular part, if you see this particular thing over here, see, this particular is a object only. So we are rendering object. Okay, a lot of things are happening right now. First of all, let us fix. So you understood this part. You understood this part. Okay, because the root.render is expecting a element. That is why it is not able to what? It is not able to. It was not able to render it. So when I called this function, so it returned this particular part. Okay, that is why I was able to render it. But I am still seeing object over here. We have this object. I am inside component now. We can see that, but we are seeing this object. Why is it not working? Okay, why is it not working? I did my best part. I appended a string. I appended a string to this element, right? It should work. No, that is not, because greeting element is a valid element, but you can't perform plus operations. Okay, you can't perform. That is why I wanted to make this error. You can't perform plus operations like this. This is not a valid JSX. Okay, you can't do plus minus. Okay, this is not a variable. Do not think of elements in terms of variables. That is what you are messing up. Okay, plus minus is not working. You are expecting it to be so this is an object. Now when you append it, so type type coercion happens, and this gets converted into object string, and it gets appended. That is not we have to do. So how can we dynamically add? You got the point, right? You got the point. We have to pass an element over here that is expected. So since this function is returning element, I called this function over here so that it can return an element, so that root.render can get it. That is fine. But I really want to append this string at the end of what? So we are having morning is true. So we will getting good morning user. It is 8 a.m. I am inside component now. This is what I want to print. How can I do this? Okay. We have something called as, if you want to combine two elements inside a JSX, okay, if you want to do something like that, first of all, you have to return a div tag, okay, will not use fragments, you will get confused. So if I just return, think of it as a HTML. If you want to add a string, a text beside some tag, do you use plus signs? No, right? You don't use plus signs. So why here? So if you write div, okay, now inside div over here, if I just render so now I have to use this as a HTML variable, JavaScript variable, sorry. So I'll use brackets, and now over here, if I write, I am inside component. If I say this, see, good morning user, it is 8 a.m. I am inside component. This is working fine. And there is one more thing. Instead of calling function like this every time, you can use this as a JSX. What? Yeah, you can use this as a tag. If you add angular brackets over around it, okay, if you save this, it will work just fine. It is, see, and we were having a log also, greeting component. It is returning a pure React something. So it is returning something. Okay, it is returning create element. See, we got it. This is really amazing. So you can call this as a tag. Okay, and since nothing is really present inside it, you can get rid of this and make it as a self-closing tag as well. Okay, this is working fine. So we saw that what is a component, what is an element, what is the difference between component and an element. Okay, element resides inside a component and component returns element. We saw that how we can use variables inside JSX via these curly brackets, and we saw one particular myth that we can't use plus minus operations over here, okay, for appending strings. Now here, if I write plus, it will be treated as a normal string. Okay, so this was one part. You got the point. Okay, this is over here, create element and something. So now there is one important part that I wanted to highlight over here, is that you noticed that if you go to this the DOM tree, I have extra div now. Okay, earlier it used to be this particular div span and this particular text. I have a extra div now. I really don't want this particular div. What can we do? You can just use fragments. Okay, if I just remove whatever is over here, if I save this, see, now that extra div is gone. That extra div is gone, and I just have two siblings over here, up and down. So what is this particular fragment? So fragments are kind of empty tags, okay, that take no space, no space in the DOM, and these particular elements help you wrap your content inside a component. Okay, you can't just return something like this. Okay, you can't just something return like this. Okay, if I want to return something like this, okay, so you can't return something like this. See, it will return an error. Okay, module build failed, unexpected token, and something something. Okay, this is not expected. So why is that so? Because component returns a JSX, and JSX has to be wrapped inside a single parent. Okay, you can't have two parents. Okay, you can't have sibling structure in a JSX. When you're returning, you can have sibling structures inside JSX, but it should return one single JSX component, one JSX single element, sorry. Okay, so it is important for you to wrap your content inside a single tag. Okay, that is what it is. You have to note it down. And see, if I put it inside fragments, okay, we call them as fragments. Empty tags that take no space in the DOM are fragments. Okay, so this is what it is about the fragments. And there is one really very interesting part, that I told you about this particular tag, this particular component, this particular function. I can also convert this into a ES6 syntax. Okay, how can we do this? I can just cut this, add angular brackets. Okay, if I save this, see, it is working as expected. And even that is not the end. I can just use like this. Okay, this is also working fine. What is this? Because this is returning a JSX. This is not React now. Okay, this is JavaScript. If you are not comfortable with these minor syntaxes about JavaScript, you should check out some MDN tutorial or something to understand it. Okay, this is not JavaScript. This is not a JavaScript tutorial. Okay, please understand it. So you are returning a JSX over here. This is arrow functions. Arrow functions are returning. If you write brackets, then you have to write a return keyword and then return something. But if you want to just return something like this, you can do it over here. Okay, this is a valid syntax in React. So this was around playing around with the JSX. This was about the React elements, React components, and what else? Yeah, there is one more thing, that since this is a JSX, you can also deal with on-click functions like this, something like on-click. Okay, on-click, and you can pass a function over here. Okay, you can pass a function. So if I create a function, something like I'll be using some old school syntax, and I'll then gradually switch to new syntax. Okay, otherwise it is really hard for users to see the very best code at the very time. Okay, if I show you the best code at the very moment, you will get confused. So I'll write the noob code. Okay, then I'll gradually make it the best code. So function handle click, and I'll say alert, or I'll just write console.log. Okay, console.log, I was clicked. Okay, and if I just pass handle click over here, okay, this is how we pass. This is JavaScript again. Please don't get confused. Okay, yeah. So if I click on what, I have to click on something. See, I have to click on this particular text span. See, I am seeing I was clicked. I can also pass. If you want to pass, arguments to this functions, you can just do it like this. do not do something like this. Okay, I have seen people doing like this. And let's suppose if you want to pass morning text, okay, you pass morning text over here, you receive state, okay, state, and I am printing state. So see, the moment I refresh the code, the function was gradually executed, and if I click this, nothing is happening. Why? Because I executed the function right here itself. Okay, now when I executed it, it was returning nothing actually. So this on click doesn't has anything. Okay, that is why nothing is happening. You have to just pass the function definition. Okay, just have to pass a function definition. So when this on click returns, on click, when this component is rendered, now there is another word, rendered. We'll come to that when we'll understand more about, when we'll yeah, so we'll discuss this render thing when we will discuss about the use state hook. Okay, so just for me, just bear with me now. Just whenever this component is rendered, this particular page is rendered, I mean whenever this page is loaded. Okay, simple as that. Whenever this page is loaded, when this on click was encountered, it saw that, okay, it saw that, and I have to execute handle click right in there only. But if you don't want to execute it, I said that, okay, this is an anonymous function which is returning a handle click function over here. So this particular definition will execute it, and I got this particular part over here. Okay, now if I save this and I execute it, see, nothing is executed right now. Now if I click on this, see, I was clicked good morning user, and good morning user, and I am not getting the state. Okay, I'm not getting the state over here. So why we are not getting the state? Let us try to see, or maybe okay, I'm passing the morning text, which is good morning user. Okay, so I was clicked good morning user. We are seeing it. If I want to pass is morning, if I pass is morning, if I click this, see, I was clicked true, true, true. Okay, so this is on click and other stuff. Now you can convert this handle click into a ES6 syntax as well. Okay, you can do that as well. If I do const handle click equals to, and I return some arrow functions, this is working fine as well. Okay, so this is what we will be using. We will not use old school functions and other stuffs. Okay, that is not needed. So this was playing around with JSX. This was around understanding React element, React components, and what else? We learned about ternary operators over here, and we see that how we can call the functions, how call the components, and how we can use them as tags. There is a concept of children as well. Let me quickly help you understand children. Okay, children and props, I think let's take it up in the next module because you guys would get confused. So try to practice whatever we have done so far, okay, so that you can understand get more comfortable with writing JSX, because we will be heavily using JSX as we move forward. Okay, so I want you all to be comfortable, write these things, okay, write it down, do some coding along with me, and have your notepad and notebook and the pen ready so that you can make notes as well. So this was all in this particular sub module. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in the previous sub module we discussed a lot about the JSX elements, components, ternary operators, conditional rendering, and whatnot. So let's just commit whatever we have done. So git commit -m JSX. Hello, aspiring front-end developers. Ready to master front-end development, elevate your coding skills, and secure your dream job? I have a fantastic news for you. In today's dynamic web development world, staying ahead is crucial. You have aced the basics of JavaScript and React, but front-end interviews can still be daunting. But not anymore. Welcome to JS Yatra, your complete front-end interview guide. It's your mentor, your secret weapon to conquer front-end interviews. JS Yatra covers 4 pillars: JavaScript coding, machine coding, system design, and DSA in JavaScript. It's immersive, interactive, and challenges you like real interviews. Today, grab the complete front-end package for just $7.99. Unlock your 2025 LP opportunities. Enroll using the link below. By joining JS Yatra, you invest in your future and support orphan children. Let's make a positive impact together. Remember, you'll find a registration link in the video description, so be sure to check it out for a brighter future. Now, let's get back to the video. Element versus component and conditional renderings. Okay. Oh, I haven't added it. All right. So this is done. Yep. Let's come back and let's in this particular submodule we are going to talk about props and children a lot. So let's first of all let's just structure our application. It doesn't looks pretty well. Okay. So let's go over here. Let's close everything. src, we have index. Okay, so let's create one file, app.js. Okay, this is our app.js and this is going to be our index. Okay, so whatever we have done so far, this greeting component, everything, we are just going to get rid of it. Okay, we are going to just get rid of it, and over here we are just going to create a basic app. Okay, so I'll call it as const app equals to a functional component. Okay, which would return some text for now, hello. Okay, and I'll export it now. Okay, this particular part is going to extend a little, just beyond props and children. We are going to talk about, I guess, export import. Okay, so as well, and I think we are going to talk about some other few things also. Okay, enough talking. Yeah, so create root dot render. Okay, 1 second. All right, so over here we have got this particular part, app is hello, and let's talk about export. So you can either export something like export default app. Okay, this is a default export, and if you are performing a default export, if you want to import it, you just have to write import app from dot slash app, and I am going to render that particular app over here. Okay, and if I say we got a hello, but if I am using a named export, okay, instead of default we can export something like this brackets. Okay, and if you save this, it will say that export default import app was not found. Okay, it was not able to import it because we performed a named imports. So in order to consume named exports, we have to do something called as, we have to use brackets over here like this, and this would work fine. Okay, it is really very simple, not a complex complex stuff. If you use brackets, it becomes named exports, and if you want to consume it, then you have to have brackets as well. You can have if you are using default export, then you can't use brackets. Okay, if you go back to application, see, app was not found because I changed to default. So if I'm using default, I can call it as like this app. Okay, what if I change it to apps like this? Will it work? Will it work? Yeah, see, it is working because it is not a named import. Okay, it is a default export. Okay, you can I am just exporting this particular part. Okay, this particular function only. It is not like I'm exporting it something like that. Okay, so that is one thing. What if what if I do what if I do like this? Okay, and if I do it like this, will it work? Will it work? See, it is not working. Why? Because it is a named imports for a reason. It has the names has to be matched. Okay, this has to be app, not apps. Okay, this has to be app only. This is why it is work. Okay, So that is one part. We talked about named imports and default named exports and default exports. And one more catch: you can have only one default export in your application. So if I just say default export app, and I create one more function like app2, and I do it like this. Okay, see, it will say that a module can not have multiple default exports. You can have the one default export. Okay, so you have to keep that in mind. So this was, we'll keep it as a default export, no harm there. We can get rid of brackets. Okay, we'll see whenever we'll be needing a default or a named export, but that is something for the later parts. So we saw about exports. Okay, we saw about the exports. Now we have this app over here. Okay, now I will be creating a component files. Okay, we are talking deep down, we are now becoming a React developer. Okay, so we'll create a new file. Okay, I'll call this component as a button component. Okay, button dot, what is the extension going to be? JSX. Why JSX? Why not JS? It will work with JS also. Okay, but since this button will contain some JSX, it is better to write JSX. Okay, it is better to write JSX. Now we'll create a button component. The file name is in capital. You can have it in small as well. It is up to you. But if you write RAFCE, now why not this is working? RAFCE. It's not working for some reason, but okay, let's exclude that. But I'll create a functional component from scratch. So I create a functional component. The name has to be in capital letters so that React can understand it is a functional component. Okay, initials are capital. So const button. Okay, this would return me a button. Okay, a button tag, and I missed equals to. Okay, this is going to return some button with some text. Okay, and I'm going to export default it. Export default button over here, and we are going to consume this button in our app. Okay, on the top, if I just write import button from /button. Okay, and we are not using the extension .jsx or .js. This is automatically handled by Webpack. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to render this button component like this. Okay, render this button component, and there was one file. What is the error? Cannot resolve button in resolve. Okay, field browser does not contain a valid. Okay. Okay, let's first of all see. Okay, maybe if we just do it as a JS, then it should work. React is not defined. See? Okay. See, we are getting React is not defined. Why? Because okay, so let us see. Import React from React. We are rendering the app, and over here I think we just have to, if we just import React over here. Okay, will it resolve our issue? Not yet. In the button.js, it is expecting a React. Okay. Okay, fine. And what if I just change it to JSX? See, it is not able to determine JSX because this is a JavaScript file and this is a JSX file. Okay, that is why they are not compatible. So if I write button.jsx, it is able to render it. So if I just convert my file app.js to app.jsx, okay, I save it, I get rid of this, and inside over here I just imported like .jsx, and it should work fine. Wait a second. Okay, maybe, okay, they are not compatible because of the extensions. Okay, then we can probably do one thing, is that for the consistency we can keep using JS, not JSX, and it shouldn't be a problem to us. Okay, yeah. So over here we can see that, okay, why it is not why was it requiring React? Because see, we are having a functional component and we are writing some JSX. So JSX at the end is what? React.createElement. So it requires React to be imported. Okay, uh, all of this can be handled in the Webpack. We can by default provide React globally to every file, but I'll not deep dive into the Webpacks part over here because it is just too much. It would be just too much for everyone right now, because this is not a Webpack tutorial. This is a React tutorial. Okay, so we have got what we wanted. We got some button. Okay, we got some button with some random text. Now, if I say that I wanna pass click me, okay, if I just right click me over here and I'm expecting this click me should click me to be present inside this button over here, how can we do that? How can we do that? So if I just console.log button for you, okay, button, if I execute button, okay, that is much better. See, we got a React element inside the props. See, you're getting children as this. Okay, children as this. Okay, because nothing is passed. All right. Okay, nothing is passed as a children over here. How should I explain these to you? Maybe, yeah, maybe we can, you know, but again, that is a problem. But you get the point, right? So props has a children. Props has a children. So this particular thing over here, uh, props, okay, the props has a children. So if I have, yeah, so I can do this. I can expect something like props. Okay, expect something like props, and I console.log props for you, and we go. See, we got children as click me. Isn't it fancy? So I can do something like, I can destructure const children equals to props, and whatever children I pass over here, okay, like this, now it will be rendered as click me. See, amazing, right? Amazing, super amazing. So how this was working? Because whatever content you pass inside the component, okay, whatever you pass inside the component will become the children of the component. Write a definition. What is a children? Whatever you pass inside the component, that becomes the children of it. Okay, this is children for us. Okay, now if I say that, on the click of it, I want to perform something. So what I'll do as a developer is that I'll keep the props. As a developer, I will do that on click of this button. I'll call a function called as handle click. Okay, this handle click function, I will define it over here. Const handle click equals to function arrow functions. Okay, I'll say console.log clicked from clicked inside component. Okay, clicked inside component. Now if I click this, see, I am getting clicked inside component. But what if I want to make sure that this particular button can be used in many places? Now think in a broad manner, in a very wide manner over here. Okay, think like this button component, you have a very big project. Okay, you have 30 files, 50 files, and each file has buttons. You created this button just once, okay, and you have to make it in a such a way that every page of your application can consume this button. You have to make this generic. So if you write the handling, if you write handle click over here only, then this logic becomes combined, is stuck to this button component only. It is not generic. I cannot modify it from outside. Try to think. I cannot modify it from outside. Okay, as a developer, I want to make this button generic, so that now it is up to the page. Okay, it is up to the page to do whatever else they want. Okay, do whatever they want to do. It is up to them only. We are not worried what this function will do. We just provide a wrapper. Okay, we just provide a wrapper so that they can do whatever they want. Now it is up to the consumer of this button. It is up to the consumer of this button to do whatever thing they want to do with this. So this particular thing is not good. Okay, so what I have to do is I have to say something like say something like click action. Okay, click action equals to something like this. What I am doing, just bear with me. Okay, if I want to give control to the consumer to do anything it wants, so I'll say const click action equals to a function, and I say console.log I was clicked from parent. Okay, I was clicked from parent, and I pass this click action. The name doesn't has to be same. Okay, we are dealing with props now. Okay, so this, don't get confused that these two are same. You can say something like handle click action like this. Okay, now if I console the props, see, I get click action also. It is a function, handle function. See. So what we are going to do is, we are receiving this click action as a props. Okay, props are basically properties. Okay, props are basically properties. So I can destructure. Now don't get confused, the destructure is of React only. Destructuring is part of JavaScript. Please, that is why I said that have a basic understanding of JavaScript as well. So if I just destructure click action and I say that I call click action. Okay, now I get rid of this. Okay, now I'm telling that whatever is being called from the parent, do it. Okay, whatever is being called for the parent, do it. Now if I do click, see, I was clicked from parent. This is what it is. Now what if I forgot passing this handle click action. Now it will throw error. Oh my god, click action is not defined. Oh my god, what can we do to it? We can use something called as optional chaining. Okay, see, it is working fine. What is optional chaining? That it is again part of JavaScript only. Don't get confused. It says that question marks says that does it exist? Does it exist? Does click action exist? If it exists, then only execute it. Otherwise, don't execute it. As simple as that. This is optional chaining. If we have, for example, okay, in this props only, let's say I have some data. Okay, I have some data. I pass some data, like, okay. Now I want to pass some object as a data. Okay, I have A dot B, C, and C has a value of C. Okay, this has to be object. My bad. Okay, we have a nested object A, B, C. Now I say that if I pass, okay, beside children also, I can render something. Okay, I can render something like data dot A dot B dot C. Okay, see, I got click MEC over here. Okay, don't get confused. Let me add a plus sign. C, you see, you are getting plus this C over here. Now, what if I my data does not contain C? It instead it contains something like D. Okay, something like D. It is not rendering. Okay, it is not rendering. A dot B dot C. C is not there, right? C is not there. So this is giving undefined. But what if B is not also there? Okay, I make it S. Oh, it throws some error. Cannot read properties, reading C. This is error. This is error. So how can we fix this? We can write optional chaining like this. Okay, write question mark after every literal and save this. The error is gone. The error is gone. Okay, this saves us from whenever you are reading data from API. Make sure that you use optional chaining on the data so that to avoid any build time errors. Okay, so this was one example. Okay, this was about props. This was about children. This was about actions. Okay, on click actions. And we saw about export default and import functions. Okay, exporting and importing named functions and default imports and named exports. Sorry, what I said, default exports and named exports. Okay, and over here I want to why I could have done same thing whatever I did over here. Okay, whatever I did over here I could have done this inside app also. Why did I create a button? That is one good question, right? Why did I create a button? I created button because there is something called as separation of concern. Okay, in like in when you work in a company, so we have this industry practice of creating components that do their own thing. Okay, that is a separation of concern. Okay, this component should only do one thing. Okay, if this is a button, this should only do functionalities related to button. It should not render paragraph, it should not render tabs, it should not do anything. If it is a button, it should do everything related to button only. Okay, that is how you create components. And when you create this type of a structure, it becomes really very easier to optimize it using memos. Okay, we will see later about these hooks. Okay, these are really very important hooks. Okay, what is hook, even you might not know. I'll tell you in that what is a hook as well. But right now I am laying down the foundations. Okay, if your foundations are solid, then you can like build really great applications on top of React. Okay, so that is why having these little jargons. Okay, it is not a fancy term. Okay, separation of concern is not a fancy term. It is really very simple that if you are creating component, it should be a logical component like button. Okay, you can't create component like I don't know. I am not able to think of any illogical component, but the component has to be logical according to the UI. Okay, like button, if it is a button, okay, this is a component that is handling buttons. Okay, this is how you build components. Okay, and whatever the things I told you about the props, that you can destructure the props and you have to make the function name as capital. Okay, this is a standard, and the file name is also capital so that it can understand. And you can also create another folder called components, and you can move that button into that component as well. Okay, this is totally up to you. There is no hard and fast rule for the structure of the React. Okay, so this was all in this particular sub module. Implement whatever we have done so far so that you don't get lost, and properly make notes every time. Okay, I will pause this particular module for now. Take some break, have some tea, have some coffee, have some water. Don't drink cold drinks. Okay, yeah, because they are bad for health. So yeah, so this is what we had in this particular part. I will close this module now and I'll see you in the next one. So welcome back to another module. So in the previous video, in the previous sub module actually, we learned a lot about I guess the props, the children, the import export thing, and a lot of stuff. So let me just quickly add everything for the commit so that we can start fresh. So git commit -m props and children. Okay, so we have it. All right, so let's come back to the point. So remember there was one error regarding if you don't remember or not, then when we were having siblings inside that react.create element thing, there was a warning that each child must have a key property. You remember that, right? You remember that. So we have to look into that now. Okay, we will talk about the map function, how we can use the map to iterate over the array and render something. So why I am telling about this right now is you'll get that in a moment. So we can get rid of this button for now. We don't really need this. Okay. What we need right now is something that can append a lot of stuff on our system. Okay, something like an array. So if I like I'm creating some dummy data for us. Okay, const data is equal to an array. I hope you know what an array is, and we are creating array of objects. Okay, I'll call this as id as yep, id as what? I really don't I really don't know what should be the id. Let's call this as a, maybe. I don't know. Okay, id as a, and we have something like text is like text 1. Okay, and I'm just going to add certain items like a, b, c, d, e, and like text 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have this data. Now our goal is to render this data, render something based on from this data. Okay, whoa, what did I just say? Hear me out. So if I create a component called as a new file as text component, text.js. Okay, const text. Let's just quickly make a component. Okay, and we are going to return a p tag, for example. Okay, or not a p tag. Let's use a div. Okay, let's use a div. Okay, and you already know what is the drill. Okay, what is that drill these days? So we are having basic stuffs, something called as children from the props, and we are going to render the children. Okay, then we have export default text. Okay, and we have to import react. Okay, we have imported react. Now we have to do is import text from, I'm just doing a quick setup. Okay, nothing fancy right now. Okay, and over here, see, now over here, if I render my text component, okay, and I say data is an array, I want to take the first index, okay, of 0 dot text. Okay, if I save this, see, I get text 1. Now I wanna do for every text. Okay, so for that we'll do first of all we'll create fragments. Okay, then I'll paste this, and like I'll do it for 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we can have one more like this. We can do it like this. Okay, we can do it like this, or we can do something better. Okay, hear me out now. What we can do is, instead of doing it like this, I created curly brackets to write some JavaScript. And what do you think the JavaScript's map function does? It returns an array. Hmm? It returns an array. So if I grab everything, okay, and if I put it inside an array like this with comma separated values, Okay, this is exactly the same thing. And now it is saying that each child in a list should have unique key prop. Wait, hold on. We have this, okay. So what it does was, whenever in this curly bracket we have an array, JavaScript tries to compute this array. And in this we have various items. Each item is a component. So it renders these components. As simple as that. Okay. Nothing fancy. Please. Okay. Don't get scared, bro. Don't get scared. Nothing fancy. We are just having an array, and Java, when React is rendering, when React is loading this particular app function, this app component, it is evaluating what is being present. Now, can we generate this array dynamically? Think of a function in JavaScript which help us map. We can use map. Okay. So how can we use map? Using map is really very easy. Okay. Using map is really very easy. How you all you need to do is, let me just grab this one. Okay. And we can get rid of this. I'll just say data dot map. Why? Because I am iterating over the data array. Why using map? Because map would return an array. Okay. Dot item. Okay. And I want to return a component with data.text, okay, or item.text. See, this is working just fine. But why is it always complaining about a key prop? Let us just quickly fix this. Okay, I'll say key as, what should be the key? I will not, I'm not using ID. Okay, I'm not using ID right now. In the map function, the second parameter, the second argument you get is the index. Okay, the parameter, actually, this is not the argument. This is a parameter which you get index. So if I say that the index, the key would be the index, the error is gone. But React says that you should not use index. Why we should not use index? So to demonstrate that, I am going to need help of a hook called useState. I know you guys don't know about useState yet, okay, but you can just completely ignore the useState, because that is not the point. Okay, that is not the point. The point is to understand the usage of this key. Okay, don't get confused with useState. Vedant, you haven't told about useState and how can you use that. I'm just using it to demonstrate how we can like add a new data on the run only. Okay, on the fly. So just bear with me. Don't get confused, because okay, don't hurt your brains with and trying to understand useEffect now. Okay, don't go in that path. I want you all to focus in the present and focus on the usage of this key. As simple as that. Okay, so I'll just quickly import useState. Okay, don't panic. Okay, don't panic. Okay, just don't panic. Nothing happening. Nothing is happening. Okay, nothing is happening. This would work as it is. Okay, this would work as it is. What is that? useState. Think of useState as that we provided some data and we have the data variable like before, and we are mapping over it. And whenever I want to add or remove items from this array, I can use this function set data to play around with my data. Okay, to play around with my data. So now let's suppose I have this button. Let's use a button component. Okay, let's use a button component. Add a text. Okay, add a text. And what was the click action? Okay, this was the click action. So click action equals to handle click action. Okay, this is going to add a text. Okay, or handle click action, or I'll say add more data. Okay, add more data. Okay, this is looking nice. Now what I'm saying that is, whenever I will be clicking this, okay, add more data. Okay, we have this button, add more data. I am saying that whenever I will be clicking on this button, I will be adding more text. Okay, I will be adding more text, just one only for now. Okay, so I'll say something like set data, previous data. Okay, previous data, and I will be just destructuring, not destructuring, I'm just extracting out the data and adding one more data. Okay, adding one more text. This time the ID is F and it's a text 6. Okay, now I refresh, I click, see, text 6 came, it will add again and again. Okay, that is but not the point. Now let us suppose what is happening. So I have this previous data, right? I have to use previous data. Yeah. So add this, it is adding perfectly fine. But my point over here is that, let's suppose on the text we have some animations. Okay, we have some animations. So over here on the div, okay, on this particular div, I say that I have class name equals to text animation. Okay, we have some text animations. So I'll go to my CSS files. I'll just write inline CSS for now. Okay, not inline, basically this particular what we call, I forgot the name actually. We there was external CSS, inline CSS, and in document CSS, if I'm not wrong, something like that. I just not good with names. So I'll say transition, transition transform, transition transform 0.5 seconds is in y is in. Okay, and I'm going to say that transform translate or rotate by 90 degree. Let us see it is working or not. Why is it not working? Because I am missing something maybe. Let us add it, because it's been a while I have written CSS like this, or maybe the property is wrong. Translate X. Let us see. Transform invalid property value. Why is it so? Okay, 100 px. Okay, this was 100 px. Now if I add more data, this is adding over here. Okay, now if I say that if the component gets mounted, I'm going too complex over here. Okay, I'm going too complex. So if I want to show it visually actually, but okay, let's see if I can get this working for you all. Let me print out the children first. Okay, if I add more data, so we get 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right. Or maybe we don't need those animations, I guess. Okay, I can explain you all without using animations. Okay, that would get just messy. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, now over here what I did was that instead of appending the data at the very end, I am pre-pending the data at the very beginning. Okay, so if I save this, so you see that text 6 was rendered at the very first. Okay, it landed on the top. But if I have put console.log children, I have put console.log children inside this. Okay, I have put console.log inside children or inside the text. So I can see that if I refresh, once the page loads, I get text 1, text 2, text 3, text 4, text 5, and this particular thing. Now, the moment I add one more text, see 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all the components, this particular code again ran for everyone. Okay, again ran for everyone. Why? Because we are using key as an index over here. Okay, even if I add memo, okay, even if I add memo, okay, if you're not aware of memo says that, so we are not deep diving into useState and memo. I'm just explaining it right now so that when you come back, okay, when we will discuss memo, when we will discuss useState, come back to this particular part and rewatch it again. I'm just explaining why the keys are important. So memo does that. Memo says, we will discuss in deep also, but right now think of memo as whenever the props will not change, it will not run anything. As simple as that. So if I click this again, I am seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so why? Because if I just add this data at the last, okay, instead of adding it at the starting, okay, let me show you what it does. See, only text 6. I did not get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why? Because the key is index. The key is index. So currently you have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 as the index. Now when you add another item at the last, this becomes 5th index. Okay, this becomes 5th index. So when React is computing, it says that, okay, my index is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nothing changed. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing changed. Okay, so I will not render it, not render anything. Okay, not render anything. The moment I encounter a new index, okay, a new index, that means then React was thinking like, okay, it is a new data. React was thinking like, okay, this is let me take it as 0. Okay, this would be much easier to talk. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, now this is good. Okay, text 5 over here, text 5. Now text 0 to text 4, they were like, okay, nothing has changed for me. The key did not change for me. Okay, the no new data was added, so I will not re-render it. Okay, I will not re-render it. I will only re-render the new key, which is what? 5. Okay, now if I reverse the case, okay, if I reverse the case and I say that, okay, now I want to add the text 5 at the beginning. Now what do you think? Will it print 0, 1, 2, 3, 4? It printed 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It printed again these values. It is performance degradation. It is performance degradation. We should not do this. Why? Because again, when we are adding this, we are adding new item at the top. Now the text, the children was changed for every item. For 0, it was text 0, but now it is text 5 for it. For text 1, it is now text 0. Now simultaneously you cascade everything. That is why it is changing. Because the items inside it, the value of text was changing. So React was like, oh, my data changed, so I will re-render. I will not use a memo, I will re-render it. Okay, how can we fix this? We can fix this via using this ID. We should not use index. Okay, we should not use index. Okay, if the data is getting added or removed, if it is a static data, then it is fine. But if the data is getting removed or it is getting added, then don't use index. Instead use IDs. Okay, have a ID. Now if I do write item.id this time, and if I add more data, see, only text 5 was rendered and this was not changed. Okay, nothing was changed just for it. This is what I wanted you all to know. Why do we exactly need key? Because we note it down, because when we are rendering similar items in a map and in the array, the React has to know which item got updated, okay, so that it can optimize the diffing cycle. Diffing cycle now comes under reconciliation. Okay, reconciliation, React fiber, we are going to deep dive in the next sub video. But in this video, I wanted you to understand why this key is needed. Okay, how can we render data dynamically using maps? Okay, and what is the purpose of the key? Discard, okay, discard useState, discard memo for now if you don't get it. Just okay, I give you a overall brief description about useState. Okay, useState is used to change data. That is it for now. Okay, change data and set data and change data. Okay, memo, it avoids unnecessary run of the code when the values of the props are not changing. As simple as that. Okay, this is where key is important. Keys are very important in performance optimizations. You have to be very careful when using keys. Okay, so in this video we saw, okay, about the maps, how to render data from the list, and what is the importance of key. Okay, I'll close this sub video right now. Not close, I think I'm using the wrong word. I'll take a break. Okay, we both take break. Okay, get some water, get some rest, do some exercise or whatever you want, eat some food, good food, healthy food, and see you in the next sub video. So welcome back. In the previous module, we talked about rendering the data from the list, and we saw the importance of the key attribute. Okay, why it plays a crucial role when rendering items from the list, and we had a brief intro about useState and the memo hooks. We haven't really talked about what a hook is, and it was just a quick usage over here just to demonstrate the importance of the key attribute. So don't get worried, we'll be covering the hooks in depth now. And before starting, I have committed whatever we have done so far about the list. Okay, you can check out the repo and you can have it there. So this is where we have done the latest commit. So yesterday I committed whatever we have done, render data from the list and the importance of keys. So this is what we have done over here. And right now will be going in depth around this particular documentation which is being provided by React. So head on to react.dev and you can search for any content you want over here. All right, for example, hooks. We can learn about a lot of hooks over here. I'll try to cover almost every hook in this particular section, and we have a lot of things to talk about. Okay, so I'll just say, if you ever wanna refer to what a particular hook does, you can always refer to react.dev over here. Okay, if you wanna read it and if you wanna understand it via a set of examples, then obviously I am covering it in this particular tutorial. So that is it. Always refer react.dev. This is what I also refer. Okay, so this was just a heads up. Okay, and obviously someone who is starting with React, they won't be able to understand this particular documentation in the one go. Okay, you need some spoon feeding over there. You need some guidance over it. That is why I am here with this particular tutorial. So anyways, enough talking. I'll just move this to another screen, and yeah, so we'll get started with the hooks right now. So first thing first, what is a React hook? I hope you are ready with your notebook and pen, right? So React hooks are nothing but functions that perform some task. That is it. There are actually two types of hooks built in React hooks that come with the React package. For example, useState, useCallback, useContext, useRef, useCallback, useMemo. Okay, these are kind of hooks that are built in from React. And there are custom hooks, okay, that we can create our own hooks as well. We will have a dedicated section for creating custom hooks. But for now, we'll only deal what hooks are and what are the various types of inbuilt hooks. We'll try to understand each hook with the help of example. Right now, we'll be just dealing with one hook at a time. You saw mini example over here where we deal with useState and useMemo simultaneously. useMemo, not it is a memo. So we dealt with useState and memo together. So this is one mini example where two hooks are you interacting with each other. But right now, for helping you understand, I'll be nitpicking up small examples, and I'll show you every scenario that is happening with a particular hook. So what is a React hook? I have already told you that React hooks are nothing just functions that are expected to perform some task. That is it. Nothing fancy. Okay, now comes various types of hooks. Okay, like useState, useCallback, and other types. So in this particular module, we are going to learn the useState hook. Okay, and we'll see how we can use this useState hook to achieve, achieve rendering and other various things. Okay, so let me just clear this everything. The code is already pushed, so nothing to worry about. Okay. So for example, let's say you don't know about user state, and as a developer, my task is that I have a text. Okay, I have a text written like good morning user, and we have a button. Okay. Now I want that on click of this particular button. Okay, on the click of the button, the text should be changed to good afternoon user. Good afternoon user. Okay. Then how can we do this? Okay, so as in a layman terms, if I say that const message equals to hello user, good morning. Okay, and since this is a component, we are going to return some what? Real. Hear me out. I want to hear it from you. Come on. If it is a component are expected to return elements. Correct. So we'll return some element or a JSX. I'll return a div and I'll render the message. Okay, we save this. No. Yep. We save this and we head on to localhost 3000. Hello user, good morning. We received this particular text. All right, awesome. Now we need a button, and as we know that there can be only single parent, so we'll use fragment. I'll add my message, and here we have a button. Okay, I say change message. Okay, this nothing is happening right now. Okay, because we have not given any on click function and anything. So I'll give this function const change message. Okay, const change message equals to a function, and I'll say that this particular message variable I'll update it. Okay, so I'll call it let, and I'll say message equals to hello user, good afternoon. Okay, and on the click of this particular button, I am calling change message. Okay, so if we go over here and we run inspect, okay, why is it not updating? Is there something wrong we are doing? Let us check console.log message. Is it updating or not? So we get hello user, good morning, and when we click it, nothing is happening. Why? Let us check if something is getting updated in the message or something. If we click this, see, nothing is happening. Are we doing wrong something in the function? Let us log this also. Function clicked. Okay, and let's see function is getting clicked, but this should be rendered, right? This should update over here. Why is it not updating? Because see in React we can't update the JSX by normal variables. Okay, these variables do not have the capability to rerun this particular component. By rerun, I mean that re-render the component. Now what is re-rendering? So there is something called as rendering and re-rendering. So whenever the application loads for the first times, the like the browser is going through this line, okay, line by line, and it encounters, okay, I have a message, okay, I will put it in the memory, then we have this function, then we'll put this in the memory cycle, okay, then we return this jsx, okay, then since this is returning, then it will render on the DOM, and then when we click this, then it is pushed on call stack and everything. But in order to trigger re-rendering, we have to use a hook called as useState. Okay, so we need something called as a useState that helps us create a state variables. Okay, what are state variables? State variables are kind of variables which has the capability to perform re-render whenever they are changed. Normal JavaScript variables do not have the ability to perform re-render. Okay, so why is it? Because we are using React over here. Okay, now when using React, it is important that we go by the rules of React. React says that if you update any normal variable, I am not gonna perform a re-render until and unless it is a state variable. So to get state variables, we need useState. Okay, useState is a hook. Okay, so why is it having use? Okay, every hook which you create or which are inbuilt in the React always start with use. It is a kind of a convention which they are using. And okay, just ignore this and focus on this particular part, state. So use state is stating that we have to use state variables. Okay, so when we are using state variables, whenever we update the state variables, React detects that change. Okay, right now this is just a normal variable and React is not able to detect the change, okay, to perform a re-render. By re-render, I mean that it reruns this particular code again. Okay, this whole code is rerun again. That is re-rendering. Okay, I'll show you how. I'll prove that as well. Okay, so we have this particular thing. We need the use state variable. So let me just grab the use state variable. Okay, we'll first of all write it use state. Okay, we have the use state, but we need to extract something from it. Okay, we need to extract something from it. Okay, why an array? Because use state, if we go to the definition, it returns, see, it returns an array. It returns an array containing two things, something called as s. S is not defined much over here. Okay, but s stands for state, and this is a dispatch function. Okay, so if we go to user state, and by the way, if you want to look into this, you can just control click and you will land on this part. Okay, to get the definition. See, it is saying that returns a stateful value and a function to update it. Okay, it returns two things. Okay, I am just going by the documents. Okay, and nothing adding on my own. So we'll get one state variable. We can call this anything like message, and we can call, and we get a function to update the variable. So we'll call this update message. Okay, update message. And since we have a variable already, it is conflicting with our let variable. So I'll say that initially the message variable will be equal to hello user, good morning. I can get rid of this. Okay, I can get rid of this over here, and I have a message and this update message. Okay, this is the update message. So update message receives what? Update message receives the new value that you want to set. Okay, so the new value I want to set is hello user, good afternoon. So I'll call this update message over here and I'll say hello user, good afternoon. Okay, like this, and I will get rid of this. Now will it cause render cycles? Will it cause render cycles? See, this is working now. And let us have a quick look at the logs. So hello user, good morning. Okay, let us clear everything. Now we click it again. See, function click, hello user, good afternoon. Which are the logs which are running? We are running this log, and then we are also running this log. line number 12. See, line number 12 over here, console.log message. It is also getting run. Why this is getting run? Why this is getting run? First of all, okay, why this whole application is run? Because of re-rendering. Re-rendering means whenever a state variable is updated, it causes re-rendering. Note it down. Okay, when a re-render happens, whenever a state variable changes, it causes a re-rendering. Re-rendering means rerun of the component code. Okay, rerun of the component code. This particular code runs and it again repaints. Okay, it again repaints. I can show you how it updates the DOM. Okay, and it goes through all the paint cycle and everything. See, this is over here. Now when I see change message, okay, it is already changed. Wait, over here. Now if I update it, see, this was updated, right? But only this particular part was updated, not this button. Okay, look closely. Okay, look closely. See, only this part of the DOM was updated, rest was untouched. Why? This is because of reconciliation algorithm and React Fiber playing behind the scenes. Okay, we'll talk in depth about this particular part, but for now, just hang on to the use state because we haven't completed this yet. Okay, so we saw that we if we want to perform any update on the screen on any action, like you have some buttons, you want to perform something on the UI, you want to update the JSX, you want to update the JSX, you use a state variables. Note it down. When we are using state variables, whenever you want to update anything on the inside JSX, okay, whenever you want to update anything inside JSX, you have to put that inside a state variable. Note it down. Okay, have you noted it down? Yeah, because it will play a crucial role. I have seen people misusing the state variables. Okay, that is why it is very important for you to understand that we use state variables when we want to when we want any visual changes in the JSX. Okay, because I wanted a visual change on this message. Okay, I wanted to change this message on the click of a button. So to do that, I moved this message into a state variable. Okay, that is how it is done. So you have to be clear on this part. Okay, note it down. Have you noted it down? State variables are used for visual changes on inside JSX or on the screen. Okay, I hope that is clear to you. Now there's one more part. Okay, there is one more part. Can you guess that? So if I okay, if I just this update message receives a callback function as well. Okay, I hope you understand what a callback function is. This is part of JavaScript. Okay, this is part of JavaScript. Don't get confused. We have a callback function. Okay, we have a callback function. Okay, this is the new part which I wanted to tell you. And we have a variable. I can call this anything. So I can call this as previous data. Okay, and I will be logging console.log previous data is, and I am logging previous data. Okay, and I return hello user, good afternoon. Okay, will this work as it is? Will this work as it is? See over here, come back. Okay, let me zoom this. I think it was not working for you. It was not visible for you. So when we click this, we got hello user. When we landed on this page, we get hello user, good morning. When we click this button, we got function cling. And see, we are getting the previous data as well. The previous data was hello user, good morning, right? And this is the updated data. So in this particular callback which we are having, okay, this particular callback function is really crucial. This particular callback function is important in the cases when you want to deal with the previous information as well. Think of an example where we will need this particular previous data. Where can we use this? In the counter variables, right? In the counter variables. When you have the counter variables, okay, so let's suppose you start with 0, then you have to always increment it by 1. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so to do that, you have to always increment on the previous data. Like, okay, this is the really best part. Okay, this is the really best part. And this is not it. Okay, this is not the only thing. This update function, okay, this update message is updating the message asynchronously. I can prove this. So before changing the message, okay, function cling, okay, so I can call this before update. Okay, before update the value is something message. Okay, now after the click of the function the value will be something else. After update, do you what do you think the output would be? Let us get rid of this message, okay, to avoid any confusion. Now when I will be clicking this, what will be the output over here? Before update, hello user, good morning. After update, hello user, good afternoon, right? This is what you are expecting. Let us see this. Okay, oh my god, what is happening? Before update, hello user, good morning. After update, hello user, good morning. Okay, this is the previous data only. Okay, before update, hello user, good morning. After update also, hello user, good morning. Because it is a asynchronous task, my friend. Okay, this is a asynchronous task. It doesn't okay, whenever you fire this particular part, now I don't have to teach you asynchronous JavaScript. Come on, please. Okay, let me explain you. Whenever you call this function, okay, JavaScript doesn't wait. Okay, JavaScript doesn't wait for this variable to be updated. Okay, this doesn't wait for the variable to be updated. Instead, it says that okay, we have got this function. I will call this asynchronously. Okay, and I will again continue updating this particular part. Okay, I will continue executing this part. So that is why the message is not updated. Okay, my friend, you have to be careful over here. Let me come back. Okay, let me come back again. So we have good morning. If I click message again, we got good morning again, before and after also. Because JavaScript was not waiting for this message to be updated. Okay, this was not waiting. Instead, it batches. Okay, if you have multiple updates, okay, if you have like 5, 10, 30, 20 updates, it batches dot update, it batches. Okay, it performs a batch operation. Okay, it is only in React okay, only in React this batch thing. Okay, React, what it does here, it says okay, you have 5 variables, state variables updating at single time. Okay, I will not execute them one by one. Instead, I will batch them and execute them simultaneously. Okay, this is the power of React. Okay, so note it down. Any state variable updation is a asynchronous task. JavaScript does not wait for its execution. Instead, it executes the next statement after calling the function. Okay, after calling the update function. That is it. Okay, many of the developers actually, they get confused. Okay, they see that okay, I have the message variable up here, this would be hello user, good morning. Now whenever I call this function, now after from this line onwards, from line 15, I will get the new variable. No friend, no, this is not happening. Okay, you have to be very careful over here. But the thing is that okay, this variable updation, state variable updation is asynchronous. But what if I wanted to check when the variable was updated? As a developer, I wanted to check when this variable was updated. Now, in this part, useEffect will come into the picture. Okay, array dependencies and other stuff. Okay, we will discuss that in a moment. But before moving on to the next hook, okay, I'll close this module. Okay, why I'm saying close always. I'll wrap this module. Okay, I'll wrap this module, and in the next module we'll talk about the React fiber. Okay, reconciliation algorithm, because we have seen. Okay, because why it is important that you should know, because we have seen in the DOM that whenever I click this message, only this particular div changed to purplish and it updates. This button remained as it is. Okay, then how is the React working? It is not a very rocket science. Okay, we have to discuss about reconciliation and React fiber. Okay, that is the two things, and we don't have to go to inside the algorithm. Okay, that is not we have to do. Okay, you just have to know what is happening behind the scenes so that you have you think in React, okay? You think in terms of React only, okay? And there is one more thing I wanted to highlight over here, that whenever whenever we are performing state variable update, this whole component is re-rendered. Yeah, this whole component is re-rendered. If we have used this button, let me check if we have memo on button. Okay, we didn't had memo on the button. Okay, we didn't had memo on the button, so we'll be using this button component. Okay, we will be using this button component over here, and I'll show you why this is a costly operation. Updating a state in React is a costly operations if you have many components. I have seen many videos talking that you can do as many re-renders you want. No, my friend, it is a costly operation. Okay, I'll tell you how I can prove this. Okay, I will not speak anything without any proofs. Okay, I will prove this. So in this button component, we have to pass children. Okay, and we have to give this message. Okay, we have to give this message. And what was the prop name? The prop name was click action. Mhm. Okay, now inside this button component, we will log that rendering button. Okay, that is it. Now if I refresh this, see, you see rendering button, because the component was rendered for the first time. It will run. Okay, this whole code will run for the first time. Obviously, when JavaScript will render this, it will definitely render it for the first time. So it will execute these lines. Okay, it will execute these lines. Why it will not? Okay, it has to, obviously. So it will execute these lines. Now when I click this button, okay, when I click this button, see, I am updating a state variable. Okay, I will remove the logs. Oh my god, the button was also rendered. This button was also rendered. See, before we get these logs because we added it, but we are getting why the button was rendered, my friend. Why the button was rendered? Why the button was rendered? Okay, by the but we don't see the diffing. Okay, we don't see the DOM updations over here, but the component was re-rendered. The component was re-rendered. JavaScript recalculated everything over here. Recalculated everything over here. It's crazy, right? This is crazy. This is performance bad. This is bad for performance. Why? Because see, this is okay because we have only one component over here. Imagine you making a big project and you are performing a state update at the very top of the component where you have many components. All those components will be re-rendered, my friend. All those components will be re-rendered, and your performance will be shattered like anything. So we have to be really very careful when dealing with state updates. How we can have avoided this? How we can have avoided this? We can have avoided this instead of performing, and never ever perform state updates in the app. Okay. All this perform state updates inside the components. What could have I would have done is I would have basically moved this message inside another component. Okay, inside another component, and will I would have done this in that particular thing, in that particular component. Or if there is no choice, if we have to use button, I would have used you memo. Okay, we have used memo for text. Okay, like this, I would have used memo. I will show you the power of memo as well when we will talk about optimizations in the later section of the videos. But I would have used memo. Definitely I would have avoided re-renders. I can quickly show you how memo would work over here. Okay, we just have to import memo. Okay, I'm just showing the power of memo. Okay, I will not explain what memo is doing, because then again it will mix up everything. We just have to wrap memo on the function. Okay, I save this, I run this, I clear the logs. Okay, okay, maybe because the something was updated. Okay. This was updated, right? This function was updated. Huh, this is really crazy. I'm showing what okay, right now I will be just showing you what all it will take to avoid re-rendering of this button. I'll try my best to avoid re-rendering. Okay, so this is happening because whenever you are now dig deep. Now even if we provided memo, this component is rendering again, button is rendering. How we can fix this? We see that the component memo is re-rendering it because the props are changing. Come, if you don't understand, it is perfectly fine. Just hear me out what I'm saying. When you will get information, when you get to learn about memo, come back to this particular part and watch it again. Okay, it is very important to address this issue at this particular moment only, because otherwise it will get lost. You will also forget, I will also forget, and it will get lost. Okay, that is why I am dealing with this problem right and here only. You can save this timestamp in this video, and when you finish this particular whole tutorial, you can come back to these timestamps and watch the crucial parts again. Okay, right now we are fixing, and this can be a interview question also. Okay, they will say that, okay, I have this component, I am doing some state update, but I have to avoid re-rendering of this button. This is a very important interview question. Yeah. So how can we fix this? So we tried wrapping a memo. Okay, we wrapped this a memo, and don't worry if you don't understand memo. When you will understand, you can come back and watch it. I have said it many times. Now please don't blame me, Vedant. You are just I'm not able to understand and that this and all. I have told it. Have patience. Watch complete video. Okay, watch complete video and come back to these crucial parts again. Okay, note, that is why I'm saying that keep notebook. Okay, keep notebook and make notes which parts we have to revisit again. Okay, if we haven't done it, then there are many such moments in the tutorial that are going to happen, and it is important for you. Okay, so prepare notes, make notes. Okay, I'm saying it again. If you don't, it is up to you, your loss, but make notes. Okay, it is important. So we have this button, we have this. Now even after adding memo, it is not working. I am getting re-rendering again and again. Oh, it didn't re-render this time. Okay, because the text is not changing. Right, it is good afternoon again and again. That is why it is not updating. So how can we fix this? We can fix this by saying that change message, we have to use callback. Okay, because the definition, whenever this app is re-rendering, okay, why re-rendering? Because use state is called whenever we are performing use state, whenever we are doing update message, it is causing a re-render. Oh, what happened? It is causing a re-render. Re-render means that it will run this line again, this line again, this line again, this line again, and everything it will be run again. So that is why this definition, this variable, this const is a variable, right? This function is getting recreated again. And when button component receives a new function. Okay, it receives a new function every time. So we have to avoid recreation of the definition of this function. Okay, once this function is created in the memory, unless and until the message is not changed, it will not update. Okay, so I will do something like use callback use callback like this, and it will complain about the dependencies, because we are logging the message. Okay, we are logging the message. We can just get rid of message. Okay, we can get rid of this message variable, and we are not consuming this message anywhere. Okay, now if I go and refresh, I clear, I run this. See, rendering was not called. We fixed that error. My friend. We fixed that error. See, This is amazing, right? This is amazing. We just wrapped it. Another use callback. What you, in simple words, use callback was doing what? That whenever the re-rendering was happening, it avoided recreation of this variable, this recreation of this function. So the next time this click action was receiving a function, it received the same function from the same memory allocated. Okay. So whenever this app is rendered for the first time, a memory is allocated to this particular function. Now when it re-renders, what it was doing that before that, it was recreating in this function in a separate memory location. So when this button prop was receiving change message, it received a different message. It received a different function. Sorry, it received a different function that time because it was in a new memory location. With use callback, we were saying that okay, whatever memory location was allocated to change message during the first render, pass that only. Do not recreate this change message again. We optimized it. Okay, we did two optimizations. Okay, first was adding memo. Okay, this handled the re-rendering of button at some extent, and then what we also did was we used use callback, so we avoided recreation of this function again and again in the re-render cycles. Okay, re-render cycles is re-rendering only. Okay, so whenever you perform a update, one cycle of re-rendering happens. You click again, one cycle happens again. Okay, so we call this as a re-render cycles. Okay, the many times you update states, that many times it will perform a re-rendering. Okay, so that is why it is a cyclic process. Okay, it re-renders and it comes back again, it re-renders and comes back again. Okay, so that is what it is. So we did something. I know it was a lot. If you are not aware of use callback and use memo, it might have bounced off from your heads. Okay, but I said before that you can save this timestamp, you can come back to this part later when you finish the video. But it was important for me as a teacher, as your teacher, to address this problem right now, right over here, to make you realize that what it takes to make a better application, what it takes to optimize our operations, to optimize applications. Okay, so this was the use state. I know we used use callback and used memo as also, but it was necessary because I wanted to show you that you don't misuse. The only intention behind doing this was that you don't misuse state variables because they cost a lot on the performance. Okay, so this was it in this particular module. Take some rest, drink some tea, drink some water, drink some fruits, drink some juices, eat some fruits. Okay, and come back healthy, and we will discuss in the next module about the reconciliation and the React fiber things. Okay, bye bye. Hi, welcome back to the module. In the previous module, we learned about the user state, and we saw that how only a particular DOM section was getting updated when we were clicking this button. Okay, so and whatever changes we have done inside in the code base, that has been pushed on the repo inside the commit named as intro to hooks, use state hook, and its misuse. Okay, you can check this commit to get all the code we have written in the previous module. Okay, now in this particular module, we are going to deep dive into how exactly does React knows which DOM it has to update. Okay, we already saw that it was only updating a particular section, a particular div. So if I am not wrong, we can inspect it over here, and whenever I click this, only this particular div was getting updated and nothing else. Okay, so how exactly does React does this, and what is the mechanism behind it? So go ahead, go to Google and type React fiber, and you'll get first GitHub link over here from Adelaide, React fiber architecture. Click on this, and inside you have a really great insightful documentation about how exactly does React does this whole computation behind the scenes. And I am going to summarize this for you right now. Okay, we are not going to read it because it gets very lengthy and boring as well. So I leave that reading up to you, but I'll just give you the key points of how exactly does everything work. What is reconciliation, what is React Fiber, and what is exactly a Fiber, virtual DOM, and virtual call stack. Okay, yeah, virtual call stack as well. You might have heard about virtual DOM, but virtual call stack is also a thing. So I hope you have your notebook and pen ready. So let me get started. See, so React Fiber is an ongoing implementation of React's core algorithm. It is the accumulation of over 2 years of research by React team. So this React Fiber actually came in version React 16. Note it down. React before that, before React 16, React Fiber was not there. So it is an old thing. Okay, it is nothing new. So React Fiber got introduced in what? In React 16. Okay, and it is a way to optimize this rendering process. I'll tell you how. So in this part, we can skip this. And this guy, he's stating that he is while he was writing this. Okay, so let's go to his profile once. How can I go to this profile? Yeah, so he is from React Core team, Next.js, Vercel, and other stuffs. But while he was writing this, he wasn't the part of the core team. So he has clearly mentioned it. You can read it there. So over here, let us come back to the main parts. What is a reconciliation and what is a update? So behind the scenes, React uses a algorithm called as reconciliation, which is a diff. Okay, the algorithm React uses to diff one tree with another to determine which parts need to be changed. Okay, now how does the concept of tree come over here? Let me tell you. So whenever your app renders, okay, note it down as I'm speaking. Whenever the app renders, the React, forms a tree-like structure of the complete application. Okay, behind the scenes, you see this is a tree-like structure with like this. A body is one of the parent. It contains a div. A div contains a sibling of div and button again contains some text. So it is a tree-like structure. What React does behind the scenes is it makes a tree like structure of your complete DOM. Okay, now whenever you perform a state update, okay, whenever you perform a state update of the new render, again a tree is created. Okay, again a tree is created. So one is one tree is from the previous render, and one is the tree computed from the current render. Now React uses this reconciliation algorithm to compute difference between these two trees. Okay, the first tree is what that was generated from the previous render, and the second tree is generated from the current re-render. Okay, now React compares these two trees via reconciliation algorithm, and it determines which parts need to be changed. Okay, and then only React changes those parts on the actual DOM. Okay, these two trees are not real DOM, these are called virtual DOMs. Okay, they are just representation of the actual DOM. Okay, they are not actual DOM, these are only some trees. Okay, low memory consumption trees which represents virtual DOM. And whenever React compares, okay, this is the part I have to change, React goes to real DOM and updates it. Okay, this is what it is. So the reconciliation is the algorithm that uses to diff one tree with another to determine which parts need to be changed. What is an update? A state change in the data used to render a React app, usually result of set state. This we have already seen. So update or re-render are the same things. Whenever a state changes in the React application, a update or a re-render happens. Okay. Now, in this part, we can see that we have central idea of React to re-render allowed developers. Actually, re-rendering. Hmm. Now, this is the really important point over here. Okay, this is what makes you you think about the fiber structure. So before, when this was all done, when this all reconciliation was done, there were certain points like in the UI. It is not necessary for every update to be applied immediately. In fact, doing so can be wasteful, causing frames to drop and degrading the user experience. So whenever you are updating the state of the application, you do not necessarily need to update. So whenever the UI is updated, it is not necessary to apply that update immediately. Okay, there can be some low priority, high priority task that needs to be done. So high priority tasks need to be applied immediately, and low priority tasks can be done later. High priority task is what, like performing animations. Okay, you have to perform animation as quickly as possible so that it is within the 16 milliseconds time range. Okay, 60 fps. Okay, frames should not drop. What if you perform animations very lately, then the frames would drop, right? It will not perform the frame per second. 60 fps would be lost. So you have to prioritize the task. Okay, the animations has to become first, then other things are having lower priority than that. So this is what this point is saying. Different types of updates have different priorities. A animation update needs to be completed more quickly than, say, a update from a data store. See, this is what I was saying. So animation has higher priority over data update from the store. So stores, if we will cover those stores later, like Redux-toolkit and other stuff. So whenever the store updation happens, that is a low priority task as compared to animations. As compared, see, every task has a good amount of priority. Okay, nothing is less, nothing is more. But when we have relative comparisons between two tasks, then animation takes precedence over data store update. Okay, that is what it is saying. It is not like data store updates is not trivial for application. It is trivial because various components are relying on this data store to get updated, right? So animations first, then data store second. So a push-based approach requires the app to decide how to schedule work. A pull-based approach allows the framework to be smart to make decisions for you. See, a push, there are two approaches, push and pull. Push is like I push certain a task to gain precedence over others. Okay, and pull based is a approach where I do not have to worry about the priority of the task. React itself is smart enough to take these decisions for us. Okay, you got the point, right? So what were the key highlights? We understood that whenever there is an update on the UI, all the tasks are not necessary to be applied immediately. There is a hierarchy among those tasks. High priority tasks will be done first, and low priority tasks will be done later. This saves a lot of unnecessary wastage. Okay, wastage, I mean that, see, every task you perform takes some toll on the performance. Okay, whether you update UI or do something, whenever you do some work, it takes a toll, like it takes some energy. So it is necessary that you do not perform all these tasks at one go. Okay, if you put a lot of work on the browser at the same time, then the performance will get degraded. The browser will not be able to perform all those tasks as efficiently if they are divided separately. Okay, so if you divide those tasks and give it one by one to browser, then it can perform those tasks at its full capacity. Okay, so that is what it is. So currently, before React 16, when there was only reconciliation, React was doing all its tasks at once. It was doing all its tasks, animations, data store updates, and whatsoever, all at once. Okay, all at once. And this is why developers at that time were facing high performance issues. Okay, high performance issues. So when they thought that, okay, let's not leave it to the developer. Okay, As a developer, I can prioritize my animations via request animation, callback, and other stuff. And there are many approaches to do that. But what React thought that, okay, why not take this burden off from the developer and do it ourselves? And that is why they come up with this React Fiber. Okay, React Fiber is not kind of a a replacement for reconciliation. It is not. Don't get confused. Okay, React Fiber solves these problems that we discussed just now. Okay, I hope you are maintaining notes. It's very crucial. So reconciliation is the diffing algorithm between the two trees. We saw that, okay, it solves some purpose, but again there were still some problems that we need to solve about the task. Okay, the task priority was not set. So there comes Fiber now. Okay, we will see how this is happening. So Fiber, we are about to discuss the heart of Fiber architecture. Fibers are much more lower abstraction than the application developer think about. You can find, okay. See, Fibers gives us the following advantage. Okay, see. The primary goal of the Fiber is to enable React to take advantage of scheduling. Okay, specifically if we need to be able to pause a work, come back later to it, assign priority to different type of work, reuse previously completed work, abort work if it is no longer needed. Okay, so these are all the things. And I have a quick question for you. Put some stress on your mind and think that where exactly the work happens on the browser. Think. So if I say that I am doing some work, I am executing some function, where is that executed? Call stack? Basic JavaScript, right? Basic JavaScript, call stack. So I can pause some work on the call stack. I can assign priorities to the various tasks in the call stack. I can reuse previous completed work. I can abort certain tasks on the call stack. Isn't it amazing? Like call stack, in regular call stack, you push items, okay, on the top, okay, and they start executing one by one without any priority. Now let's say on the call stack, you have some low priority tasks, some high priority tasks. Okay, then you can pause low priority task and execute high priority task. Then you can, once you have paused it, you can come back. Okay, you can come back to it later and resume it. If the work is no longer required, you can abort it. And if certain animation was completed before, you can reuse that task again to compute the animations. Very simple, right? Very simple. This is the power. But how exactly we can modify the browser's call stack? Browser call stack is something we can't modify this much, right? Browser, we can't change the algorithm of browser, right? React can't change algorithm of browser, right? It can't. So what they come up with was, they come up with their own call stack. They called it as virtual stack frame. Okay, virtual stack frame. So React Fiber implements something called as virtual stack frame. React Fiber is the re-implementation of the stack. Okay, it is not re-implementation of reconciliation algorithm. Don't get confused, my friend. Many of the developers, they have this misunderstanding that Fiber is replacement of reconciliation. Difference between reconciliation and Fiber, but they are two different things. How can you compare? Reconciliation is a diffing algorithm, and Fiber is what? Fiber is a re-implementation of the stack. How can you compare two different worlds? Okay, this is a silly question I have seen. Okay, this is I have seen many times in the interviewers asking what is the difference between reconciliation and React Fiber. What is this? Be precise. Okay, be clear of what you read. That is why I am saying that after we finish the summary of this particular Fiber, I recommend you to read this. Okay, recommend to you to read this so that you get to understand what exactly it is. Okay, so basically, React Fiber, where were we? I forgot. So yeah, so React Fiber is the re-implementation of the stack specialized for React components. You can think of single Fiber as a virtual stack frame. So on the virtual stack, we have various levels. each level is called frames, virtual stack frame, and these all single frames are called fiber. Okay, these all single frames are called fibers. Let me if I can show you via some diagram. Let us see if I can provide you. What was this? Oh, this was which is this? Oh, this was from my JS Yatra JS Cafe book. So okay, so let us take some diagram. Not this one. This is too ugly. This one. Okay. Okay. This is a container. Okay. Now in this container, this is a call stack. Okay. On the call stack, I have various sections. See, this is a call stack. Okay. And these items, okay, these things are called frames or fiber. Okay. So these are called. So this is whole is a what? Whole is what? Call stack. This whole is called virtual call stack, and this each item is called a frame or fiber. Okay, make this diagram, it is very important. Okay, now I can have some low priority task and high priority task over here. Okay, and I can pause some work, I can resume some work, I can abort some work, I can come back later to some work. Okay, this is what it is. Okay, this is React fiber. Okay, let us come back. So this is the React fiber for you, and you can learn about the structure of the fiber, how it works. But let us read this part also. Okay, so newer browsers and React Native implement APIs that help फिर से newer browsers and React Native implement APIs that help address this exact problem. Request idle callback schedules row priority task function to be called on ideal period, and request animation frame schedules high priority function to be called on the next animation frame. The problem is that in order to use those API, you need a way to break rendering work into incremental units. If you rely only on the call stack, it will keep doing work until stack is empty. Okay, see, to cater to our problems, we had two things in the market. One is request idle callback. Okay, request idle callback, you can check this. So request idle callback method queues the functions to be called during the browser's idle periods. Okay, whenever the browser is not doing any work, it will schedule some low priority task. Okay, this enables developers to perform background and low priority work on main event loop without impacting the latency critical events such as animations, input response, and other stuff. Okay, but the problem with that is it waits for the browser to be ideal. Right? So this is what Fiverr is solving. Fiverr is saying that, okay, I will not wait for the call stack to be empty. I will create my own virtual call stack. Okay, and I will stop and resume work based on the priority which I think it is important. Okay, so this was a solution for us, but again, this waited for the call stack to be empty. There can be some scenarios where your call stack is never empty. You are always doing something and something. Then this thing will never get executed. Okay, that is what this line is saying, that the problem is that in order to use those API, you need a way to break rendering work into incremental units. If you rely on call stack, it will keep doing work until the stack is empty. This is what they're saying. And we have something called as request animation framework. Okay, request animation frame, sorry. So this is request animation frame method tells browser that you wish to perform an animation and request that the browser calls a specific function to update an animation right before the next repaint. This method takes a callback as an argument to be involved before the repaint. So before the next repaint happened, if you wish to execute something, you can use request animation frame. Okay, so these were the two options for us. but again there were some problems. Okay, that is why they come up with virtual stack called as React Fiber. Okay, this is the power. Okay, so whatever, if you are above React version 16 and above, then you have React Fiber already. You have React Fiber already in your systems. Okay, and it is taking care of high priority and low priority work. Okay, you don't have to worry about. So this was the React Fiber and reconciliation algorithm for you all. I hope you understood it. It was just theoretical because again we are not going to look into deep dive into the algorithm inside the React's packages and see how they are doing. It is a long process. Okay, so this was a high level view. Okay, and this is a really very important interview question as well. Like explain me the reconciliation algorithm and the React Fiber architecture. You can explain this. Okay, once you talk about virtual stack frame, boom, you rocked. Okay, so this was all in this particular sub module, and I request you to prepare notes and visit this whenever you want to revise. Okay, so this was all in this particular module. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, welcome back. In the previous module, we discussed about the React Fiber and the reconciliation algorithm. In this particular module, we are going to talk about the useEffect hook. So, as I have told already, that a hook is a function that does some task. So we have okay. So we have a hook called as useEffect provided by React. It is a built-in hook. Okay, it is a built-in effect. So the purpose of this useState, as per the React dog, it says that this hook lets you synchronize a component with external system. So what does that mean? First of all, let us try to understand the nature of the useEffect hook. Let's just get rid of everything over here. We don't need it. We don't need this, and obviously we can get rid of this as well. So we'll import our useEffect hook. Okay, so useEffect hook is something which can run on various occasions. Okay, think of it as a function that is expected to run whenever certain props changes, whenever the component mounts, or whenever there is a re-render. Okay, so I'll tell you each step one by one. So first of all, let us write the basic useEffect. Okay, so useEffect is a function. Okay, in this you provide a callback. Okay, this callback is what we want to execute whenever this useEffect will run. So then the question is, at which occasions can we expect this useEffect to run? There is no single occasion. Okay, there are multiple ways in which we can trigger this useEffect. Let me show you how. So first of all, you need to understand that this useEffect takes one mandatory argument, which is the callback function, which we want to trigger, and another is an optional argument, which can be either empty, you don't pass it, or you can pass an array. Okay, so this array is called dependency array. Note it down. So this is called a dependency array. We'll see what is the purpose of this dependency array, but first of all, let's just write something. Let's just write a console.log. I am running. Okay, and let's just save it and run this on. So you can see that I am able to see this log. I am running. This was running once. Okay, now let's try to update the state of this component. Okay, I'll just create one data set data use state, for example 0 maybe, and then I am rendering this data over here, and we have a button. Okay, update, and on the click of it, I hope this is a piece of cake for you now. Look, this is nothing, we have already seen this. On click of it, I want to set data. Okay, I want to increment it to +1. Okay. So I'll get the previous data and I am going to return previous data +1. Okay. Now let's see. We have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like this. It is updating, but this is running only once. This use effect ran only once. Okay. Now what if I remove this? I'm just showing you all the various scenarios right now. Okay, and then I'll explain what is the purpose behind this dependency array and what are the occasions it is running. So let's go back. Okay, now we have, see, after every render it is running. See, so what did we understood? We understood that useEffect plays a vital role, and it runs if we don't provide the dependency array. It will run on every re-render. Okay, first it will run on the mount, and then after every re-render. So on the mount, I mean that when the application is loaded for the first time, it will run once. Now whenever I re-render my component, it will run. Okay, so note it down. When there is no dependency array passed to use effect, the effect, okay, we will call this as effect. Okay, this is called effect. The effect is expected to run after every re-render. And if we pass a empty array, okay, if we pass a empty array on the use effect, the effect will only run on the mount of the application. Okay, we are seeing this one, right? This is running only once. You have written it down. Now comes the very crucial part. Okay, now comes the crucial part that okay, let us suppose we have two data 1, data 2, set data 1, set data 2. Okay, and I'll say that this is set data 1. Okay, data 1, and let us add a break. Okay, and we'll update 1, and let us just copy this and add it over here, called it as data 2, and I'll update the data 2 over here. Okay, update 2. Okay, we have got two things. Let us add a break here as well. Okay, this is updating 1, this is updating 2. Okay, now this array dependency array can take any state variable. Okay, yeah, state variable or anything that is expected to change during the re-renders. Not just variables, it takes functions as well. So I'll show you in a moment. So if I just pass data 1 over here, okay, so I'll call this as data 1 changed, and I'll pass data 2 over here. I'll call this data 2 changed. Okay, so these two guys will run on the mount. Okay, they run on the mount. Now if I update 1, see, if the data 1 is updating, then this effect will run every time this variable changes. Okay, see, now if I change 2, see, this effect is running every time data 2 changes. So now let's come back to the definition. This effect lets you synchronize a component with external system. Okay, for example, right now in this scenario, we have these variables present inside our component. Okay, so we are listening to changes. So focus on my words. We are listening to the changes. We are listening to whenever this data 1 is changing. We are listening to whenever this data 2 is changes. So currently these two, data 1 and data 2, are present inside our internal systems. Okay, what if these were coming as a props? Can we pass props as well? Yes, we can pass props, and we can synchronize our our application from external external system. So external system is props, okay, we receive from the external environments. So we can synchronize our applications with these use effects. So let us take one nice example. I guess we should take one. So we can move these. Okay. Maybe we can have okay. We are rendering this, right? We are rendering this component over here. We can just move this inside a text. Okay. So we have this text over here. Okay. I am going to pass this data1 as a maybe not as a children, maybe we can pass them as a what say external data. Okay, we can pass it as a data1, and we can call this as we don't need object, we need the value. Okay, we can get rid of this and this, and we'll call this as data2, and I'm just rendering it. Okay, we are not consuming this external data, so we can get the props. So over here I can get external data. Okay, and beside children I can render my external data as well. Okay, like this. So see, 0 1 are present over here. Fine. So the moment I update, this is updating, and we are getting undefined for, let me check which are the logs. We are logging children. We can get rid of this. Okay. So data1 is changing, data2 is changing. Now, instead of having this effect over here, okay, what I'll say that I'll move just one effect. Okay, I'll just move this one effect and move it inside my text. I will import this use effect, and I'll listen now to that external data. Okay, so I'll call external data changed, and I am printing out my external data. Okay, and we can save this. So see, right now, since we have two components, okay, so this effect will run twice for each text component over here. The moment I update one, external data 1 2 3 4, and let's clear this, and if I change this, see, external data, it is running. So this effect not only, okay, this effect not only listens to internal state variables, but can also listen to the props, and it can also accept functions as a dependencies as well. So we'll understand this later when we'll call some function and see. Okay, so but that is something later. Just focus about it right now. So we saw that use effect is a hook that listens to some changes and it reacts accordingly, whatever we have supplied inside the effect. Okay. Now, what are the use cases we can come up with right now? Okay, we have to figure out some use cases. So we have to think of a good example over here. Yeah. So I have a pretty good example right now in my mind. Okay, so we are having this text component. Let's try to make a counter. Okay, let's try to make a counter using the use effect. Okay. So we can get rid of this right now. Okay, or we can just get rid of this. Okay, we can get rid of this, and I'll say this as a counter, set counter. Okay, initial it is 0, so I'll say something like span current time is counter. Okay, this is current counter. Now we have got this. Now let us add one button. Okay, I'll call this as a start timer. Okay, and on click, I'll call this as a start timer. We have to create this function. So I'll just say const start timer equals to a function. This is normal JavaScript function. Okay, now what we have to do is whenever we start a timer, okay, so we actually don't want to start the timer on the click of it, otherwise it will involve useRef right now. Okay, but right now I can just say that. Okay, so let's say I want to start the counter as soon as my component is loaded on the screen. So I'll say, okay, then I want to trigger something on the mount. Okay, think in those terms. If I want to start the timer whenever the application loads, okay, I want to basically trigger something on the mount. Then which is the best place to handle this thing? Which is the best place to trigger actions on the mount of the component? It is the useEffect with empty array dependency. Okay, so we have this useEffect over here, and this thing will run only once. Now over here, if I say set interval, okay, set interval after every one after every 1000 milliseconds, which means after every 1 second. After every 1 second, I want to update this counter. Okay, so I'll call this set counter previous counter. Okay, and I'm going to increment the previous value with 1, previous value plus 1. Okay, let's save it. See, 0 1 2 3 4, it is happening automatically, right, after every 1 second. But there is a catch. Okay, I'll tell you what this is. Let us create one component, called it as a timer. Okay, timer.js. Okay, I'll create quickly this function component const timer equals to. Okay, we have this over here, and let us quickly copy this over here, and we have to import these guys. Okay, we don't need use callback. Okay, we need these guys only. So we have got timer, and what we have to do is we have to perform export default timer, and I'm going to consume the timer. Import timer from /timer, and we are rendering this timer over here. Okay, very simple. And we remove these things. Okay, now let us refresh. It is still working the same. Now let's say I have a button. Okay, I have a button over here. I say remove timer from app. Okay, and I have a on click. I'll say remove timer. Let us create this function, const remove timer. Now my goal is that whenever I click this button, this component should not exist in my application. Okay, so for that I'll create one state update. Okay, state variable, because we want to deal with UI now. We want some visual changes on the UI. So I create one variable, call it as show timer and toggle timer. Okay, you can give whatever name you want. Use state. By default it is true. I want to show the timer, and we have to add conditional rendering over here. So if show timer and timer, right, and timer. What is this and timer now? This is JavaScript only, right? If this is true, then this will execute. If this is false, this will not execute. And operator. Okay. Now whenever I say remove timer, okay, or I say uh, toggle timer. Okay. Instead of remove timer, I'll call this a toggle timer. And yeah, I can get rid of this. Don't need this. We have a toggle timer already. So I'll just quickly call this function like this, and toggle timer will do opposite of show timer. Okay. So if I remove this, see, it is gone. Timer is gone. But there is some catch. Okay, there is some catch. If I write console.log I am running set interval. Okay. If I refresh, see, I am running set interval 2, 3, 4. If I remove this application, even though this timer is running, right? Even also this timer is running. This is very important. This is very important. This can be asked in interviews, and most other developers, they forget to treat this. I'll tell you what. So we have done what? We have a timer component which has a useEffect empty array. It will run once and it creates a set interval. Okay. And it runs after every 1 second and updates our counter. And inside this show timer thing, we are having a button which can remove or show the timer component which we just created. So we see that this set interval is running after every second. The moment I remove this, see, if I go to DOM, my timer is gone. My timer is gone. Now it is shown. Now it is gone. But this interval keeps on running. This is a greatest example of memory leaks. Okay, memory leaks. We have this timer component. We removed it, but it was still executing. Why? Because we have not, okay, note it down, we have not handled the cleanup functions. Okay, now we are going to talk about the cleanup functions. Okay. So what is a cleanup function? Cleanup function is really very simple. Okay, if the component unmounts, okay, if the component unmounts, the cleanup functions run for every use effect. For every use effect. Okay, note it, please be clear, it is not only for this empty array. Okay, this like this cleanup functions will run for every use effect, whether it has empty array, whether it has some props. Note it down, it is very important. Okay, don't get confused. So this cleanup function, how you will write a cleanup function? You just have to write a return statement at the end, and you return a function. Okay, you return a function, and whatever you perform inside this particular function, that will be executed. So if I just write console.log I was unmounted. Okay, let us run this. See, it is running right now. The moment I unmount it, see, this was called I was unmounted. The moment this timer unmounts, okay, this thing will run, and it will run once. Okay, so what I wanted to do was, I wanted to clear this interval. So I'll say const interval equals to this, and I wanted to do clear interval of this. Okay, so we can check this. Okay, console.log created interval with id. The id is this. Okay, you know already, right? Set interval returns id. Okay, we created a interval with id. Now this says I was unmounted, and if I say removing interval with id interval, okay, let us refresh. So it created an interval with id 4. The moment I unmounted, it says removing interval with id 4. Now see, the timer is stopped. Timer is not there. timer is not there. This is the power. Okay, this is the power. This amazing thing is achievable with React. Okay, this is the power of um cleanup functions. And you have, being a good React developer, you have to handle these little things. Okay, you can't afford a memory leak in the application like this. Okay, you have to be very you should have a very eagle eyes to notice these things. Okay, and it is a very important interview question of React. Okay, so you have to do this. And how was, okay, quick question, how was how was this return statement, okay, how was this return statement able to access this interval value closures? Obviously, if you know closures, you can easily, that is why it is really very important for you guys to understand the concepts of JavaScript. Okay, so closures, okay, it performed a closure. So whenever I declare, this is a function, this thing, okay, from here to here, it is a function. Now we created one variable and then we returned it. Okay, so this returned function has information about its lexical environment, and this is the lexical environment. Okay, this variable was there. So whenever we return something from the function, it has information about this lexical environment, which was this, and this interval was present. Now you get it, right? So this is really very important. And I wanted to show one more thing. Okay, one more thing. Yeah, one more thing. So let's suppose I pass a variable, some prop called as custom text. Okay, and I wanted to say that this is a good clock. Okay, custom text. Over here I write one more br. Okay, we already have a br, and over here I have a span. Okay, we are getting it from the props. Okay, I'm not destructuring. We can do destructuring, but I am just showing you for the purpose. So you see, you are getting this. This is a good clock. Okay, let us add one more break. This is a good clock. Okay, now if, let's suppose, if I have a use effect, that is listening, or that is listening to this custom text. Okay, let us just destructure it. It is very easy now because we are using at two places. Okay, that is why I am destructuring it. So custom text, we can remove this. We have this custom text, and this is props. Okay, we are extracting custom text, and let us suppose I am listening to this custom text. Okay, and I have a return statement. I have a cleanup function, console.log cleaning up second effect for custom text. Okay, what do you think if we unmount? Okay, do you think if we unmount this timer, will this statement run? What do you think? Okay, because many a times I've seen that developers think that this cleanup function is only when the component mounts, unmounts, and that stuff. But no, this, if you have 100 use effects in your code and you unmount that component, this return, okay, for every effect, this return statement will be executed. I'll show you how. So see, I cleared this. I was unmounted, removing interval with ID 4, cleaning up the second effect for the custom text. Every effect, every return statement of the effect will run whenever you unmount the component. You have to write this. This is very important. Okay. So whether the effect has, okay, let us take one more example. Use effect. Okay. Use effect without any array. We don't pass any array. So I'll say console, or also you should not use this thing. Okay, you should always have a dependency array because it will run after every render. Okay, so this is a performance optimization thing. Okay, don't use this. Okay, there are better ways to do that. So I am re-rendering. I am rendering the spelling, rendering again, and again. So if I have return statement, okay, and I write copy this and I call it third effect. Okay, so this will run. I am rendering again and again and again and again. Okay, now if I just do this, okay, see, cleaning up second, cleaning up third. Return statement of every effect runs when the component unmounts. We have proved this today. Okay, so this was the use effect, my friends, and this is all you will need in your lifetime about the use effect. This is all you need, nothing else. There is not, मतलब बात खत्म हो गई यहाँ पे, आगे अब इसके आगे कोई बात ही नहीं है इफेक्ट में. Okay, so this is what it is. The everything I have told you about effect. Okay, and there is nothing left about effect now. So this was the use effect hook for you. We saw one really good example about the timers. So this was all in this particular module. Your task is to stop this video right now, implement this, whatever we have written, okay, whatever we have implemented so far, make notes, okay, and yeah, this was all. See you in the next module. Hi, welcome back to another module. In this module, we are going to learn about the use layout effect. It is a very underrated, hook provided by React, and I have seen most of the developers ignoring this particular hook. And trust me, this can, this hook is really very important if you want to optimize some performance, or if you want to remove some jitters and lags in your animations. So we'll talk about this use layout effect in depth. And before that, let me recall what we studied in the previous module. We talked about the the use effect, and we saw various examples. So let us just go ahead and commit this. Exploring.
Wait. Did you check the JS Cafe website? Here you can find the solutions to all the problems that I've solved on the channel. Plus, you also get an organized curriculum in the form of roadmap to help you crack any interview. So what are you waiting for? Go to jscafe.dev and start your front-end journey with us.
Use effect hook. The E is capital. Okay, all right, we are all done. So let us go ahead and see the definition of the use layout effect according to React Dev. So React Dev says that use layout effect is just a version of use effect that fires before the browser repaints on the screen. All right. So it is saying that if we have use effect and use layout effect running in the same component, then the use layout effect will run first, then followed by the use effect. We'll see that in a moment. We don't need this now. Okay, just for the definition part I was referring. So if we have this component, let me just go ahead and npm run serve. Okay, we go ahead and go ahead localhost 3000. So we have this clock running. Okay, and if we go to inspect console, so we are seeing a lot of logs over here. So let us clear some logs and see. So we have this, okay, use effect, cleaning up the second effect and whatnot. We can get rid of this one. Okay, or maybe we keep this and just add a use layout effect over here in the timer itself. Use layout effect. Okay, and let's add this use layout effect at the bottom. Okay, so that you guys don't get confused. Okay, Vedanti have put it at the top, that is why it is running like so. No, it is not that. Okay, it doesn't executes in this particular order, like this and this. Whatever is the trigger for this is a trigger. Okay, agar ye chal gaya, if this runs, then it executes. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. So let just keep this use layout effect at the bottom. Yes, let's just keep this use layout effect at the bottom. Okay, and just have a array dependency as empty, and let me just console.log running use layout effect. Okay, let me save this. See, the very first console we saw was the running use layout effect. This is amazing, right? This is amazing. So this is the power of useLayoutEffect, that it runs even before the useEffect. So useLayoutEffect runs before the browser repaints. Okay, by repaint we mean that before anything appears on the screen, before anything is shown on the screen, this effect will run. This useLayoutEffect will run. Sorry, and this useEffect will run after the repaints. Okay, yeah. So that is the difference. So at what cases do we use this use layout effect? We use layout effect at the cases. I hope you have pen and paper ready with you, notebook and your pen. So use layout effect is used at the cases where we want to perform calculations about some element. Okay, what kind of calculations? Like calculating height, width, or like some calculating some styles, or some density, or whatsoever. So use layout effect is for those purposes. Okay, if something is going to render, on your screen, if you wish to for example perform some calculations before the element is rendered, then you use layout effect. Okay, you don't now you will not always use layout effect and stop using use effect. Okay, use layout effect is only, okay, trust, hear my words very carefully. Use layout effect is only used at the places where we want to make some calculations of any element before the browser repaints that element on the screen, before the elements appear on the screen. Okay, and it helps us avoid the lags and jitters in our applications. Okay, so let us take a clear example. We have a really nice example by React. Okay, they have this something called as tooltip example. Okay, and we will see how this is working. So yeah, 1 second, let me just rerun this. Yeah, we have this thing running with us. So we are going to build that example that React Dev has given to us. Okay, so we can go to app. We can go to app over here. Okay, and we can get rid of this for now. Okay, we are going to implement that tooltip. So what is a tooltip? Tooltip is if you hover on anything, you see this particular thing. Okay, this particular dialog message is a tooltip. Okay, that is what we are going to implement, and we are going to see that jitter. Okay, that jitter in your application as well, and how we can fix that using user effect. I'll tell you in a moment. So we have this show timer and other stuff. We can get rid of this. Okay, what was the change over here? Use layout effect. Okay, we are reading it right now. So we have to go to the app. Okay, now we have a button. We have buttons. Okay, over when we hover on those buttons, a tooltip will appear. So I'll create one component, new file, button with tooltip.js. Okay, we have this button with tooltip, and we are going to create const button with tooltip. Okay, export default button with tooltip. And in button with tooltip we have many things. For right now, let's just return a div, return a button. Okay, we have got a button, and inside that button we are rendering few steps. Okay, no worries. We have this button. We are going to import button with tooltip from dot slash button with tooltip, and we have many buttons with tooltips. So we are go and let me just go ahead and copy the example that was given. So we can copy this. Okay, we have got this thing, and let us go ahead and run this. What is the button with tooltip was not defined. We just button with tooltip Okay, with tool. Acha, tip is small. Okay, let me correct the spelling. Okay, what was the issue? Already included file name differs from the file. Why it did not do that? Let me serve this again. Oh, I don't know why this error is coming, but anyways, so the only error we were seeing was about the React. So I went ahead and imported React over here. So this is working fine now. We can ignore this. So we have this button with tooltip with us. We have, okay, so what this is doing over here, let me zoom in. So what this is doing over here is that we have this button with tooltip. Okay, this is a tooltip content. Okay, this is a tooltip content. So whenever we hover on this button, I will see this text, and the button will the button will contain this particular text. Okay, so we will go ahead and implement our button with tooltip. So we are having this button. Where is the children? Okay, so we are receiving the props. Okay, we have got the props and const, and we are going to destructure the props as we do. So first of all, we will get the children. So we are going to render children over here. Okay, and let us see. So we are getting this hover me tooltip above below, and we have got the children. Now we have to consume this tooltip content. Okay, so I'll copy this tooltip content. I'll extract this out. Okay, and what we have to do is we have to we have to render a tooltip in this particular button. Okay, so what we have to do is, first of all, let me create a fragment, and let me do this. Okay, we have a fragment, and what we'll do is we'll create one tooltip component. Okay, something like this tooltip. Okay, this tooltip component will render what tooltip content. Okay, like this. So this is a tooltip content. So we are going to make another component called as tooltip. So const tooltip equals to function export default. The reason I'm writing this again and again is that so that you can. So basically, I want that this this structure gets stored in your mind. It gets imprinted in your mind on your minds, so that whenever someone says create a functional component, you can just directly go ahead and start writing the code. Okay, that is what I want, so that it automatically gets into your subconscious memory. Yeah. So enough talking again. Come back to that point. So we are creating the component. So we have this tooltip. We have got the props, and we are going to extract the tooltip content. So tooltip content is only present as a children inside tooltip. So we are only going to need the children. So const children props. Okay, and I am going to return. Let us see if they need a div or something. They just need a div. So it just needed div, and inside this div we are rendering children. So we are going to tooltip, import tooltip from dot slash dot slash tooltip. Okay, let us save this and run this. Okay, React is not defined. Okay, we need React here as well. We'll see if we need these things, but for now, see, we have this button, we have the tooltip. Now we have to add some stylings and other stuffs. Okay, so that it doesn't looks like that. So we can go ahead and add internal styles. Let me just copy the styles for you. Okay, because I don't like writing CSS much. Yeah. So this was, where was it? XY content ref. All right. So we have this style. It says that the position is absolute, pointer events are none, the left is 0, top is 0, and the transform is this X and Y. So this tooltip will receive X and Y. We have not extracted it yet, but we would need X and Y right now. So if I just go ahead and make this, so this is how it would look like. All of the content is shifted. Why? Because the content, I think, is not positioned well. It has to be positioned relative, if I'm not wrong. Okay, so they are using portals as well, my man. Okay, so we have a concept of portals, okay, which I haven't told you right now. Okay, let's see how we can get this run. So create portal from React DOM. I'll come to this React create portal then again. But for now, just give me. We can ignore this create portal. Okay, otherwise it will get too difficult for you all. Hmm. So this is what we were returning. This is what we have to wrap create portal. Yeah, target container is not a DOM. Okay, let us then. I have to teach you guys about create portals. All right, let's have a quick word. Create portal, React portals. Yep, create portal. So create portal lets you render some children into a different part of the DOM. Okay, for example, we have this thing over here. Come back to this place. See, we have a div, we have a p tag, and we say create portal on document.body. Okay, so what this will do is that it, instead of rendering this thing inside this particular div, what it will do is it will render this content inside document.body. That is all it is. Okay, so how can we actually see it? Is it possible? Okay, they have shown it over here only. See, we have got this div tag, p tag, and this particular part, create portal. Okay, this is not inside this particular div. Instead, it is present inside as a child of the body, immediate child of the body. See, so that is what portal is. Portal, again, let us go back to the example. So portal says that it lets you render some children into a different part of the DOM. Okay, I told that, hey React, hey create portal, render this particular JSX inside document.body. Okay, what it will do is it will say, okay, so I will render this thing, I will render this component as it is, and whenever I will render this, instead of rendering here, I will add this in the document.body. That is all we want. Okay, so in this tooltip example, what we have to do is we have to render the tooltip on the body. Okay, we have to render the tooltip on the body. So why body? I'll disclose that in a moment, but just bear with me right now. Okay, we want this on the body. Okay, so now let us have a look at the elements. So we have this button. Okay, we have button. Okay, we have some empty div. We have button empty div. I don't know who added this. Maybe it is coming from the styles. But see, we have got this toast elements. Okay, these tooltips over here. Okay, outside outside our root, inside the body. Okay, see the hierarchy now. What this will help us do is, now we will use the position. This is the absolute position. Now I will translate this x and y, translate these tooltip x and y based on the buttons over here. Okay, I'll tell you how. Just bear with me, okay? I know this is getting too complex. I was not expecting Create Portal to drop too soon, okay? But if it has dropped, then it is my responsibility to you all to teach. But what? Let's not forget the aim. What we are doing, trying to understand the usage of use effect, and use layout effect. What is the difference? Okay, so the example is really complex. I think that your brains might be hurting right now, but I can't really help on this because that is what example React Dev is using, and I am trying my best to explain this to you. Okay, if you are confused on any parts, rewind this particular module so that you can understand it for better. Okay. So what we have done so far is, let me just recap for you all. So in the app.js, we have some a button with tooltip component where we are rendering a tooltip, and we have a tooltip content over here. Okay, so we have this tooltip content which will be hovered. Okay, let me also show you the demo as well of the use layout effect, what we are going to build right now. So this is what we are going to build. Let us see. This is the tooltip. See, this one is below, this one is above. Okay, and this one is above. Okay, this is the tooltip behavior. Okay, this is what we are building right now. So just bear with me. You'll get it understand better. And this is the content that we want inside the button. So button with tooltip will return a button with children, and we have a tooltip component as well. This particular tooltip component is not rendered inside button with tooltip, but instead it is rendered in the document body because it is a create portal. That is it. And it has certain styles. Okay, it has got certain styles over here. That One second. Yeah, so it has certain styles. That the position is absolute, the pointer events are none, the left is 0, the top is 0, and we are translating x and y. Okay, this x and y we will set. Okay, so we have got this button and everything. Now we have to go back to again to button with tooltip, and whenever I hover on this button, okay, whenever I hover on this button, it should show me the tooltip. Okay, that is what we want. So we are going to make this work. Okay. Okay. So now the task is that whenever I hover on this button, I should get the coordinates of this button, the x, y, left, right, top, bottom, whatever, and I pass those coordinates to tooltip. Okay, that is what we want. So first of all, I'll create a state. Okay, const target positions. Okay, set positions, and we are going to first of all create a use state. You are already well aware of the use state now. Okay, how we are using this. Okay, so whenever we are entering our mouse, okay, so we have this event called as on pointer enter. Okay, which they are using and which we will be also using. So pointer enter event, let us check MDN. So the pointer enter event fires when a pointing device is moved into the hit test boundaries of an element or one of its descendant, including as a result of pointer down event from a device that does not support hover. Okay, so we are going to use this pointer entered on the element. Okay, so this is pointer. Okay, so we have a pointer event, then we have mouse event, then we have UI event, and then we have events. Okay, so what is the usability? It is being used, supported by almost every browsers. No issues there. Cool. So we are going to hit this. So we have a on pointer event. Okay. And we are going to perform something. Okay. We are going to create a function, handle mouse enter maybe. Okay. And trust me, this is now going to involve the usage of refs again. Okay. But you can like you can really ignore that part right now. Okay. Because I haven't taught you all. Okay. We are going to learn about the useRef in the next module. So what useRef does in very high level is that, okay, let me, oh my god, this example is really complex. I was not expecting it. Use refs. Okay, so if you want to access for not just understand that, if you want to access where the element is located in the particular DOM, then you can use a useRef. Okay, it is a hook that lets you reference a value that is not needed for rendering. Okay, so if you do not wish to render anything, then you can use a useRef for it. Okay, and what we can also do is that we can also manipulate the DOM events. Okay, we can manipulate the DOMs with ref also. So that is it. Okay, it is nothing rocket science. We are going to study in depth about the useRef in the very next module. But as this example requires the usage of useRef, so I have to use it. Okay, but it is no rocket science. It is understand key understand right now that useRef is only for now, just for now. Okay, it is not the accurate definition, but to just justify our use case, useRef is only used when you want to access the DOM properties of any element. Let's suppose if I want to ask where this button is located, then I will use a useRef for it. That is it. That is it. That is very simple. Okay, do not complex it. It is a very complex thing. Okay, it is a very complex thing, but I am not making it complex. I am not making this complex for you right now. Okay, I am keeping it very simple. So where were we? So over here we have a useRef. Okay, we have a useRef. I wanted to know the position of the button. I wanted to know the position of the button. So I will create a ref for a button. Okay, const button ref equals to use ref, and it is null. Okay, and I will give this ref to button. Okay, I will give this. If you are not able to understand it, it is okay. If you are not able to understand this use ref thing, it is okay. When you will land on onto the next module, you will learn about use ref, and you will come back to this example again to learn. Okay, note it down. So this is a useRef button. The reason I did not wanted to teach useRef because I wanted to cover things which are related to each other. Okay, useEffect, useLayoutEffect are related. If I have taught you useEffect, useRef, then useLayoutEffect, you will have got confused. Okay, so I am teaching things in a planned fashion. Okay, do not take it lightly. Yeah. So we have a button. We have a button ref over here. Whenever I perform a mouse enter. Okay, maybe we don't need the event, so I'll just get rid of this. I'll just say handle mouse enter. Okay, so first of all, I'll get the rectangle boundary. Okay, rectangle boundaries. So how we can get this? We can get it like this. Okay, get bounding client rectangle. Okay, and this rect is what? This will contain our left. Okay, this is a whole rectangle, and I'll get the left, top, bottom, and right. Okay, this is what I will get. So set positions. Okay, and I'll just quickly copy this. So I get the left position, the top position, the right, and the bottom. Okay, we can quickly see those values here. And what I'll do is target positions. I will pass this target position to the tooltip to say, okay, tooltip, whenever you want to render, These are the target positions where we want you to render. Okay, I want you to render on the left, on the top, on the right, and on the bottom. These are the coordinates of this button. Try to adjust yourself according to these coordinates. Okay, we are seeing this to the okay, and we have to perform a pointer leave event. So we have a pointer enter, we have a on pointer leave. So set positions would be null again. Okay, and if target rectangle is not equals to null, okay, and render this tooltip only when we have some data. Okay, when we have some data. So initially target positions are null. These value will only populate when we put our mouse over there. Okay, so I'll add one check that if target positions are there, then only render this tooltip. Okay, now currently in the UI we are seeing this messy thing, right? We haven't even hovered on the buttons, but still these tooltips are there. We don't want this. What I want is that whenever we hover, then only I want the tooltip. Now these are gone. See, now you can see these. Okay, tooltip does not fit above the button. We have this. Now see, this is working fine, right? And notice that on the right hand side it is getting rendered in the body, not inside the root. Okay, notice that. So we have this thing, but it is not looking pretty right now. Okay, it is not looking pretty right now, but we will make this pretty. We will make this pretty as well. But you understood the point, right? Whenever I am moving my pointer inside this button, I am saying that okay, when you are entering handle mouse enter, you get the boundaries of the rectangle and you put those boundaries in a state variable and pass that state variable to tooltip. Now tooltip will decide according to these positions where it has to render, whether it has to render on the top or on the bottom. Okay, that is it we have done so far. Okay, now over here we have this ref, we have, and what we were doing else on the pointer leave, whenever we remove our pointer, I am setting this target positions to null again, so that the tooltip is gone. Very simple. Now comes the interesting part in the tooltip. Okay, we have to consume these target positions. Okay, so target positions are x and y actually. Okay, left, top, right, and bottom. So we can, okay, so let me just consume these values. Okay, let me just consume these values in target positions. Okay, and in target positions we have left, top, right, bottom. Okay, we have left, top, right, bottom. And what is this? What is I have done this? What I have done over here? Destructuring, right? It is simple JavaScript, nothing fancy. Target position is an object, so I destructured this object over here. Left, top, right, bottom. Simple. Don't get confused. This is JavaScript, my friends. This is JavaScript. Okay, this is not React. React is also JavaScript, but don't get confused. Okay, so over in what tooltip is doing that, it is creating a pointer in the document.body. Okay, that is it. And we have this left, right, and XY thing. Okay, so X, Y thing, X and Y thing is over here, right? X and Y. So we have these X and Y things. Okay, we will see this. Now these guys have a really great what I say, a great calculation. Okay, let me tell you what they are doing. Let me quickly go over here. See what they're saying, that this tooltip which we are seeing has certain height. When we will render this tooltip, it has certain height based on the content. See, the first tooltip has 2 lines, so it has big height. The second tooltip has only one text, so less height. Again one text, less height. So if it has big height, okay, if it has a big height, so then this particular thing, okay, see, this has a big height, this has a small height, this has a big height, a small height again. So we are saying that this particular see, this particular button has certain space over here. Okay, this amount of space. Now the if the height of the tooltip, if the height of the tooltip is greater than the top, if it is greater than the top, then we will render the tooltip at the bottom. If the top is very big, if the top is very big, then we will render it at the top. If the top is very big, we will render at the top. This is what calculation they are doing. See, the top is what? Top is this much. For the first button, this much is the top. For the second button, this much is the top. Okay, from here to here, from here to here, from here till here. Okay, this much is the top for the second. For the third, how much? This much. This much is the top. So what will happen is that for the first button, the tooltip will come at the bottom. For this one, it will come above. For this one, it will come above. Okay, that is what we want. So over here, what I am saying that I have got the left, top, right and bottom. Okay, maybe we do not need we will see that in a moment, but over here, okay, over here we have top, left, right, bottom. So we will use top. Okay, we will use top. So first of all, we will need the height. We will need the height. We have understood what we are going to do over here. Okay, we will first calculate the height of the tooltip and we will subtract it with the top. Okay, if it is negative, then it has to come at bottom. If it is positive, then we have to show at the top. Simple. So first of all, we need the height of the tooltip. We need the height of the tooltip, but we don't have the height. Right? We don't have the height right now. So what we do? So this thing doesn't has a height. Okay, this thing doesn't has a height right now, but we can have a height for this. Okay, we can have a height for this. Let us just quickly check by a ref. Now if you want to get the height, height is what? A DOM property. Then we will use ref. Whenever you want to get positions, height, width, top, left, right, bottom, you use refs. Okay, note it down. So we will again use a useRef over here. So but this time we want to get the height of the tooltip. Okay, so we use ref. Okay, now I will create a ref, called it as const tooltip ref equals to useRef null, and first I give this div as a ref. Okay, I will give this a ref. And by the way, I haven't told teach you all the styling part. Okay, styling part we will cover this at the last, maybe, because it is really nothing. Okay, just some CSS only. So I want to cover the technical functionalities first, then we will cover the styles. I think I missed that. Okay, so yeah, we will cover the styles at the last, don't worry. So we have this ref over here, ref equals to tooltip ref, and now my dear friends, this is the moment of magic. Okay, now I want to calculate the height before the tooltip is rendered. I wanted to calculate the height, and how we can do this? Really very simple. You use layout effect. This is what the example is also saying. Okay, so use layout effect over here. See, whenever I talk about use layout effect, you can see a glow in my eyes, right? You can see it is really amazing hook, man. This is really amazing hook. Use layout effect over here, and how are they calculating? Again, bounding rectangle and other stuffs. So I'll say const height. Let me just copy this, man. I don't like typing again and again. So tooltip ref dot current dot get bounding rectangle. Why current? I will explain this when we will study use ref. Okay, don't worry about it. But for now, if understand this much, that if you want to get height, This is how we get it. Okay, I'll tell you. Don't get confused, bro. I am there. Okay, I am there to teach you everything in a single video, man. Okay, I don't know how much time it will take for me to complete this series, but right now we haven't even completed the half of it. We are just getting started. So tooltip.current.this, we get the height, and let me just console.log. Okay, let us see if we are getting the height or not. Console.log, the height is height. Okay, let me go ahead, and by default will it print the height? What it was saying, x is not defined. Where, bro? X is not defined, right? Okay, we don't need it right now. Don't get confused. Okay, something happened. See, right now the component is not in the view. This component is not mounted because why? Why? Because the target position is null. Okay, that is why this tooltip component is not rendered. That is why it is not creating a portal. The moment I hover this, oh, something happened. The height is 72.8 pixels. What about this? The height is 18. What about this? The height is 18. Same thing. See, this is amazing, right? We got the height. Now we can say, okay, we got the height, but will we also get the height with useEffect? Yes, obviously, you will get it with useEffect also. See, see, see. But why we are using useLayoutEffect is to avoid the jitters. I will show you the jitter also. Okay, I will show you the jitter also. But first of all, let me create this a useLayoutEffect. We got the height. Now we want to make some calculations. Okay, now we want to make some calculations that we got the height. So we will set the height. We are going to set the height. So we can use this quickly. Set tooltip height as height like this. So what we are doing at, whenever this component is going to mount it, we are performing a useLayoutEffect. We get the height, we set it the height, it performs a re-render. Okay, so when it performs a re-render, okay, which means that this whole code is going to run again. So we can say that my friend, that let, okay, now we can perform our calculations. Okay, we can say that the tooltip ka x, what will be the x, what will be the y. Okay, because we want to position the tooltip from x and y, from x and y, like this. This is x. Okay, this is x and this is y. So we are going to say that the x part is really very simple. Whatever is the left will become the x. Whatever is the, okay, so let x of tooltip will be 0. Let y of tooltip will be 0 for now. And if target positions is not null, if target position is not equals to null, okay, if this is not equal to null, then x would be equal to left, okay, and the y would be equal to what? Think. Come on, fast. Think. What will be the y? Yeah. Yes, correct. We have to subtract, right? Remember we talked. So this is the top and this is the height. So if we subtract the top with height, subtract top with height, if we get negative, then we have to show at bottom. Otherwise, as it is. Okay, we have to show it at top. Right? Don't get confused, my friend. Don't do this. Please, don't do this. Okay, why we are subtracting the height? Because if we keep the top equal to the button, then it will start showing from here. We have to show it above. Okay, we have to show this here, like this. If we are considering second button, we have to show it over here. Okay, you will understand. Okay, you will understand it. If I keep the y equal to the top, if I keep the y equal to the top, okay, and let us just uncomment it right now. Target position is not defined. Why? Because okay, because we have destructured it. Come on, man. If left and if left, or maybe we need target positions, right, to check null. So we can do like this. Okay, we need target positions also, so we can do something like const target positions. Okay, up to I think it should work. See, this is what I was saying. The tooltip is coming exactly on this y, on this top, on this top, on this top. We want to, and I'll tell you why we did not need it states. You always don't need state for these calculations. I'll come back to that as well, because this example is quite complex. Okay, I did not expect it to come up so soon, so that is why I'm taking a lot of amount of time to explain this to you. Okay, so why this is happening? Because the x to chalo we can understand is okay, this much is x, so this much gap it would take, but the y is same, right? Our goal was to either show it at the bottom or show it at the top. Okay, so we will do something like top subtracted by height. Okay, and if y is less than 0, which means that there is no space to show, then y would be equal to bottom. Okay, what is now height is not defined, it is tooltip height. Okay, my friend, see, this is working, right? This is working. Let me show this. See, let us style our tooltip also. Tooltip styling, yeah, we have not styled it, it is looking very bad. So let me uh, add one CSS file, style.css tooltip, and in the app.js only we are going to import the file in the index.js. So import from styles. So we have this index.js, right? Here we are going to import the styles, and we are going to give the tooltip a class. Class would be tooltip. So here, right? This should work. See, let me. So when there is no space at the top, it is coming at bottom. If there is a space at top, it is showing above. Okay, this is very simple. Now the trickiest part is that jitter thing. Okay, we haven't seen that jitter thing. Even if we use layout effect like this, I am still not seeing a jitter. The lag is not there. Okay, we can add a artificial lag. Okay, these guys have added. Okay, these guys have added some artificial. Where is this? So these guys are saying that if you are on a low power device, you are going to see the jitter. Okay, so if I have switched this to useEffect. Okay, now over performance. Okay, these guys are saying that if we throttle our CPU. Okay, so if we go to performance and size, no throttling, network throttling is nothing, CPU is 6x slowdown. Okay, and disable caching. Okay, so if I refresh my application, it is going to, even if I slow down my system by 6x, I am not seeing the jitter. Okay, this is not working. Maybe what we do is, we can, even if that is not working, we can do it like this. Okay, we can do is like this. So inside the tooltip over here, inside the tooltip, what I'm saying that is when it is re-rendering, okay, I am taking a delay of 100 milliseconds. Okay, let us see if this is working. Okay, this is what I'm saying that, okay, the current timestamp is this. Now wait for 100 milliseconds to pass. Okay, do nothing. This is a blocker. Okay, this is a rendering blocker code. Okay, now see, let me increase this to 400. Okay, you can notice that. See why this has happened, because now let us, this is a render blocking. Okay, this is a render blocking code. Okay, this is a render blocking code that it will block the render for 400 milliseconds. So whenever we are performing a state update and everything, it will block it. Okay, so what is happening over here is that you have a use effect. Okay, use effect runs after renders. Okay, so what was happening was, see over here, the calculations, okay, these calculations are happening after a re-render. Okay, but re-render was halted for us. So this effect was getting affected. Okay, this tooltip height was not actually getting set actually. Yes, this was the problem. So to fix that, okay, to fix this, we can use layout effect. See, this is working fine. Okay, I think that you are still confused. Let me use this with use effect. Okay, let me use this with use effect. And so whenever this component is getting mounted, okay, right now the height is 0, right? So let us add a console dot log, the height is tooltip height. Okay, okay, now let us come to console. So let us we have added a console, the height is this much height. Now what do you think, when we are using use effect, what will be the value of tooltip height? Is it going to be the exact height or will it be 0? Okay, let us see. The height was 0, right? The height was 0, then it re-rendered. Okay, let me show you. See, it re-rendered, right? After it got, first it got 0, then it got 44 height. Why? Because see, this use effect is going to run after the paint. Okay, so whenever this component was mounted, whenever this we got when we got target positions, we rendered the tooltip. Okay, now when the tooltip got rendered, it ran this code, and this code. Okay, but when it was getting mounted, the use effect was not run. Okay, actually it was run, but this use effect was running after the tooltip was mounted, right? This is running on component after the component is mounted. Okay, this is what we discussed when we were discussing about the use effect. I was saying that when the component mounts, this particular effect runs. It is something like component did mount. Okay, so while this component was mounted, we had already calculated this part. Okay, we had already calculated this part. We had calculated oh yeah, the height is, we have two logs. Okay, we have two logs, same two logs over here. Maybe we can add this inside effect. Okay, now see, now this is clear, right? First, on the initial render, it printed the height is 0 over here. The height is 0. Then what it did was, it called the use effect. It got the exact height. it got the height as 44. It got the height as 44. So we printed over here. This set state caused a re-render. Then it started rerunning this process again, and it printed the height is tooltip height. You got the right, eh? See, it is very important. This is the main part. This is the main part of the video. So stay focused. Okay, stay focused. So when this component was rendered, okay, the height was 0. Initial height was 0. So we printed the height is 0 because we are rendering this component for the first time. So all of this code will run. All of this code will run. Okay, when the component is mounted, all of this code will run. Now, when the component mounted, this effect got triggered. This effect, when triggered, it got the height. It updated a state variable. Whenever we updated a state variable, it again triggers a re-render. Okay, now it will run this whole code again, and in this time we have the updated height with 44 pixels. That is why we were seeing a jitter. One time the transform was some x pixels and top. Okay, it was actually left and top only initially. After the second render, this y got shifted to bottom. Okay, that is why we seen a shift. But what happens with use layout effect? Okay, what happens with use layout effect? If I do this, see, if I do this, see, you saw that, right? You saw that. This time we got the height is 0, the height inside effect is this, and the height is this. Again, we are seeing the same logs. Then what was the difference? Why did not we notice? Why did we not notice? Why? Because this particular use layout effect is a render blocking effect. Okay, it is not a render blocking, it is a repaint blocking. Okay, it is a repaint blocking statement. So if we go to the documentations of use layout effect, here they are saying that use layout effect blocks the browser from repainting. Okay, so React guarantees that the code inside the use layout effect and any state update scheduled inside will be processed before the browser repaints the screen. Okay, this lets you render the tooltip, measure it, render the tooltip again without the user noticing the first extra render. Okay, so that is the point. So initially we had the 0, but since we were using the use layout effect, React paused. Okay, React grabbed the tooltip and said, wait, do not re-render. Okay, do not repaint, because I have a use layout effect running, and until and unless everything inside that use layout effect is resolved, I will not let you paint on the screen. Okay, this is the power of use layout effect. That is why it is a concern. It is a concern over the performance, because it hampers, okay, it restricts your component from getting painted. Okay, if you have really very heavy calculations on your screen, okay, on your component, then it will stop the repaint until and unless that whole computation is finished inside the use layout effect. Okay, until and unless everything inside this use layout effect is done, completed, sorted, the variable is state is updated, then only you will see something on the screen. Otherwise you won't see anything. Okay, this was what our use layout effect. Okay, that is the power of use layout effect. I hope it is clear. Now we don't see any jitter. Okay, we don't see any jitter, and this is working extremely fine. So I will commit this code for you. I hope the parts are clear between use effect and use layout effect. Okay, whenever you want to perform any calculations about some DOM computations or anything regarding the sizes, attributes, then you use the use layout effect, because ideally you do not want user to see a layout shift on your application. That is one thing. Use effect as usual runs after the paint happens, after the component is mounted on your screen. Okay, and use layout effect runs before the component is painted on the screen. These are the two major differences. All right, it was a lot in this particular module. Seriously did not expected it, but this was really very important to help you understand. So yeah, we have covered a lot of stuff on this today. We have discussed about the use layout effect. Is really very crucial, important hook for performance. So this was all in this particular module. See you in the next one. Hi, welcome back to another module. I know in the previous module, you all might have been scratching your heads like, what is this Vedant? What is going on? And other stuffs, because it was a lot. Trust me. We understood the difference between the use effect and the use layout effect and how they impact the performance. But I understand that we have used the use refs, which was not taught to you all. So that is why in this module I am covering the use ref first, so that you can get well versed with the use effect, and you can go back to the previous module and complete it, completely understand it with the full knowledge, with the complete knowledge. Okay, so let us just quickly do the commit. So let us add everything, and we'll say git commit -m, all about the use layout effect, git push origin master. Awesome, this is done. Now over here, let us go back to our app.js and get rid of these things. Okay, you can always get it inside the commit which I just made now. Okay, so there is nothing to worry about. So this is okay. Now let's talk about the use ref. Okay, why did we use it? Okay, why did we use it in the previous place, and how it is going to affect our application? So if we quickly go, so use ref. Okay, so see, even React teaches like use callback first, use context, this affect layout, and then use ref. Okay, ideally they should have taught use ref alongside use layout, use state maybe. Use state is, oh my god, use state is at the last. Okay, anyways, we'll maintain our own track. Okay, so coming back to useRef, so you, according to React Dev, it says that useRef is a React hook that lets you reference values that is not needed for rendering. It is pretty simple. Okay, we use state variables to reference values that are needed for rendering. We use useRef for the values to reference the value that is not needed for rendering. As simple as that. Whatever the powers a state variable has, useRef doesn't has it, but instead, so it has a power that it can remember values during re-renders. Okay, this is the superpower of useRef. So how exactly can we leverage this power? In various ways. First, I think we'll be covering three major topics. First is that using useRef to store something that is needed in every re-render. Then we'll see how we can use this useRef to perform DOM manipulations, and how we'll see how we can pass this ref to functional components. We'll dive in depth about the forwardRef. Okay, these are three major breakdown of this particular module. So let's get started with this useRef first. We'll see how we can reference a value with a ref, and how it doesn't changes its value. So let us quickly go ahead over here and create a ref. Okay, so we'll understand the difference between useState and useRef over here. This is also one of the important interview question. If you are my student, then you will explain this question with examples along with the theory as well. Many people just put on the theory, but you will explain this question with example as well with me. Okay, so we'll first of all create a ref. So I'll call this as a ref equals to useRef. Okay, we imported useRef just now over here, and initially we will not give this any value. Now we have two buttons. Okay, button 1, okay, change ref, and we have another button to say change state. Okay, and we have another button. Okay, yeah, we will see state ref state, and let us put it upwards. Okay, yeah, left state and local var. Okay, local variable, not var, you will get confused. Okay, so we'll have three things. One is a local variable, so I'll call this as let my local as 0 maybe. Okay, and we'll create a ref, initial value would be 0, and I'll create a use state const my count set count. Okay, and use state, the initial value is 0. Okay, now I'll have on click handlers. Okay, you already know these things. On click, okay, we have handlers, then we'll write something like this over here. Okay, we are going to execute these things, so I'll just copy this in every button. Now when we are changing the local variable, okay, so we also have to render it. Okay, so we'll render these values over here inside a div. Okay, span local var. Okay, and I'll render my local. So we have a div. Okay, we have a div. We'll first render the local variable. Okay, then followed by a break. Then we have a ref, and how we can access the value of ref, it is really very simple. You just have to do ref dot current. The value resides inside the current. Okay, we'll come back to this. Okay, we'll come back to this, but I wanted to show you the major difference. And then we have our state variable my count. Okay, and over here on the click of this, I will be just doing my local plus equals to 1. On click of this would be ref dot current plus equals to 1, and to perform a state variable update we would have to call set count previous count plus 1. Okay, let us save this and let us run our application in terminal, new terminal. We don't need this. We'll go npm run serve. We go to localhost 3000, and we have these. Okay, so change local variable. What is this? Button 1. No, not button 1. What is button 1? Okay, okay, so we have this system running, and let us open our console as well so that we can check the values. And we'll talk about React dev tools when we'll study about state variable Redux. Okay, right now it is not just very relevant to us. So let us first of all change the local variable and see what is happening. Nothing is happening. If I change my ref, nothing is happening. If I change my state, oh, did you notice? Yeah, yes, correct. So let me do this again for you. So if I change my state, if I change my local variable and I change my state, nothing is happening. If I change my ref and change my state, I can have it ref is 1 over here. Okay, so a lot of confusion now. Okay, a lot of confusion. You might already start to guess why this was not getting updated, because this value my local was again getting reset to 0 whenever it was getting re-rendered. Okay, how? Because see, when you perform a set count, okay, we are changing the state of the application. Go to your notebook and check one line. Okay, you might have written that whenever we update state variable, it causes a re-render. You remember that? So it causes a re-render. So re-renders means that it will execute all of this again. Okay. So when I perform set state, then this local variable was again getting initialized to 0. That is why we are seeing 0 over here. Okay. And we already know these state variables, after re-render, they take the new value. Okay. That is why we are getting the new value as 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. But when we change ref, nothing was happening. But again, if we change state, we see the new value of the ref. So, but why was the ref able to retain its value, although the changing of ref is not causing a re-render, but if I change my state, the ref was actually holding the value. Okay. So changing ref, note something. Okay. Changing ref does not causes a re-render. Okay. Changing state variables causing a re-renders. But the here point is that this ref variable was having a memory, kind of a memory, uh, persisting across every render cycles. Okay, note it down. Ref has a memory that persists across various render cycles. Okay, so if in the current cycle, if the value of ref dot current is 1 and I increment it, then in the next render cycle it will become 2. Okay, so whenever I am clicking this button change ref, so this ref was getting updated to like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on. But we know that it is a property of ref that whenever it gets updated, it does not causes re-render. So that is why in the JSX we were not able to visually see any changes. Okay, we can visualize, we can see those values getting updated by adding a console. Okay, we can add a console.log ref.current. Okay, now if I change my ref, nothing would happen, but if I change my state, see, you get 7 again. Okay, but the value of my local was what? So I'll just add a ref.current. I'll add a ref.current over here. Okay, and this will log the my local variable as well. Okay, my local. Okay, so my local 0, ref 0. Now if I change my ref, nothing happening. If I change my local, nothing happening. But if I change my state, see, my local was still 0, but my ref was 1, because it is a property of ref. Okay, it is a property of the ref to persist information across various render cycles. Now this local variable was getting reset again. Okay, because this is normal JavaScript variable, it does not has any superpowers of ref and my count. Okay, so think of it like this. My local is a normal human with no superpower. This ref is a average superhuman, but it has only limited powers, that it can only persist values across renders, it cannot causes a re-render. This is Superman of everyone. Okay, this is Superman for everyone. Use state that it can persist its value in the re-renders. Okay, and what else? It can also causes a re-render. Okay, it has 2 powers. So this is the power of ref. So why do we need ref? Questions should come in your mind. Why do we need ref? What's the point, right? So we kind of need ref. We saw one example, if I am correct, that when we were setting up the timers, that set timeout and every other stuff, we had to clear those timers. Okay, when we were studying the use. Okay, yeah. Okay. So remember one example, you during the use effect that when we were talking about the cleanup functions, we were clearing the time, clearing the intervals. Remember? Yeah. That thing we can do with refs also. Okay, over there we did not. Which example I am talking about? Okay, let me just show you. 1 second. You guys would get confused otherwise. See, if I zoom this a little, so go to this comment, exploring use effect hook. Okay, over here, see, we had this use effect. I was creating an interval. Okay, this was type part of timer. Okay, we created an interval and we cleared the interval. We did not require, since closure was there to save us, we did not require anything to clear this interval. But what if we have a timer, and I want to stop the timer on click of it, on click of button. How can we do that? This will not work. This will not work then. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, let us take this example only. Okay, so let us take that. You got this right? You got understood this? This is a good example. Okay, so we can have it over here. We have just got good example. I'll keep it as it is, otherwise it will be lost in the commits. Okay, so do we have the timer? So timer was taking custom text and it was incrementing the counter. The current time is this custom text. Okay, we have this timer. Okay, let us use this timer again, see if it is going to help us now. So the timer was here. Okay, the timer was here. So I will just render like h4 maybe timer example. Okay, and we are rendering timer. It was taking a custom text also. I forgot what this was doing. So this is my timer. See if it is working. See, okay, it is saying current time is 0 1 2 3 4 blah blah blah. Okay, so we have this timer. Okay, I can get rid of consoles. Okay, we can add, we can have the consoles of this one only, and we can remove this one. Okay, okay, so now we create a button. Okay, we create a button, start timer. Okay, this is start timer, but I will say stop timer, and this would be stop. Okay, on click of this I want to stop the timer. Do we have this function? No, we don't have this function. We can get rid of this. We don't want this now. We don't want this as well because it was part of the use effect example. Okay, we just need this to initialize our set interval and it will start our timer automatically. Okay, now we have this thing, a function called as const stop timer equals to, okay, stop timer. Now what I have to do is I have to perform clear interval. I have to perform clear interval over here, but my this id is inside this effect. Then how can I access it? Genuine question, right? If I want to do a stop timer, okay, so if I want to perform this action stop timer, I have to do this again. I have to do clear interval of timer, clear interval of interval, but this interval is not here in my memory. It is there in this function. Okay, then how we will do this? We can use ref. Okay, we can use ref, and tell me, okay, forget about ref. Can't we just use something like interval here? Okay, and I clear this interval here. Okay, I clear this interval here and I say clear interval this. Okay, I'll call this like console.log. Okay, you could have said then, Vedant, what you're talking about, useRef and all. I am pro developer. I can simply create this let variable. Okay, a global variable here, and I'll assign this to set interval. And whenever I call this stop timer, I have this interval already. Okay, I have just moved the variable here. So you are a pro developer now. Okay, you'll say, Vedant, I'll just create this variable here. Okay, I'll update this here, and when I will do clear interval, I'll say clearing stopping timer, like stopping timer for id. Okay, and I'll print the interval. Simple. Simple, Vedant. What you're talking this useRef and all everything. Okay. Okay. Let us see this. Let us see. Okay. Let us see this. So creator what? Okay. Clearing it is should be na clearing. I don't know. I did this. I might have written this somewhere. Okay. So it ran. It ran the effect. Okay. It is not clearing over here. Why have I written this? Yeah. Okay. So I am running interval. It is running. What is it? So this is running. Okay. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It will run forever. Now if I stop this, are what happened? Huh? Your Hirogiri gone, right? See? What developer you are, man? What developer you are? This is not working. Why? Let me tell you. Okay? Okay? Put your feet on the ground. Be humble. Be humble. Okay? Be humble. So yeah, so as you forgot completely, then if you are confused why this is not working, then you completely did not understood what I was explaining over here in this example. You completely missed that. Okay, so let me tell again. This interval, after every second it is re-rendering the application because it is performing a set counter. Okay, we know that. So after every re-render, my friend, this variable will get initialized to undefined, right? Come on. We are just declaring it over here. We are not initializing. So whenever you do not initialize, it becomes what? Undefined. So how can we do this? Okay. So after every re-render, this get declared, then undefined again. Whole story repeats. Okay. Then this is not working. Then how we can do this? Use ref. Simple. If you want to if you want to save this id on every interval, on every re-render, sorry, if you want to persist something on every re-render, use useRef. Simple. React has already told it. Why you are making it complex? So just go ahead, import useref over here. Okay, I'll just make it const. And don't get confused. Okay, Vedant, you are making const variable and you are updating its value. No, my friend, I am updating the value inside the object, inside its object. I'm not updating the interval variable. I'm updating interval dot current. Okay, so this is what it is. Interval dot, not here. Interval use ref value is null for now. Okay, then I'll say interval not here. So whenever you assign value, you do something like interval dot current. Okay, dot current is the value. Okay, you initialize. Then over here you will clear interval like this, and over here you will do like this and problem solved. Let us go and check. So it is 0, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. If I stop this, stopped with timer ID 1. Simple. Simple, right? Simple. This is what useRef is. So we saw one example that we can use useRef to persist values across re-renders, and we saw two very great examples. Okay, say better example I don't have. Okay, so coming back to point, we have this. We saw. Now I told a second point that we can play with DOMs. We can play with DOMs. How can we do this? How can we do this? DOM example. Okay, we saw that get bounding rectangle wala thing example, right? You remember that? So that is one that was one good example. I think we were using over here. See, we were getting this right. Then how can we do this in normal JavaScript? How can we do this in normal JavaScript? Forget React. So let us see. Get bounding rectangle. Okay, if it is rectangle or I am pronouncing it, so rect comes rectangle only to me. Okay, see, this example is very great. So we have this basics. Okay, they have this div. Okay, they have this div. They have given height, width, padding, margin and background. Okay, this is what it is. Now what they do is, normal JavaScript mein they write document.querySelector div. Okay, we got the element, and over here only if you do element dot get bounding rectangle, okay, you will get every property: x, y, height, width, top, right, bottom, left. See, this is what you do. So JavaScript, what React is doing is this part. Okay, this part only is getting replaced with the ref. Okay, that ref dot current. Yes, the ref dot current gets replaced over here only. So whenever you want to point to any DOM, any point, if you want to point to any DOM, you make it a ref and you assign the ref to that element. Simple as that. Yes, simple as that. I can show you this. Okay, I can show you this as well. This example. I think this is good example. Or maybe we can check this example. It is not loading. 1 second. Counter we have done. Manipulating DOM. Okay. This example. So in this example, what they are doing is that, so when you click this button, this ref gets into in focus. Okay. Focus aa jata hai. So you get this blackish line you see, right? This is focus. Okay. Right now, if I type anywhere, nothing is happening. The moment I click this and I can start typing. Okay. So we played with DOM, right? We played with DOM. हमने DOM में कुछ किया. So how we did this? How we did this? How we did this? Simple, very simple. Refs. So I'll create this example for you. Okay. I will copy this, or if I copy this then say copy paste करता है. No, I don't. I will not. So I'll create one input. Okay. Input type equals to text. It's been so long writing like this, and value is nothing for now. Okay, just empty. Now we have this button. I'll say focus the input text. Okay, text box. Focus the input box. Okay, and I'll say on click. Okay, you know the drill, right? How we write functions. We write like this. Now I want to focus this, so I'll create a ref. Okay, I'll create a ref. Something somewhere over here. Okay, so that you don't get messed up. Arey Vedant, you have created there only. See, ref are same variable, so I'll change it to input ref, maybe input ref, and initial value should be null. Okay, can be null. If you leave it empty, no problem. Okay, this is the initial value. Okay, if you don't get it, this is the initial value. Okay, for the ref. Now if I pass ref, okay, how do we pass ref to elements? Ref equals to input ref, like this. Okay, now in this function what I'll be doing is, if input ref dot current is present, then do input ref dot current, and how do we focus? Dot focus. Okay, dot focus only. Dot focus, like this. Okay, save this, come back. Okay, now if I am typing anywhere, I am typing, okay, like this, nothing is happening. The moment I click this, see, focused, this element was focused. So let us log also. Let us log this input ref, console.log input ref dot current. I click this, see, I get the element. Okay, if I just console dot input ref, we get current as input, and see, oh my god, we can access these many properties, like you can attach event listeners. Okay, on mouse up, on mouse out, on mouse up, and mouse wheel, on paste, on pause, and whatsoever, and on drag. Okay, then you get offset, height, width, then you get height. Okay, height, see, height, we were using height previously, right? We were using heights. Then We have children, class list, class name, client height, client left, client top, many things, right? Many things. And let us stop this timer also. Okay, timer is stopped. So this is DOM example. Okay, we can change the manipulate DOM as well. And let us print this client rectangle thing. Okay, I forgot the name because I am bad with names. I do not remember. Not do not remember. I basically do not keep the names of these things in my mind. Okay, कितना याद रखोगे? So when Google is there for you, you can just quickly go and search what this is. The like I know that this we call something as bounding rectangle, but what is exact syntax get bounding client rectangle and whatnot. So I do not remember these names. Okay, it is not required. Okay, so see, I get the height, bottom, left, right, top, width, x, y, and so on. See what we did? We printed this get bounding client rectangle. And don't misuse. Okay, this is costly. Like, okay, we are when we call this function, we tell the browser, okay, browser, calculate bottom, height, left, this for this DOM. Then browser has to perform calculations, bro. Okay, so be careful when you use get bounding rectangle. Okay, the get bounding client rectangle. Okay, that's the same thing. So be careful. Okay, be careful on this part. Now comes our final showdown. That we can we pass ref to can we pass ref to components? Can we pass ref to components? Can we? So it is not that very easy. Okay, so what they are doing with this ref? Okay. So they moved. Okay, we can do the same thing. Okay, if imagine that this input was not over here. We'll take the same example. Okay, imagine this input was not here. Instead, it was coming from a component, functional component. So I'll just quickly go ahead and create a file, call it as input.js. Okay, our input.js will now come like this. Okay, come like this, and I'll create const input equals to a functional component like this. It would return this input. Okay, and over here I'll just say export default input, and we need React, so we'll import React from here. Okay, like this. We don't need these. Okay, we can ignore, and I will import this ref now. Import the component, sorry, import component. And this okay, this is taking nothing. It will take some props. And I will console log input box props are. Okay, and very respectfully I am printing the props, and we will use input. Okay, so we don't need type, we just have to use input component, and I am passing the ref over here. Okay, so maybe I will, if I pass ref, then this becomes a prop, right? Now when I pass the ref to input component, I will receive this ref as a prop over here, and I will pass it. It is that simple, right? No, my friend. So input ref is not defined. Okay, maybe if I do something like props dot input ref, we got this warning. So if I click this button, we get this cannot read properties of null, reading get bounding client rectangle. Okay, our ref was never initialized, or what was never given an updated value. I mean that. So read this example now. Read this error. Function components cannot give refs. Attempt access this ref will fail. Did you mean to use forward ref? Okay, so now there are two scenarios over here. Okay, two scenarios. So we can instead of passing this ref. So ref is a keyword. Ref attribute is actually a keyword in HTML. Ref हमने देखा है ना. We saw ref. Okay, how we were passing it to input. This is ref is a reserved keyword. So we can't have ref as a property, but if I make this as input ref, okay, if I make this as input ref, okay, maybe you will say, okay, Vedant, you are what? You are accessing props.inputRef, but inputRef is not a property. It is props.ref. Okay, let us try this also. Not working. Again, I told you. So how we do this? If I just there are two ways. Okay, maybe I can just not use the keyword ref. I make my own ref and I pass this like this. Okay, now it is working. Okay, because what I did over here was I told that okay React, you're not allowing me to use ref. I'll create my own ref variable. Okay, so I created this input ref thing and I passed my ref over here. Okay, then I get it via props. See, the props are input ref and this is having current.input and I get it. Simple. But React will not give you warnings. Okay, but for some reasons if you are bound to use ref, तुम्हारे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है, कुछ भी रीजन हो सकता है. There can be x number of reasons that you do not have any options. Okay, then you can do something like you're doing this. Okay, you're doing this, then React will tell you, okay bro. So React will say, okay bro, you know what, I will not allow you to use ref like this. Okay, you have to follow my rules. So we'll use forwardRef. Okay, so let us talk about forwardRef. Okay, so forwardRef lets you expose a DOM node to parent component with a ref. Yes. So what forwardRef does actually is, so how do we import? Okay, we import forwardRef from React like this. So I will import my forwardRef here and I will wrap my component inside a forwardRef. Okay, like we wrapped the component in Memo, we will wrap this in a forwardRef like this. Okay, now if I save this, okay, now that previous error was gone, but React is saying that forwardRef render function accepts exactly two parameters, props and ref. So it is saying that now this component will receive two arguments, parameters. Sorry, will receive two parameters. One is props and one is ref. Okay, now I will receive this ref over here. Okay, React will give me. Okay, this is coming from forwardRef. See, what is forwardRef doing? Now this becomes a callback function for forwardRef. Amazing, right? So forwardRef, I got a ref. I pass the ref over here like this, and over here we can use ref now. Okay, we can now use the ref keyword. I click this, I get input focused, I get DOM rectangle. Done. So these are the various cases we saw. Okay, so this is what useRef is. useRef is very powerful a hook that React has given. And trust me, when you are dealing with external packages, they sometimes send you the instance of the wrapper. Okay, for example, if you are using Swiper, then you need a Swiper instance. If you are using some another package, then you need instance of that package. Then that time these useRefs come very handy. Okay, we'll not go in that thing now because that is completely different zone. Okay, but this is what it is. We started. See, are you able to get the pattern of my teaching style? In every topic I start from the beginner level and I take you to the highest advanced level. Right, this is what I am doing. So right, it is not like you study only basic stuffs and then you'll all of a sudden, okay, this is advanced. No, I'll gradually create a ladder for you so that you can climb up step by step. Okay, this is what my teaching style is. Okay, so we are covering important parts of React. Okay, and we are taking that module and we are mastering it completely. You have mastered, let me tell you so far what you have done. You have mastered use state, you have mastered use effect, you have mastered use ref, you have mastered use layout effect. Okay, in the next video you are going to master another hook. Okay, so be prepared. Okay, that is why I'm telling you to take notes, because with each hook you are leveling up yourself completely. ऐसा नहीं कि I'll teach for at a beginner level for like 4 hours, then I'll say okay, now we'll teach advanced, then I'll cover hooks again. No, why? If I can teach from beginner to from advanced in every hook in every module of this whole video, this video, I don't know how long this video would be, but in each module I am covering from beginner till advanced. Okay, so that is what I wanted you all to know, and hope you like this module. This was really interesting. It I will commit, let's commit this. Okay, let's commit this as well. All about use ref hook. Done. Okay, so we are done with this module. See you in the next one. Jai Mata Di and welcome back to another module. Today is the first day of Navratri as I am shooting right now. So happy Navratri to everyone, and may Mata Rani blesses you all with a lot of good stuffs and fulfills your wishes. So yeah, so with that, let's begin this video today, and we are going to talk about the use callback hook. Okay, trust me, it is one of the most like it is not very most, I'll say it is one of the optimization hook that React has provided us. So we can go to react.dev reference and you can search for use callback. Hello, aspiring front-end developers. Ready to master front-end development, elevate your coding skills, and secure your dream job? I have a fantastic news for you. In today's dynamic web development world, staying ahead is crucial. You have aced the basics of JavaScript and React, but front-end interviews can still be daunting. But not anymore. Welcome to JS Yatra, your complete front-end interview guide. It's your mentor, your secret weapon to conquer front-end interviews. JS Yatra covers 4 pillars: JavaScript coding, machine coding, system design, and DSA in JavaScript. It's immersive, interactive, and challenges you like real interviews. Today, grab the complete front-end package for just $7.99. Unlock your 2025 LP opportunities. Enroll using the link below. By joining JS Yatra, you invest in your future and support orphan children. Let's make a positive impact together. Remember, you'll find a registration link in the video description, so be sure to check it out for a brighter future. Now, let's get back to the video. And the only definition that they are telling over here is that it is a React hook that lets you cache a function definition. Okay, it caches the function definition, not the value. Okay, what do we mean by function definition? So let us say you have a function. Do we have a function in this example? Okay, we don't have a function. That's bad. So let us suppose that in your React application you have some function. Okay, let's say const. We can actually get rid of everything now. Okay, we'll start with a fresh board. So this was all about the useRef in the from the previous video. So we can not the video from the previous module. So let us suppose that you have something. Okay, you have a function, something like this: const my function equals to a function. Okay, and it does something. Okay, it does something, we don't know what. And let us suppose and there are other codes as well in this application. And whenever there is a state update, we know that it performs a re-render. Now, what do you think will happen to this particular function? What do you think will happen to this particular function? Think. So will it get recreated? So what happens during the re-render, that whatever code you have in these curly brackets, that is getting executed again. We have already seen that, because that was the only reason why the local variables was getting reinitialized and it was not able to preserve the value. Then came the rescue for useRef, and then we already see how the state variables work behind the scenes. But what do you think will happen to functions? So function will also get recreated, okay, in the memory. See, what they're saying is that it caches a function definition. Okay, so whenever React re-renders this component again, it sees, okay, I have a variable my function, this will store a function. My function variable will store a function. Now what React will do is it will recreate a function in the memory, and this is a costly operation. Obviously you are consuming something in the browser's memory, it is a costly. Every operation takes a toll on the performance, be it small, be it medium, be it large. Everyone has different amount of toll, okay, but it definitely takes some amount of toll, right? It definitely would not be like, let's suppose I have a function that logs something console.log xyz. Now, will it be beneficial to recreate this function again and again? It doesn't make sense, right? And what if it takes certain parameters and performs some calculations? What if it takes state variables in the account? Okay. Example, we have a state variable, const count, set count, use state. Okay. Use state, and let us suppose what it does is it prints the count value, for example. Then if the function is not created again, will this function know what is count? Will this function know what is count? Or if this function was passed a variable and if it was recreated again, will it know what was the variable? Many questions, right? Many questions we have in mind. So first of all, let's begin with the initial steps, that we can add a use callback to prevent recreation of the function in the memory. Okay, you can, like, this is a simple word, like it lets you cache a function definition, but what exactly is it solving? Okay, it is helping us recreate the function in the memory. Okay, note it down. You don't have your notebook and pen ready, I told you, right? I told you you have to keep things ready. So whenever you wrap a function with use callback, we'll see in a moment how we can wrap this. But what it does behind the scenes is that it caches a function definition, but it actually means that it prevents React from recreating the function in the browser again. Okay, it caches the definition so that we don't have to recreate same function again and again across various re-render cycles. Simple. Okay, so how exactly can we verify? Okay, React has told us ki, bro, I will not recreate the function again when you will use callback. Okay, fine, but what will happen? How can we prove this? How can we be sure, okay, React is actually doing it? See, React has a really great and a complex example. This thing, shipping form and something they are doing, and it is a quite complex example they have used just to explain use callback. It really didn't make sense. Okay, it really didn't make sense. So what exactly they are doing is that in the parent they have a state variable. Okay, upon checking this box, this component will get re-render, and this app will re-render this product page component. Okay, now the product which page component will get re-rendered. Now they have a handle submit function which is passed to another component called as shipping form. Shipping form is artificially slow. See, remember in the previous module we slowed down the performance, slowed down the rendering process by this. Okay, you can do like this also. So what they did was, they shipping form is a extremely slow component. Okay, now if I am re-rendering this app, if I am re-rendering this product page, i s- I somehow want to avoid re-rendering this. Okay, this shipping form already has a memo. Okay, now you'll say, Vedant, you have not explained memo, what is this behavior? Okay, but I can't explain you memo in the beginning. Okay, that is so against. Okay, so it is like all the threads are interconnected so much that it gets really hard to explain things, okay, in a very sequential or planned manner, because so I want to go with my own syllabus. Okay, so memo is a function. If you recall, we have seen it before also. Okay, try to recall where. So memo does what is that it avoids, okay, it prevents re-render of the component until and unless the props change. Okay, so if on submit function will get recreated, then the shipping form will be re-rendered. If it will be re-rendered, then again it will be a slow process. Simple. So this is what these guys are doing. Okay, and one so they have two variations when they have use callback on this handle submit function, and another scenario just like this where they do not have the use callback. Simple. So when they have this use callback thing, so turning dark mode is easy. Okay, but if they do not use the use callback, what will happen is that once the product page is re-rendered, because state variable updated here, this whole code will be re-rendered. So will be the product page. Product page has a function on submit. This function is passed as a prop. If it is passed as a prop, if this will change, then this shipping form will be also re-rendered. This we already know is a performance heavy operation. Okay, over here. So if I do dark mode again, I click this. See, it took some time. Okay, it took some time. It is a slow rendering. This is not what we want. We will not use this heavily complex example over. This much all was not needed. Okay, this was literally not needed. Um, so let me just prove you all that um, React actually prevents recreation of the function in the memory. Okay, so we'll go ahead to our nice and tidy application again. So we will have one parent, the main parent over here. So we have this nice and tidy application. We'll just have a state update at the very top. Okay, and let us suppose we'll create two more components. Okay, so we'll create two more components. I'll just render my count over here. Okay, render my count over here, and I'll say uh outermost parent. Okay, and let's create another component. I'll call it as second parent. Okay, second parent.js. Oh, this was a folder. Second parent.js. And the second parent, what it will do is cons. Okay, it will just, this function is expected to get re-rendered. Okay, this function is expected to get re-rendered. So we have this thing, and over here we'll do nothing. We'll just have one function. I'll have to import React. Okay, so I have to import React, otherwise it will throw some error, and we don't need forwardRef. Okay, we'll have a function, and I'll say const handle submit. Okay, or handle change maybe. Well, we can tweak the name later. So this is a function. Okay, this is a function that does console.log hey hey ha 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 ha. Okay, so this second parent will contain the third parent. Okay, so this would be returning. Okay, so this would be returning a JSX, and I'll say I am second parent. Okay, this is second parent over here, my friends, and we save this, and let's create our third parent.js. Okay, I'll just create the function over here. Okay, and we'll return something called as I am a super slow component. Okay, and let's try to slow it down. We can see const again, like we can take example of counter. Okay, there are two counters now in the scenario. So set counter, maybe use state. Okay, and we have to import react. So we have the use state of 0. Okay, and we are rendering the counter just to demonstrate. Okay, this is a slow counter. We can add break elements like this, and we have a button, and let's say increment me. Okay, and we have on click. This would do just really some nasty task. Set counter previous. I think that by now you are very comfortable with the syntax. So this is +1, and that is it. So we are going to export default third parent. Now we are going, so what is this third parent? Just a counter, a text, a counter printing, and a state update. Now this third parent, we will import it inside second parent. Import third parent from /third parent. Okay, and we are going to render the third parent over here like this, and it has a prop called as handle change. Okay, this will be triggered. Handle change, when we will trigger this handle change, when we will do this, let us create one more function, const increment. Okay, and we have this handle change. If it is passed, handle change will be coming from props. So we do props like this, and we do destructuring props, and handle changes over here. We can call this increment over here. No, let us copy this also. Okay, so we increment this and we call the handle change, and we pass increment over here. Now this is much better. Okay, and we have handle change over here. Let us export, and the second, so second parent is containing the third parent, and we have a text, and we are rendering the third parent, and we are passing this handle change as a prop. Whenever the count will be incremented, it will trigger this function. Okay, that is it. That is all we are doing. So this prop is over here, and we are destructuring the handle change. Now we will export second parent, export default second parent. We save this, we come to this part. Now I'll say import second parent from /second parent, and I am rendering the second parent. Okay, like this. Simple application. Now do npm run serve. Maybe we should have react in every part. React everywhere. Cool. Npm run serve. We go to localhost 3000. Okay, so it is rendering. We can write, like on the right we have the logs, and we refresh. Okay, so this is outermost parent. Then we need a break, otherwise you guys will get confused. So this is outermost I am second parent, then break, and a break on the, okay. So initially the count is 0, and we have to we need a button also. We need a button. So I can add NBSP, non-breaking spaces, NBSP, and it is not taking. Why? Because it is not like this. NBSP. Is it not working anymore? Yeah, anyways. So we have this button. Okay. Uh, count plus plus maybe, and we have a on click, set count, previous, and previous plus 1, simple, like this. Okay, let me zoom this. So over here we have, let me explain you. So we have a app component which has a counter, which has a count, and we are rendering the count over here. This thing, there's a button that can increase the count, and we are rendering a second parent. This second parent is over here, which is doing nothing. It is only rendering a text and the third parent. Okay, and while rendering a third parent, it is passing this function handle change as a prop. This third parent, what it is doing is it is having internally something. Okay, it is doing internally something like counter, set counter, and other stuffs. Okay, it is a counter. So there are two counters. One is this counter, one is this counter. Okay, and we can get rid of this maybe so that it looks nice. This looks nice. Okay, so over here what it does is again renders a text and counter and the button to increment the counter. So if I do this, it will increment and it will print hey hey haha. If I do this, it will also increment it. Okay, nothing fancy, and these are not lagging in any sense. Okay, they are not lagging. But if I make it a super slow component, if I make it a super slow component like this, okay, notice. So I will make this third parent as a super slow component. Okay, it will take 500 milliseconds to get rendered on the screen. So I click this. See, let the is the lag noticeable? Is the lag noticeable? So the moment I click this, the log will be here, but the value will be updated after some time. It will take some time. Okay, see, notice that, right? It renders this, it logs this value immediately, but it was taking some time. Okay, because of this, I have explained this thing before, so I will not be explaining this again and again. So coming back to this part, we made this component super slow. Okay, but what happens if I click this? This also takes some time. This also took some time. I can show you. Okay, we can create another function, cons handle click maybe. Okay, and I will copy this over here, and I'll write console.log I am parent. Okay, I am parent, and this on click will trigger handle click. Okay, I can show you. So if I click this, see, it was printed immediately, but the rendering took time. Same over here. Okay, so we as a for the example, I really want this component, this third component, to be super slow. Okay, for some reasons there was one guy in my team. Okay, there was one guy in my team who has written this code, and he has gone, he is on a leave right now, and I cannot change it right now. Okay, because he is on a leave and it is his, he has to come and fix this. Okay, he has a pending work that he has to optimize this code, but he is on a leave. Now what is happening that I cannot fix it right now. Okay, because I want to understand what he was doing and other stuff. So currently I am not able to understand. As a noob developer, as a noob developer, I am not able to understand what this guy has written, and I am really frustrated. Oh my god, what is happening? So now the problem only relies inside the third parent. The problem is only inside the third parent, but since the whole application is getting re-rendered, this part is also causing problem in the first parent in the app. So it is fine if it was fine if this component was slow, but what is happening, this is also getting slow. This is the problem we have to fix. Okay, so this was slow, and this was also slow, and this slow component was expected to be slow. Someone was fixing it, but my component, okay, the component which I created, this one, why is that getting hampered? Okay, it should not get hampered. Okay, it should not get hampered over here. My component should immediately change it to 2. That is what I want. So what is happening right now? So let us break down the trigger cycles. Okay, so whenever I click this button count, a state variable, this function was claimed, state variable was state variable was updated, and the count value was incremented. Whenever this state variable was updated, app re-rendered. Okay, re-rendering happened, so it run all of this code again. Okay, the part which I selected now, okay, whatever is inside this curly brackets, and it re-renders again. So we are consuming this second parent, so second parent also get re-rendered. Okay, my friend, second parent got re-rendered over here. Okay, so will the third parent will also get re-rendered because it is a child of second parent. So there is a chain of events. Okay, it causes a render, it caused a render, then this caused a render on second parent. Now second parent rendered, it caused the render inside a third parent, and third parent was super slow, so it lagged our application. Okay, because it is not like that this component will render separately, then again and again and again. Okay, so all of this, okay, the main culprit is this. Okay, and this is preventing us from rendering the application. Okay, it is preventing, and it is slowing down, so we need to fix that. So how can we avoid this right now? Maybe we can avoid by passing a memo to the third component. Okay, that is what memo does, is that unless and until the props change, until and unless, hear me out carefully, until and unless we will discuss memo also at the last, but right now understand that memo what does was memo memo, what it does is that memo prevents the re-rendering of the application until and unless the props are changing. So if I wrap my third parent with a memo, okay, then this will not re-render. This will not re-render, and it will not cause a lag. Okay, my application was lagging because this was getting re-rendered. If somehow I can prevent rendering of third parent, my issue will be solved, right? So we can use memo. So let me do this. Let me do this. Let me wrap this in a memo. Simple. Okay, I will wrap this in memo, and everything is done. Simple, good. So memo does is that is prevents this application from running when the props do not change. Okay, do not change. So which means that if if this time the application lags, it means that the handle change prop was recreated, didn't it? Hear me out carefully. Okay, pay your 100% attention right now what I am speaking. Memo prevents the application from prevents a component from re-rendering when the props do not change. So what we have in props, we have handle change. So if this handle change function will not change, will not update, will not be recreated, will not be cached, hear me out. Okay, so if this function is not cached, which means that it may be recreated, we have to figure it out. Okay, that is what we are proving right now. Okay, so handle change function, if this function got recreated, this third parent will re-render again, and our application will become janky. Okay, so it is now up to the props. Okay, props are not expected to change in order to make our application smooth. Okay, to memo work, the props should not change. In prop, we have handle change function. So handle change function should not change. If this function change, our application will lag again. Okay, it will lag again. Memo will be like useless now. Okay, so let us see. So we have wrapped this. Now if I do increment over here, this is still slow. If I increment over here, oh my god, why is this slow? I added a memo, right? I added memo. Why is this slow? Why is this slow? You are a bad React developer. No, you are a good. Okay, I will make you good. I will make you the best. Okay, so memo didn't work for me because handle change was recreated. Okay, so this was okay, this component was re-rendered because memo was checking, okay, my friend, was handle changed, uh, changed, this handle change function, was it changed? React says yes. So React, so third component said, okay, I will re-render myself now. And then again this janky code ran again. Our task is that whenever I am updating this count, okay, whenever I'm updating this count, this line should not run. This line should not run. This should not run. Okay, this is what we want. This is bad code. This is bad code, and I do not want it to run when I update this count. So how can we do this? So I noticed that, okay, the developer added a memo. So if I just prevent, so if I somehow prevent the recreation of the props, prevent the change of props, then this should work. So I came back and see, okay, so this third parent is accepting a function, and I check the function and see, oh my god, this was not having a use callback. So if I add a use callback, okay, if I add a use callback like this, okay, I will teach you the syntax, but let me just wrap it like this. Okay, let me just wrap it inside a use callback like this, and I save this. I come back to my application and see, it is working really fast, super fast, but this part will still be slow. Okay, because it is slow. So this is rabbit, this is tortoise. Okay, so over here, this is the power of use callback, my friends. See, it it solved one bug in our code. Okay, it solved one bug in our code and it optimized the performance. And this is what these React guys are teaching you over here. I challenge you, take a pause, read this example. You will not be able to understand it in the one go. You will at least take 5-6 times to read this again and again in order to understand what is happening. Super complex, bro. Super complex code. It was not needed. I don't know why did they do this, but see, our example was really super fine, super simple, super easy to understand. I challenge that nobody can teach React the way I am teaching in this particular series, and that is why I am really grateful if you have liked this video. Okay, if you haven't liked this video, please like it and share this with your friends so that it reaches the needy person. Okay, there are many students who are in search for a good React tutorial that teaches them the things that nobody teaches. I have seen many videos where they are explaining use callback superficially on top of the layer, but we don't have to learn on the top. Okay, we have to dig deep inside the concepts. And that is what I am doing in this video. I am trying to create a revolution. Okay, so coming back to the part, we have noticed this example and we understood how crucial use callback can be sometimes. Now if I say that, okay friend, we have the use callback, but what is this thing? What is this array? So unlike this is like a dependency array of the use effect which we saw. Okay, so dependency array we saw at two places, one in the use effect and another, yes, use layout effect. So this use callback again accepts these dependency array, And here you have to pass reactive variables. Note it down, another jargon. So reactive variables are, okay, variables which change their value on re-render. Okay, so normal local variables, if we go to previous example, one second, github.com, and we go to complete React tutorial, and let me come back again. So go to commits and useRef. So this is a non-reactive variable. I am taking to you to the previous example from the commit. So this is a non-reactive variable because it is not getting updated. This state is a reactive variable. Okay, so we can search for the term reactive. See, reactive values include props, states, and all the variables and functions declared directly inside your component. Okay, so props, states, and functions. These three guys are reactive. Okay, not that nuclear reactive stuff. Don't React say reactive. Okay, so the things that play crucial part in the re-rendering process are reactive variables. Okay, that is it. I hope you have noted it down. So coming back to the point, so these are the places uh, where we can say that if the dependency array changes, then it will recreate the function again. That is it. Okay. I can. How can I explain this to you? So let us say. Um, hmm. So for example, let me just pass this count. Okay. Let me just pass this count to second parent. Second parent will receive it as a props. Okay, const not like this, count. Okay, and it will receive this prop. Now I will say that hey hey haha, the count is now count. Okay, like this. Let us save this and watch it closely. So I passed count, but I did not added this count in the dependency array because it is coming from prop and it is a reactive variable. So React says that whatever reactive variable you are using inside this function, you have to pass it. Okay. So what is this now? The first part, this is the callback function. Use callback says that I will run this function. Okay, whenever you call handle change, this part will be run again. Okay, this part will get run again. That is it. Simple syntax, nothing fancy. So the callback function we saw again in the use effect and the use layout effect. We were having the callback function and we were having this. Only that this name is changing. That is it. So we have this now. If I and let us take one more state. Okay, const count to 2 maybe. Count 2, set count 2, and I'll add a button on this. Say handle click 2. Okay, handle click 2, count 2 plus plus, and I will where I am rendering count. Okay, let us break this. Oh, we break this, and I am rendering the count beside this with a space, and this is count 2, set count 2. I am parent count 2, count 1. Okay, so if I change count, okay, count 1 maybe. Okay, if I change count 1, then this prop, okay, this count is going to second parent, and second parent is logging inside the function with the use callback. Okay, if I change count 2, then this function will not get created. Okay, let us see an example what mess we have made. One second. Let me add a break. Okay, this is good now. So if I increment count this, it is calling I am parent count 1. This is calling I am parent count 2. Now if I do increment me, I still get 0. I still get 0. Why? Why this is 0? Hey, hey, haha, the count is 7, na? This is 7. The count should be 7, but here it is 0. This is why, because once this component was re-rendered, the dependency array was empty. So this function was created once, and since that time, the same reference the same reference of the function was used. So inside that function, this variable was 0, and after many subsequent re-renders, it remained 0. Okay, it remained 0. See, we proved today. So how? But this is wrong, right? This is wrong, because ideally use callback should accept this count, and it should now get the accurate value. Okay, so if I d, oh, this is now getting super slow, and now see we are getting accurate value. Now tell me, brainstorm, like, why this count is now slow, why this count is slow, why this 4 is slow now? Because, my friend, whenever I am clicking handle click of count plus plus, I am updating count 1, and this count 1 is passed as a prop to handle change function, which is again a prop of third parent. Right? So every time this count is changed, every time the value of this count changes, React recreates this function again and again. And since this was getting recreated, then Memo said, inside third parent, Memo said, oh, you recreated handle change, I will re-render my component. Simple. So that is why this use callback has a very notorious behavior. Okay, it is a very notorious callback. So always make sure that whenever you are passing any function as a prop, you make sure that you wrap them in a use callback. Okay, these were the learnings. Note it down. Whenever you pass a function as a prop, make sure that you wrap them in a use callback. And it is also a good idea, even though you are not passing these functions as a prop, if you have functions like these, those who are doing some jobs, you can wrap these functions in use callback as well. No harm. Okay, no harm there. I can wrap this function increment inside a use callback as well. Use callback. Okay, and I can pass it like this. Oh, one second, syntax error over here. Okay, you can wrap this increment like this. Okay, and you pass the dependency array. This is also fine. Nothing will break. Nothing will break. It will still be a slow component. Okay, and this is still slow, but this is super fast. Okay, so this is the real React, my friends. जो डेप्थ में मैंने आपको बताई चीजें, people ask thousands of money for this. So this is what React use callback is, and we have covered almost every scenario. Let me just quickly check if we can pass functions. Okay, yeah, and yeah, one more thing. Yeah. So let us forget about the props. Okay, forget about the props, we don't need. And you can pass, let's suppose you have another function, const my function. Okay, you have another function that says console.log hey, or hey is too much now, my function called. Okay, and this handle change function, what it does now is, the count is not needed, hey haha only, hey haha only, and it calls my function. Okay, like this. Now our application will not be slow anywhere. Okay, it is not slow. But if I, since I am, what I said was, what is reactive? What is reactive? Prop state and variables and functions. Okay, so this is a reactive thing. Okay, it is a reactive thing. So function, if we pass, huh, ideally it should have yeah, okay. So right now I am calling this function. Okay, this is fine. Since this is a reactive function, I should accept this as a dependency. Okay, now if I increment this, it will lag. Now can you tell why this was lagging? Okay, this is really great stuff. Okay, now see my friend, over here handle change. Previously it was not having any dependency array, it was empty. So this function was created once, and this function, since it was not having a use callback, it was getting recreated again and again. Okay, so that is why this prop handle change was not recreated, and we did not see any lag. The moment I added my function, it says that okay, whenever this my function will change, now I will recreate the function. Okay, since this is a normal function without a use callback, it will get recreated after every render. So this is becoming a slow operation. So we'll say, Vedant, फिर फायदा है क्या हुआ? What is the use? Whenever I am adding a dependency, it is making my application even slower. Then what is the use? No, my friend. The problem was that we were not using use callback on the my function. Okay, so if you have ESLint setup, it will automatically give you errors. Okay, so you just have to wrap this my function with a use callback with empty dependency. Why empty? Because we are not consuming any reactive variables inside the my function. Okay, now if I save this, it will be super fast. See, simple. So that is why, okay, use callbacks play a crucial role in optimizing your app's performance. So this was all in this particular module. Try to revisit this again if you haven't understood, if you are confused on any parts. And yeah, see you all in the next module. Hi, welcome back to another module, and today we are going to learn about the useMemo hook. So useMemo hook is a React hook that lets you cache the result of a calculation between re-renders. So in the previous module, we talked about the use callback hook. The use callback hook was only caching the function declaration. But if somehow you want to cache the result, okay, then you can use the use memo hook. Okay, and this way, like over here, you can see that caching return values like this is also known as memoization, and that is why this hook is called use memo. Note it down. So whenever you cache the output results of any function, okay, that is known as memoization, given that the function is a pure function. Now what is a pure function? Note it again. A pure function is a function that returns same values for same props. Okay, let's suppose we have a function, for example, filter to dos. So if I supply to dos and tab to this particular function, it will always return me the same output if the value of to dos and tab is not changing. Okay, for example, take a very simple example like multiply two numbers. Okay, a function multiply two numbers, it taking two parameters a and b, and it returns a star b. So this is an example of a pure function, because if a is 1, b is 1, the output will always be 1. So this is what a pure function is. I hope you have written it down. And over here we can see the importance of use memo. So again, these guys have put on a very big example that is, I think, not needed for now. But coming on to the syntax, this use memo hook is very much similar to all the previous use hooks which we have seen, like use callback, use effect, use layout. So this again takes a function as a callback, and it again has a dependency array. So dependency array is what it contains reactive variables, as we have saw before, and these variables, whenever they change, React then what it does is it get rid of that cache and it calculates a new value. Okay, this is the what use memo is, and we are going to just use this use memo once and see how it can affect our performance. So again, we will be artificially slowing down some component that uses a use memo, and we can show that if the props are not changing, then the use memo will not run, and it will always return a cached value. So the example is going to be really very easy. So in this is a part from the previous module. We can get rid of this. The code is already committed. Okay, you can go ahead to the GitHub repo and check that out. So over here, what we'll do is, first of all, we'll create one counter variable maybe. So const counter set counter. Okay, and I'll call this as a use state. Initial it is 0. Okay, and we'll need one more counter. So I'll say counter1 set counter1, counter2 set counter2, and I'll just log my counter1 over here like this. And we have another slow component, so I'll call this as another file, not new folder, new file, slow component. Okay, or let us suppose if my count is 2, I will print the table of the number from 1 to 5. Okay, so we can say something like print table const printable. It has to be const. This is going to take a functional component and it will return something. It will return some JSX. So we return a fragment, and let us suppose this receives a props. Okay, and I'll extract maybe number. Number is a reserved, so num from the props. Okay, and let us suppose I have a function. Okay, we will create one util file. So with this function, okay, maybe we can create this function right now over here, like const print table, not like this, generate table. Okay, this is going to generate a table for us, and this is going to take a number, and we are going to first artificially slow it down, but not right now, we'll do that later. But it will just do, it will print the table of the number. So how can we do this is simple. um Maybe for let I equals to 1. Okay, I'll print the table of the number till 5 only. Okay, I or 10, maybe we can print it till 10 less than equals to 10 I plus plus. I missed the syntax. Okay, it is going to return maybe a div. Okay, div containing number multiplied by I. Okay, and I'll say const table equals to generate table num. Okay, and I will, this would contain okay, this is not what I wanted. So const will create an array, right? So const arr equals to empty array. So this is going to do a map and other stuffs. So arr.push like this, and this is going to give me an array of JSX. And how can we how can we print array? By doing like this. Okay, we have already seen this when we were dealing with that module where we were generating populating data from the list items. Okay, this is simple as that. And we have to import React, so I'll just quickly import it over here, and we can get rid of this. Export default printable, and we are going to import printable from dot slash printable, and this printable component will add a break. Okay, like this, and we'll print counter 2. That is done over here. Now printable will actually printable for only counter 1. Okay, so let us do npm run serve. We go to localhost 3000. We start inspecting it. Okay, let us zoom this, and also let's add a break. Okay, but we need a button to increment these values, right? So we can add a button count 1 plus plus. On click, set counter 1, previous plus 1, and we can copy this, and I'll do it for counter 2 and counter 2 plus plus. Now it is incrementing it. Okay, this is also incrementing it, but it is not printing the table, right? The table is not getting printed, so we have to look into that. Maybe I'm mistaking something. Wait, console.log. Is the table getting generated? It is undefined. Okay, I have to return the array. Okay, I have to return this. What am I doing? Okay, so initially it is 0, then 1 2 3 4 5 7 9 10 20. Okay, like this it is printing the table over here. Okay, now over here what we'll do is we'll just actually so this function is pure. Why? Because if I put 1, it will give me the same results for 1. Okay, so every time it is 1, it is 1 to 10. Okay, if it is 2, then all the even numbers. Okay, so this is a pure function. Okay, it is returning the same value for same number of parameters. Okay, for the same parameters, not the same number of, actually, sorry for that. For the same parameter, it is returning the same values. Now let us now right now there is no lag. Okay, it is working really super fast. Okay, so let's just slow this component. Okay, we'll go to the React documentation, and where have they done this? Utils, and this is a artificially slowed down thing. Okay, so I'll just quickly do this. Okay, and now if I head over to our application, if I click this, see, it took some time. Okay, let me increase the value to 8 maybe. So okay, so if I increment this, It took some time, right? It took some time. Now, but this thing, count to, okay, count to is also taking time because the application is getting re-rendered, and we have already seen this. Okay, so whenever the app re-renders, let me search for recursively. So by default, when a component re-renders, React re-renders all of its children recursively. Okay, so it will re-render this as well. So if we want to prevent the print table from getting re-rendered, we'll use memo. Okay, like previous cases, and I'll just wrap this on memo. It will only get updated only when the counter one is changing. So now on counter 2, it is fast, but counter 1 is slow. Okay, counter 1 is slow. Now I'm saying that, okay, I really don't want to make this calculation slow. Okay, even if I have a very lengthy performance, but if my variable is 1, then please do not update that. Okay, then please do not update it. So how are we going to do this? This is okay. This is a critical moment over here because we have to avoid it over here. Maybe. Okay. Instead of using memo, okay, doing memo was one solution. Okay, doing memo was one solution. Okay. Okay. So let me tell you how this is going to work. So for count to, this is also slow. Now here we have two options. Either we add a memo. If we add a memo on this, then this is going to work fine when we increment counter 2, but if we increment counter 1, it is going to still lag. Okay, or there is another thing that we can use memo hook over here and wrap this function in a use memo hook. To use a use memo hook, we need this function inside, no, not inside. Maybe we can do something like use memo hook like this. I am going to wrap this, and then I'm going to perform a callback function, and there are dependency arrays. That current dependency array is num. Okay, I save this and I refresh it. Now the count is working just fine, but count 1 is still slow. Okay, so how this worked right now over here was because whenever I'm updating the counter 2 is not used inside printable. The counter 1 variable is used inside printable. Now as a developer, when I'm doing incrementing counter 1, this is going to re-render printable, and then this is going to, when it is going to re-render, it is going to trigger this function generate table, and I get all the JSX over here. Okay, so we can't avoid lag for the update of counter 1, but for counter 2, I am not updating counter 1. Okay, so ideally this print table should not get executed. Okay, whenever I am doing counter 2. For that, we saw that there are two approaches. Either we wrap this in a memo so that whenever counter 2 changes, the prop of the print table doesn't get updated and this calculation is skipped. But what if somehow we do not know about we do not know about memo? Then what we will do is we will go to this faulty function, and I'll say that, okay, this function is taking a lot of time, so I will just wrap this in a use memo, and I'll pass the reactive variable over here num. Okay, and if I don't pass num over here, what will happen? So counter 2 is working fine, counter 1 is also working fine, but since this dependency array was not supplied, generate table is still assuming that the value of num is still 0. Okay, initially the value is 0, so it is important that I add a reactive variable whatever is being consumed, and this is going to work just fine. Okay, so this was the use memo hook. Again, what we learned about that is this hook is efficient for optimization, and it lets you cache the results of a calculation between re-renders. Okay, and this is also called memoization as well. So this was all about the use memo hook. It was really simple hook, nothing fancy, nothing complex. And I hope that you understood this particular use memo hook and use it for the optimizations. So this was all in this module. See you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. In this module, we are going to talk about a lot of React APIs. So currently we are just learning React. Okay, so we have covered the hooks. Most of the important hooks we have covered. The rest ones are not really as important. We can cover them later in separate individual videos, but right now I have given you all the information regarding the hooks that play very crucial role in developing any application and be it any interviews. Okay, right now moving forward we will study about the React APIs, which are Memo, Lazy, forwardRef, createContext, and there was one more hook, that was the useContext, which comes handy with createContext right now. So when we will study createContext, I'll teach you the useContext. Okay, and that way we'll understand how the state management happens at the global level. Right now this is what I am planning, and once this is done we can then talk about the components, and then we'll move on to the React DOM, where we have components, APIs and other stuffs. So right now we are going to talk about Memo, and before that let me give you a quick recap of what we have covered. So we got introduced to the hooks and how we can use use state and how we can avoid the misuse, then exploring the use effect. Then we have useLayoutEffect, useRef, useCallback and useMemo. These are all the important hooks. There is one more hook called as useContext. As I have told, we will study in the createContext module. So right now we are going to talk about Memo. I have been using this particular API of React very frequently, and you might all have been scratching your heads like, what the hell is this? You might already have an idea of this particular API now. Okay, this is a very good API for performance optimization, and what React says is that Memo lets you skip re-rendering a component when its props are unchanged. So we have already seen that we can use Memo to avoid re-rendering of any component unless the props are changed. Okay, so in the previous example only, when we were having a very lazy component which was a print table, and this print table was having a artificial delay of 800 milliseconds, and it was a slow component. So what we did was that instead of wrapping this on a Memo, I wrapped the troubling function inside a use Memo. But there was one more option, that we, instead of doing this, we could have done Memo over here. Okay, and we could get rid, let us do like this. Okay, let me just copy paste it, add a comment, and let's get rid of generate table, and this is what it is right now. Okay, if I save this and do npm run serve, not dev, npm run serve, this is going to run our application. And right now this is a slow component, so whenever I go to my application over here, localhost 3000, so if I, let me zoom in, let me add console, so this count2 is slow, this count1 is also slow. Now if I add this printable component under a Memo, okay, under a Memo like this, and if I save this, see, count2 is fast now. So this was the use Memo hook. This is working. Why? Because whenever this counter 1 will change, the num prop will change and this would be re-rendered. But whenever we are updating the counter 2, there is no change happening in the counter 1, and thus this print table should remain unrendered. Okay, it should not render again. So this is what the Memo is, but I wanted to show you more. Okay, this is not just the end. What if, so this number, okay, this props is a number. Okay, it is a single value. It would be a numerical value 0 1 2 3 4 5, something like that. So what if this printable component accepts a object as a prop? It can be an object or it can be an array. Now will this printable still re-render, or what will be the case? Okay, so let us check that over here. So let me just create an state object. Okay, I can do it something like this, my obj. Okay, set my obj and use state, and I'm giving an object with property channel as JS cafe. Okay, and this is obj. Now if I pass this obj to this particular component, okay, and I accept this obj over here, I have num, I extract obj. Okay, and let us just do nothing with this prop right now. Okay, it is not needed. Or maybe we can do something like, I can over here obj dot channel. Okay, like this. So I get JS cafe. Okay, now what do you think will happen? Will counter 1 and counter 2, what will happen with counter 1 and counter 2? So counter 1 will be slow as before because it was expected. Now will counter 2 be also slow? See, this is fast, right? So over here, when we passed an object, it doesn't really matter what was happening over here. Okay, now even if in this part, so over here this was not causing any re-rendered. Okay, because we are passing this as a state variable over here. Now what if this was not a state variable? What if this was a normal object? Okay, so let us comment this out. Let us make this as a local variable. Okay, and we extract it like this. Okay, now what do you think will happen? Okay, so if we go ahead, refresh, so count is slow. Okay, but what happened to count 2? Why did it got slow? See, it was super slow, right? This was because whenever counter 2 was getting updated, a re-render happened and this particular object got recreated again. And since this object got recreated, even though the value did not change, that is what I wanted to highlight over here, even though the value did not change. So what, so let me tell you the confusion here. You will think that, okay, I will use memo, so whenever the value of this object will not change, so the channel name, this object still has a channel property and the name is value is JS cafe, so nothing changed in this object, right? Nothing changed in this object. Then why this memo was getting recalculated, why it was getting re-rendered? Because let me take you one example as well. Okay, uh some maybe some value of 10. Okay, I pass this value again. Okay, I pass this value as well, and let us just get rid of object over here. Okay, and I get the val over here. I am rendering the val. Okay, reading channel, let's add a question mark. Okay, so this is 10. So now this is working, right? See, now this is working, but when we were using an object, this was not working. Then why did it happen? Is memo behaving crazy? Is memo behaving crazy? Because we did the same thing, right? We did the same thing. When I was passing my object, the value was still same. Whenever I was passing the number, the value was still same. So when I was using a primitive data type, so primitive data type is in JavaScript, numbers, strings, right? So booleans, whenever I am using a primitive data type, then React doesn't has a problem. Okay, then the memo doesn't has a problem to determine whether the value was changing or not. But if I pass, okay, but if I pass object, it started to behave weirdly. It started behaving weirdly. See, now the count is slow. I clicked so many times and now it will get rendered. See, it took so much time. Then why is this why is memo behaving weirdly with primitive data types and with non-primitive data types? Let us check with array. Let us check with array. Const arr equals to a b c d, a or b maybe. Let us pass. Okay, let us copy paste. Let us comment this right now. We will use that later. And instead of object, I pass my array. Okay, I have an array. Let us consume the array. Okay, I add a break. Then array question mark dot map item. Okay, and a span, and I print my item. Okay, so I get AB. Now if I do count 1, count 2, count 1, increment it took some time. Now if I increment count 2 again, see, it took some time. Then why? Why is it not able to determine objects? Okay, array is also an object, right? So aisa what happened in with primitive and non-primitive. So let me tell you, the memo, this was the important point. Okay, the memo, let us search for the word shallow. Yeah, so over here, when you use memo, your component re-renders whenever any prop is not shallowly equal to. Okay, it performs a shallow copy. So not shallow copy, shallow comparison. Sorry for that. Write it down. Okay, memo performs a shallow comparison, which means that if I check object.is, okay, let us talk about object.is over here. So object.is static method determine whether two values are the same value. So they are checking that if 1 and 1 is equal. So see, 1 and 1, this is a string, this is number, so this is false. If na and nan, it is true. If minus 0 0, false. Object false. Okay, so it performs a comparison, and it performs a shallow comparison only. Okay, so over here, if object dot is 3 3, it is true. If it is a non-primitive, it will give us false. Okay, so that is why we have to avoid passing arrays or objects to components, because it will always cause a re-render. Okay, so it performs a shallow comparison. So shallow comparison is like it takes the props and it put them across a object.is property and it checks the values. So for if we run this, okay, if we run this, we get false, true, false, false. Okay, so these two objects, okay, if I keep these two objects over here, if I run this is still false. If I even create two empty arrays, and I run this is still false. And if I pass a as 1 and a as 1 over here and run this has to be a key. Okay, we have to create an array. Okay, array of 1, maybe array of 1, like this is still false, right? So that is what you have to keep in mind. So object.is, it does not iterate over every key value. Okay, it will not do something like, okay, this is an array, now I will compare each element one by one. No, it does not does that. Okay, it is and also it has to check the types. Okay, it is first checking the type. If the type is not equal at first place, then remove it. If it is a non-primitive type, then I will not even consider that. If for non-primitive cases, non-primitive data type cases, it will always give false. It would always give false. Think in that manner. That is where your life would be easy. So whenever we are passing non-primitive data types, it will cause a re-render of the application. Then this is again a hit to the performance of applications, because I personally do not want to cause a re-render whenever I am creating certain objects or arrays. I should not do it. Then how we can do this? How we can fix this? It is simple. Okay, it is simple. We have already heard about the useMemo, right? We have already heard about the useMemo. So right now the application is, the counter 2 is laggy. Okay, now we will do is we are passing array, right? This is array. So I'll just quickly import useMemo over here, and I'll just wrap this inside a useMemo like this. Okay, and let's check the syntax, what these guys are doing. Yeah, so when we get this, then again I create one function, okay, which is returning name and age. Okay, simple as that. So we are just going to return this array like this, and the dependency array is going to be, so this is a function which is returning an array. That is it. Okay, I save this, I go over here, I come to this part, I still see AB. Now my count 2 is super fast because I have used useMemo over here. So when the component will mount, it will create this array once, and in the subsequent re-renders, what it will do is it will say, oh, my dependency array did not change, so I will not recreate these values again. Okay, so this is what useMemo and Memo come in handy player. Okay, so to optimize application, sometimes Memo is just not very sufficient. You have to take help of useMemo. useMemo did that. Okay, instead of recreating this array again and again in the next re-render cycles, I will just create it once and reference it at many places. So let us also pass the value. Okay, let us also pass the value, and let us also pass obj. Okay, now this will again lag. Because we have not memoized our my object. Okay, then we will memoize our object also like this, and we will return this object whenever this memo would be called, and there is no dependency, so I'll just keep it empty, and this should work fine. See, this is super fast now, and this would be super slow. Correct? So this was, my friends, Memo and the useMemo hook. I hope the point was clear. Many developers know that Memo prevents re-rendering when the props change, whenever the props do not change. Okay, but do they know about this? Ask your friends. Okay, you sit with your friends and say that, okay, I have this object, and you do not apply useMemo there. Create empty object and pass it, and ask them that, well, whether this application will re-render or not. Okay, and then ask them, if you pass 10, will it re-render or not? Okay, they will fail to answer, trust me. And this is a very tricky interview question also. Okay, note it down. So this is an interview question also, and it is a favorite question of interviewers. So this was the Memo and the useMemo hook for you. We revisited useMemo again, but Memo we understood that, okay, how does exactly it checks via object.is property. Okay, note it down as well. So how does Memo does comparison? It uses object.is to compare behind the scenes, and it performs a shallow comparison. Okay, these are highlighted words. So this was all in this module. I hope you understood everything, and yeah, see you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. Previously, we talked about a lot on the optimization when we were studying the Memo API. Now we are going to talk about the lazy API. So this lazy API also helps you optimize your application, and we'll see how. So according to React, lazy lets you defer loading components code until it is rendered for the first time. It is really very simple that currently in our application, if you go to network, you can see that you have a bundle file which is approximately around 332 KB. So whatever code you have written, if we go back to application, so all of these codes are being compiled into a single app, into single file, into a single JS file, which JavaScript renders over here. Okay, this is a bundle.js file. But what if, okay, if you check this example over here, so over here they have a checkbox which if we click, it shows a loading screen, and after that it sees preview hello world. Okay, so it was kind of, right now this is cached. Okay, now after this there is no loading screen because it was cached. So if we reset it and I do it again, loading and then the component. So this was good, right? This was good because let us suppose if we want to show anything, on our document after some action, after some user interaction, then it is not a wise idea to keep that file, inside this bundle.js. Instead it should be loaded separately. Okay, so let us clear this example right now. Okay, we don't need this, we can get rid of this. Okay, and right now my task is that whenever I click a button like show message, okay, then only I should be showing the message. Okay, so it is really very simple. Okay, for the message we will use the text component which we created. So I'll just quickly create a boolean state variable, show text, toggle text, use state, and currently it is false. Okay, then we have a button. So I'll just add a button over here, toggle text, and I'll add a s on click, toggle text. Okay, toggle text previous, not of previous. Okay, like this, and then I will render my text component conditionally. Okay, I think so far you guys are now comfortable with the syntax and every other stuff. Okay, so this is really a piece of cake now, writing conditional components and other stuffs. So if show text, then render the text component like this. What is the text component expecting? External data, children. Okay, it has a children, so we can just skip this. Okay, it has a children. Hello guys. Okay, if I save this, I come to my application, so you see that the size is 332 KB. If I toggle text, okay, this is showing, this is hiding. Okay, now I'll tell you what, this text component, okay, this text component was already loaded inside our application. Okay, inside our application over here. Okay, now as a developer, this by default this text is not shown, but we are still loading that component inside our bundle.js. What we will do is we will import this text document only when it is needed. Okay, yeah, we will import this text component only when this is needed, otherwise we will discard it. So how we can do this? We can definitely use lazy. So what lazy does is that it defers the loading component until it is rendered for the first time, and it renders whenever you need it. So I'll copy this syntax. Okay, first of all we have to import lazy from React. So I'll import lazy like this, and then what I have to do is, instead of importing the text component like this, okay, React is telling that you have to wrap it inside a lazy. Okay, so I will wrap this inside a lazy like this, and I'll call this as timer, and dot slash timer becomes dot slash timer.js, and I remove this like this. Okay, not timer, what I was doing, this is text, right? This is text component, and I comment this for now. And if I refresh this, you see, although the file size has increased, but if I do this, okay, we got some error. Okay, we got some error because we have not handled the suspended states. So read this error. A component suspended while responding to synchronous input. This will cause the UI to be replaced with a loading indicator. To fix updates, the suspend should be wrapped with start transition. Okay, so I'll tell you what this is. We will not use a start transition, but instead use suspense component that is provided by React. But you see over here, right, src slash text.js dot, so our file size is approximately 1.2 kb. So this text component was loaded after the click of my button. It was not loaded with the bundle.js. So this is the power. So whenever this show text become true, this text component was fetched from our servers, and it was then imported. Okay, it was not preloaded with the bundle.js. So note that. So whenever we defer any component with lazy loading, it is not rendered, it is not bundled with the regular bundle file. Instead it is fetched on demand. Okay, so here how we can fix this error now, it is really very simple. So if you check their examples, what they are doing is they are wrapping it inside a suspense. Okay, what is a suspense, I'll tell you in a minute, but let us just quickly use this suspense component. So the suspense is a component. Okay, suspense is a component. If I wrap, okay, if I wrap everything inside a suspense like this, suspense, and I move my text over here, and I'll say what they have a fallback. Okay, so they have a fallback which would say div I am loading, and I move this suspense over here like this. Now if I change my application, hello guys, okay, hello guys, but where is this loading screen not coming? Okay, let me tell you what. So suspense, let us go to suspense once. We will go to components, suspense. So suspense lets you display a fallback until the children have finished loading. So if we have any component that is deferred, okay, that is deferred over here, so suspense, what suspense will do is that it will say, okay, whenever the children is not loading, I will show this fallback. Okay, this can be a loading screen or whatsoever. So that is what we are doing. Since text is a deferred component, it would be loaded on command on the click of this button. So whenever this text component is getting loaded, it would show me a fallback that I am loading. But we did not see, right? But we did not see. Wait, it was actually there. It was actually there, but this was so fast that it was not visible to human eyes. Okay, so what we can do is, so let's talk about the example where they have added a artificially slowdown. So right now what we will do is, since this component is really very small, so it is loading very fast. So what I'll do is I'll add a artificial delay on the import. Okay, like 2 seconds or 3 seconds, some kind of delay, and for those 2 seconds we will see this loading screen. Okay, so fallback is a prop accepted by suspense, and whatever you pass over here, that would be shown as a fallback. So we can pass any kind of JSX, any component. Okay, So over here we will go to APIs, go back to Memo, and let us check where they have added artificially slow down. Not here, not here. Yeah, so sorry, I was looking at the wrong page. So if we go to lazy right now, and let us see that artificially slowed down. Okay, they have this function delay for the demo. So I'll copy the function over here, and what I'll do is whenever I am doing a lazy import, I'll just add a delay. Okay, so I'll just wrap this inside a delay over here like this. Okay, and let us see this in action. So if I load this, I am loading, and then hello guys. Okay, do not get confused what this happened. This was just for a demo purpose. What actually lazy does is that whenever this function is called, it expects a promise. Okay, and that promise we are resolving after only 2 seconds. So that is what we are doing over here. We are just, so now see, after that now we are not seeing that loading screen because this is cached. Okay, this is cached. If we refresh it again, we see the loading screen and we get hello guys, because this file is now loaded. Okay, now every time this will not show a loading screen because the component is already loaded in our browser. And why will it show suspense every time? So this was what lazy loading and suspense was. Now there is a misconception with you all that okay, I should suspense and lazy load every component. No, not that. You suspense or lazy component only those components which are not shown on the first load. Okay, if you have any modal, if you have any pop-up of if you have any drop down or component, something that is being shown after user clicks on something, then only you add a lazy component. Okay, adding lazy on every component is not suitable. Okay, then if you lazy load everything, then what is the point of lazy loading components? Okay, that is not worth it. So you lazy load components only those which you think are not needed for the user on the first load, and these components can be loaded on demand. Okay, so this was the lazy API and the suspense component. So we have covered two parts in a single video. So I hope you understood it, and this was a really good example, and this is also a really good optimization technique. So this was all in this particular module. See you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. So in the previous module, we discussed a lot about the lazy API provided by React, and we deep dived into how this lazy API works and how we use suspense along with lazy to optimize our app performance. So let us just quickly commit the changes. React lazy and suspense API. So this is done. Today, we are going to talk about the context API, and we'll see how why actually we need context API and what problem it solves, and how do we use a context API. So let us quickly clear our board. We don't need these things, or maybe we'll see about that. Let's just clear everything. Not that. We'll clear this and this. Okay. So we have cleared our board. Now we have so think of an example where you have to pass a single prop across various nested children. I'll explain how. So for example, consider that we have this particular text. Okay, we have this particular text, show text maybe. Okay, and we have a component. Maybe can we use any component over here? No, right? So let us create one component. Okay, I'll call this as a heading. Maybe the h is going to be capital heading dot js, heading dot js, and I'll just say const heading equals to a function with some props. Then we are going to return some JSX. I'll just return a fragment for now. It is not always necessary to return fragment. You can return div, span, whatever you want. Then you have export default heading, and I'll just quickly import React. and we don't need these guys. And yeah, by the way, I forgot, like there are many components, okay, where we are not using useMemo, or for example, in the app, we are not using Suspense and all of this stuff. I just forgot to remove them, okay, just don't get confused. Okay, Vedant, why haven't you removed? And we can always remove them. There's no harm in that. Okay, so I am just too lazy to make the change. Okay. Anyways, so we have this heading, and imagine that this heading is now consuming the text. Okay, this text component. So how we were using the text over here? Was it here? Oh, we were doing that dynamic stuff, right? So anyways, I'll just import text from dot slash text, and going to render some text that, hey, I, not in brackets, like this only, hey, I am heading component, and I am also rendering the text. Okay, and this text would receive a heading. This heading would receive some props. Okay, so this would receive a prop, maybe what, heading text maybe. Okay, from props, and the text component has a external data, right? External data. So I'll just quickly say uh external data equals to heading text. Okay, and I'll just render something like, hey, I am text component, and I'll just save this. I'll import heading over here like this, import heading from, okay, this did the job for me. And I'm just going to render the heading component with a prop of heading text. So this would be a heading text, and we'll just get rid of this, and I'll create const heading text equals to bruh. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay, so let's just do npm run serve, hit enter, go to website, localhost 3000, run this, inspect console. And okay, so we are getting that, hey, I am heading component, bruh, hey, I am a text component. So did you notice that this prop was first being passed to heading, like over here as a prop, then heading was consuming it, then this heading was again passed to text, okay, like this. And imagine the scenario where this text component, okay, this text component again passes the external data to some another component. Okay, so there is a lot of nesting. Okay, there is a lot of drilling. Okay, we are drilling into the system, drilling into the components. We started with we started with what, heading, then we drilled into heading, then we drilled into text, then text rendered it. Okay, so this was drilling, and this thing is called as props drilling. Note it down. So props drilling is what, passing a prop through the various level of nesting of components, and it is generally a really bad way of handling the data, because like you have to now trace, okay, you have to trace the origin. Like if there are if the level of nesting is 10, then you have to, track back every component. Okay, this is the parent of this is the parent of this is grandparent and super grandparent and so on. So it really gets hard to maintain big projects, and that is what this context API comes into the picture, and this is going to help us. So we'll see how. So first of all, what is create context? So create context lets you create a context that components can provide. This is kind of the silliest definitions we used to give when we have Viva, right? When we have Viva, I do not come up with examples like what is a engine, like forget about that. Like you have such silly answers, right? Where this definition is already saying that create context, then this means that this is going to create context, and this is what exactly this line is also telling us. This is very funny. Okay. Anyways, so we understood this line that create context creates a context, but what is a context? So let's just say, so they are talking about context over here. Okay, so first they are talking about the prop dealing, which we already saw, that we are passing the props from one component to another, to third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on. But the problem with passing prop is that it gets just really very complex. And what context they are telling is that context let a parent component provide data to the entire tree below it. Okay, this is what I wanted you all to note. Okay, this is very important. Context. Okay, once you define a context on any parent, okay, that particular data gets available across the whole tree. Now, we'll say, oh Vedant, where is tree? Okay, this is tree over here, this part. So, prop dealing was like this. Imagine this was our app, then this was the heading. The heading was containing text, and imagine text containing some span, div, and so on, whatsoever. So this forms a tree like a structure: parent, children, hierarchy. So this is what it is saying. So once you define a context at the parent, okay, over here, then be it any sibling, be it any child, that particular data gets automatically available, and you don't have to pass props via prop dealing. Okay, this there are two advantages: that first, it gets easier to maintain, and second, that your component receive less amount of props. Okay, yes, it really gets, you don't have to define the same prop again and again across different components, and the codes get really complex. So this is where create context comes in handy. We'll go back to create context, and we'll see how we can do this. So first of all, we'll just create our file called as context.js, and I'll just copy this line. This is how we can create context. So it is saying that import create context from React. This is provided by React. And once we call this function as a create context, I provide a name. Okay, I provide a name to this context. So we'll take one example, that there is a button in our application that can toggle between light mode and dark mode. So we have defined a context over here, and we have said that this is equal to light. Okay, now over here, yep, so see, we have this thing. Okay, const theme equals to set theme use state light, and then they provided some value over here. Okay, this is where they provide the value. So first of all, we can give any name to this particular context. Maybe theme context, I missed an e, theme context. I'll just save it, and I'll say export default. Do we need default? Yeah, maybe we can write default like this: export default theme context. Or maybe you can create a single context file. Imagine you have many context in your application, then instead of doing default, you can just perform the named imports, and this would also work fine. Okay, so I'm going with this particular part, named imports, and I'll go so where are they using this? They are using it inside the app. Okay, this is our app. So over here, what I'll just do is, or maybe can we do it here? Can we do it here? No, we can't. Okay, we can do it. Why can't we do? Because this is creating a root, and then this is the whole app, right? This is the whole app over here. So this is automatically rendering it. We should ideally not touch anything over here. This is like the part where you deal with the config of the application, where you want to hydrate or do other stuffs. Like, they have very various APIs. Like, if you go to directives, like create root, hydrate root, okay, then server APIs like render to string and so on. So these all things come under that only. So anyways, we deviated from the topic. So I'll just go to my app, and I'll just say I have a theme, right? I have a theme. So I'll just copy this part, and I'll say we'll get rid of this. Okay, I'll just get rid of this part. uh, Heading. Okay, we'll take better examples now. Bruh, we'll also remove this. So I'll say that my default theme is dark, maybe for now. Okay, and I want this theme to be available across the application. So first of all, we'll import the theme context from our context. So I'll just say import theme context from dot slash it is, I think, context. Okay, now whenever we are returning, okay, just over here, instead of doing fragments, I can say theme context dot provider, and I can close it in the same way. Okay, this is the syntax. Okay, nothing really is fancy over here. So if you go to provider, so what they are seeing is, so they have a to do. Okay, similar to how fragment is actually a symbol, the values returned from create context forwardRef memo are actually objects that are treated especially by render. See this. However, we have no way telling the JSX parser that it's a JSX element type or its props other than by pretending to be a normal component. We don't just use component type, function type, because you are not supposed to attach statics to this object, but rather to the original function. Okay, we'll just skip that. What was that? Anyways, so they were saying that this really works like any other component. Okay, that was what they wanted to tell. I understand it. Come on, folks, don't be like that. Okay, I understand what they speak. I understand the language of developers. So we have defined a value. Okay, we have a value over here, theme. Now I want this theme to be present across our whole application. So this theme provider, what it does is it provides the value which we are going to define. So the value is going to be theme. Okay, I am going to provide you all with value of theme. So I'll just write theme over here like this, and imagine that we have a component. Okay, we have a component. Which type of component? Let's call it as a nav bar. Okay, nav bar dot js. Okay, this makes more sense. So I'll just quickly clear it, nav bar. You can speed it up if you are getting bored with this writing part. Then we have this return empty jsx export default nav bar, and I'll just quickly import save it. And where is React, my friend? This is the React. And we don't need useState. Then we have a React, and we need a button. So this is the button over here. Okay, so this button component is having a console.log. We'll just skip it. Click action and blah blah blah. Data.abcde and just children. I'll just get rid of this. This was just for explanation purpose, not needed now. Okay, so I'll just import button from navbar, inside navbar actually. Okay, so let us say that we have a navbar saying like this is home or whatsoever, home, about us, blah blah blah, and then we have a button. Okay, I just have a really nasty navbar. I'm not a good front-end developer maybe. Okay, and it says toggle theme. Okay, and here we are passing. Okay, now here we have to pass dark and theme. Okay, so I'll tell you how this is going to look like. So this button is actually like this only. Okay, toggle theme, and if I just consume navbar inside my application, import navbar from navbar, and this is my navbar. Okay, if I just save this, go to our application, I see really nasty home, about us, and toggle theme. Okay, now let me add some good spaces, or maybe I can do it like this hacky way. Okay, this was a hacky way. Anyways, so whenever I click this, okay, I should get like the theme, right? I should be able to render the theme accordingly. So I'll how do we now get let us fetch the button. Now my task is going to that this button will know whether the theme is dark or light. Okay, then how do we actually get the value? Do they are they telling us? So before use context, okay, now we are going to use a hook. So before, in the legacy way, this is how they were doing the context API stuff. Theme context dot consumer, then they have the theme and blah blah blah. But in the latest way, they are using use context. Okay, so I'll just use a use context over here inside the button. Okay, this is a hook. So there are two parts. Okay, one is create context and one is use context. Use context is what going to use the context that we have just created. So I'll just quickly consume this and I'll say const theme value equals to oops use context. And what we have to pass, we have to pass the theme context, right? So I have to import theme context from context and I pass the context over here and I can just render my theme. Okay, I can just render my theme over here like this. And if I go to this over here, you can see this is what toggle theme dark. This is dark. Now if I click this, I want to make it light. How do we do that? So we have this thing. Okay, we have this part theme context and auth context, right? Now if you remember, in the value I was just passing my theme, right? I was just passing my theme. I could pass an array. I could even pass an array like this. Okay, so I basically made available two values. I said that okay, this theme, in the value I will provide you the theme value, and also I will provide you a function to update the theme. Okay, now over here if you come back and refresh, see it is giving me error. Functions are not valid React child and so on. This was giving me some error. So if in the button if I extract it, if I extract the value like this, if I extract the value like this over here, I get the theme. Okay, I get the theme, and on click of this I can say that set theme, set theme, and we get the previous value, maybe like this, and return if previous equals to dark, then return maybe question mark. I had four ones. Okay, a question mark. If it is dark, then let return light, otherwise give me dark. Okay, see this is changing. Okay, this is changing. And over here if you have other components, okay, if you have nav bar, and maybe if you have maybe heading again. Okay, let's take heading example again. Okay, what was heading accepting? Heading text. Okay, this was a heading text, or maybe we can just okay, external data change undefined, and let us see how many times the components are actually re-rendered. Okay, because we are updating the state, right? We are updating the state over here, then this should re-render, this should also re-render. So if I just add a console.log in the heading re-render, if I save this, so on the initial render it will print it. Now if I update it, see the whole component is getting re-rendered. So it is causing re-render on the whole application. Okay, so that is one thing that you have to be careful on the part. But anyways, this saved us from the hassle of passing. See, now this looks really neat, right? This nav bar is really isn't consuming anything. This nav bar isn't really passing anything to the button, and just that the button is consuming at its own end, and it is able to change the value of the theme. So this is really amazing, right? This is really amazing. So this is what the context API is. I hope you guys understood it. And why do we need that? Again, that prop drilling problem, okay, and the ability to maintain the props. Those are the two issues. And we discussed that how do we actually use the context API. And we learned about two properties, two functions actually. One was a hook, that is the use context, and another was create context API provided by React. Okay, so these goes hand in hand, and we also saw that the whenever we are updating the state, it is causing a re-render on the entire application. So this was and anyways, this would have been the case with prop drilling also. Okay, it would have, if the state variable is present at the top of hierarchy, then any, no matter how you update it, it is going to cause a re-render on the entire children recursively. Okay, so this was the create context for you guys. Hope you understood it. See you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. So in the previous module, we talked a lot about the context API and how we can use them, what are the benefits and the disadvantages, and why do we actually need that. So let us just quickly go ahead and commit our changes, and we'll just say git commit -m, git push origin master. Okay, this is done. So coming back, so we are going to talk about the create portal. Okay, it is a part of React DOM and not React. Okay, keep that in mind, the difference. And over here, can you remember where did we exactly use this create portal? So if we refresh, okay, this is the latest commit. And if you go to all about use layout effect, and if you come back to the tooltip example, so this is where we were using the create portal, right? We wanted this tooltip to be present inside the body instead of being inside a component, and this create portal was helping us do that, right? This is what we wanted. So this is I think you guys are already familiar with this right now, but let us just quickly go through the documentation and see what React has to tell us about. So create portal lets you render some children into a different part of the DOM, as we have discussed that if you have some component, okay, that you want to render somewhere else, okay, then this create portal comes very handy. So let we will just quickly see one example. Okay, so over here, maybe we can check this one. This one is a better example. So they have this modal, okay, which is getting rendered inside the same div, and if they are using this modal is being rendered uh, very nicely and at the top, right? So how this is happening is because of portals. So no portal and portal example. So no portal, they have this modal content. Okay, they have this modal content, and they are rendering it over here inside that component only. And they have this portal element which is being rendered outside in the body. Okay, so we can create similar examples, okay, for us. So we'll just get rid of these things right now, and we can get rid of theme. Okay, we can make this as show modal, toggle modal, and currently it is false. Okay, and then we have something called as, we'll just create everything inside here only. Okay, nothing fancy to show. Uh, yeah, or um maybe modal or something, or we'll see to that. We'll have a button. Okay, we'll have this text. Hey, I am inside root. Okay, then we have a button. on click of this. Okay, toggle modal previous, and this is going to return not of previous. Okay, and toggle modal. Okay, and let us just quickly import create portal from React DOM like this, and this is going to be our modal. So if show modal and then create portal, and I'll just pass my div, and I'll say this is modal content, and I wanted to render it on document dot body. Okay, this in this part you can, it is not always necessary to pass document dot body, you can pass any ref. So what I mean by ref is that if you go to the commit all about the useRef, right? So you can render anything inside a ref also. So you just pass the ref over here. Okay, you can go to this particular module and learn about refs, and you can create any ref anywhere and just pass it over here, and this particular child will get rendered at that place only. Right now I want to render it inside the body, so that is why I am passing this as a document.body over here. Let us just save it and go to our place. If you go to elements, so inside body we have root. Inside root I have this button. Now if I just toggle this button, okay, if I just toggle this button, see, this is root, and my component, this is modal content, was rendered outside the root. Okay, this was rendered outside the root. Okay, so that is the power of create portal. If we have not used this create portal over here, if we had just used this particular div, then how it would have looked like, we can see this. Okay, we can see this. So if I refresh, if I click this, now you can see that there is nothing. Okay, there is nothing after root. Okay, it is just body getting closed. Now this particular content, this is modal content, is rendered inside root. Okay, this is rendered inside root, and this is body. So this was the create portal. Okay, and where exactly do we need this? We need create portals to create modals, tooltips, or any nudges and various other stuffs. So this was create portal for you guys. This was really very simple task, nothing fancy. Okay, we can just comment it out and keep it as it is. So there was nothing fancy with create portal. Okay, it was just really minor stuff that if you want to render something somewhere else, then use create portal, and that's it. So this was create portal for you. I hope you understood it. If you have any doubts, then please let me know, and see you in the next module. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. So in the previous module we learned a lot about the create portal, and pardon for the spelling mistake, it has to be a React DOM. Okay, just ignore that. So in the previous module we discussed create portals and how we can place various elements on the different parts of the DOM. And today, in this particular module, today we are going to talk about the Redux toolkit. So before understanding Redux toolkit, we have to know what exactly is Redux. So let's just search Redux over here.
Oh, hey there. What you are looking at is the Discord community of JS Cafe. Are you a front-end developer looking for a community where you can connect with others in the industry, get mentorship, and find jobs and internship opportunities? Look no further. I am excited to announce that I have launched a new Discord community exclusively for front-end developers. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced developer, our community is the perfect place to share your knowledge, resolve doubts, and learn from each other. To join the Discord community, you can visit the About section of the YouTube channel and you can find the link. Now let's continue to the video.
So Redux is an open source library for managing and centralizing application state. So like when you have big applications, right? When you have big projects, then all of your data, all of your state is centralized inside Redux. Okay. uh, Redux is not the only player in this market. We have something called as MobX. Okay, so some MobX is also a player in this centralized state management, but the most popular part is Redux. Okay, there are differences between MobX and Redux, and they are different in various aspects. But Redux is more widely used. Okay, so we'll be talking about Redux only. So what we understood Redux, that if you have a big application and you want a centralized state management. So what do we mean by centralized state management is that all of your states, okay, all of your states of application are present inside a single store. Okay, there is one single store. Think of it as a single database. It is not exactly a database, but for your understanding, you can say that it is a centralized database, and various components interact with this centralized state or a database to fetch and update data. So whenever there is any update on this centralized state, components that are subscribing to any part of the data, they can be upgraded gradually. Okay, this would somewhat look similar to create context. Okay, the context API which we saw in the previous sub modules. So there was one central data, and what we were doing was that we were providing that application via provider, and we were consuming it via use context. So on the similar lines only, Redux toolkit is also there, but it has a lot of structural differences. So we understood about Redux. Okay, it is a library that for managing and centralizing application state. So what is then Redux toolkit? Okay, so let's just go to Redux toolkit, get started. So Redux toolkit is a package that is to be the standard way to write Redux, and it was originally created to help address three common concerns about Redux. So first thing first, that you should think that Redux is not part of React. Okay, Redux can be used with Angular as well, or any other UI framework. Okay, it is not just a part of React, so don't have that misconception. To use Redux toolkit with React, they have recently, not recently, but it is a new thing. Okay, Redux toolkit was introduced, and they provided a standard way to write a Redux logic. There were three main concerns before Redux toolkit was introduced. You have to note it down. The first was that the configuration of Redux store was very complicated, and it adds a lot of packages, and Redux required too much boilerplate code. So these were the three issues before Redux toolkit was there in the market. When Redux toolkit came, then it became very easy to set up your Redux application and to use that. So we'll see in a moment how we can use this. So over here, if you are having a CRA, we haven't even used CRA. Okay, that is the beauty. So we will ditch that, and if we have an existing application, this is what we have to install. And we need Redux React bindings and other stuffs. So we'll just copy this. I'll paste it over here, and I'll also copy Redux JS toolkit. Okay, so if you separate multiple packages with spaces, they can be installed easily, right? So this should be installed. Okay, this is installed. So there are various APIs provided by the Redux toolkit. Maybe we'll using configure store and create a size for sure, and the rest we'll see. Maybe create reducer or something. And we are also going to talk about this immer library. Okay, so this is important stuff for you to know. So coming back, one second. So let us just quickly get started. Okay, so we'll head on to the quick start, and over here we have already installed this. And what we have to do is, first of all, we'll have to create a store. Okay, so if you checked previously, there was one file context, right? We created one context file. Similarly, if we are using this, if you are using Redux toolkit, so you'll need one store file. So I'll call this as a store. Okay, it is a central, see what Redux is a centralized state management, right? So this store.js is what our centralized state would be. So I'll just quickly copy this part and paste it. So it says import configure store from Redux-toolkit, and we are configuring store, and we have to supply something over here as a reducer. Okay, so this is something will come back later, okay, right now, but we have to provide the Redux store to React, right? So if you remembered when we were doing the context API, so we wrapped the whole application inside a provider, right? So we'll do the same over here as well. So first of all, I'll import provider from React Redux. This is going to be at top, and then we have to import our store. So how did we export it? So we exported a named export over here. So we did a named export over here. So I'll just quickly go over here and say import store from dot slash store. Okay, and what exactly these guys are doing is that we have to wrap this whole application. Okay, this is on the app. Okay, this is on the app side. We are inside app only, so this is not the right place. This is not the right place, so we'll go to index. Okay, and over here, right, we have the app. We could have wrapped the same when we were discussing the context API. We could have wrapped the context API here as well. That I think shouldn't be a problem. So over here, I just quickly import it, and what these guys are doing is that they are going to wrap our application. So I'll just quickly wrap our application over here like this, and I'm going to grab the app and save it. Maybe format the document. Okay, there, let me ignore that. So we have done this, and this should be working. Now they are saying that create a Redux state slice. Okay, now let us talk about what is a slice. So see, this slice, for example, if they are implementing a counter can increment, a counter can decrement, and we can increment by a certain amount. Okay, these are all the functionalities of a counter. So think of a slice in Redux as a feature. Okay, feature. So business logics for feature are known as slice. You can write it down in your notebook. So whenever we create a slice, okay, it is just a jargon. Okay, so for example, there are various features of your applications. Okay, for example, if we take example of YouTube, maybe, then there is a nav bar. Okay, when we click on nav bar, we go to different links. That is one feature. Then we have a player. Then that is one feature. Then you have on the right, you have the suggestions. Then that is one feature. Then there is like, comment, reply. That is one feature. So each feature can have its own slice, and in each slice you can write your own business logics. Okay, so business logic as in actions. Okay, like when the user comments on any system, then he hits enter, then you have to add a comment. That is one action. When you like a comment, that is one action. Okay, when you like a video, that is one action. When you share the video, that is one action. So all the actions can be come over here, and what they are known as is reducers. Okay, that is it. So don't get confused. Okay, don't get confused over here. So see over here, add a new file name, this, and creating a slice requires a string name to identify the slice as an initial value, and one or more reducer functions. Okay, reducer functions. See, reducer functions to define how state can be updated. Okay, so that is what it is. Okay, inside these functions, what I am saying that how the state will update. I'll tell you in a moment how exactly this is getting the state and other stuffs. But for example, let us pick one nice example over here. Okay, let us try to understand with the example. So we will come back over here. This is index app, and we have our application. So for example, let us say we are incrementing a counter. Okay, let's take this example only. So we will get rid of everything over here. We don't need these things. We need only this part, and we can get rid of this. So over here we can increment, decrement, and increment by amount. Okay, so first of all, quickly I'll do is I'll create a button. I'll quickly create a button and I'll say increment, decrement, increment by amount. Okay, and there are 3 buttons. Let us just quickly go and run our terminal, and we do npm run serve. This is going to start our applications. We go to localhost 3000 and we inspect it. We add a console. Okay, so stores does not have a valid reducers. Okay, yeah, because we have not passed any reducer to the store, that is why it is giving me these errors. So over here what we have to do is, first of all, we'll create a slice. Okay, so I'll call this as a counter slice maybe, and let us quickly see. This is the file, right? This is the file they want. So we can create new file, counterslides.js. Okay, and we will import first of all the create slice from Redux-toolkit. This is simple stuff. Now I'll tell you step by step what is the syntax. Okay, first of all, you define the state, initial state of the feature. Okay, so initially we have a counter, so counter will have a value like 0 1 2 3 4 and so on. So the initial state over here is const value 0 1. Okay, so this is an object, and inside this object we have a value, initial value is 0, or we can name it as counter value. Okay, the counter value is 0 initially. When we increment it, it will become 1. When we decrement it, it will become 0 and so on. So this is the initial value. Now what they have is, they have this counter slice creation over here. Okay, so we have imported this create a slice. So we'll first create a slice of ourselves. Okay, so first of all we have this const counter slice, const counter slice like this. Okay, so this is counter slice. 1 second, this is hurting my eyes. Okay, this looks better. So const counter slice, create a slice, and this counter slice will take some configuration. Okay, so configuration as in the name of the slice, the initial state, and the reducer actions, reducer functions. So I'll say the name as a counter. Okay, the name as counter, or we can give any name, it is your choice, it doesn't really matters. Then you have a initial state, so initial state like this. Okay, and if you are getting confused, you can name this as initial state variable maybe. Okay, initial state variable, and you can pass it like this. Okay, so this is an object, right? So initially this variable key and value were same, so this was not required like this. Okay, this is JavaScript only, nothing fancy. Then you have reducers, so we'll add reducers over here with object. Okay, this is object over here, reducers, and over here we have to define our action. So for example, right now we will take only one example, that is increment. So we'll add increment over here, and increment is a function, right? Increment is a function, so this would be a function. This would accept state. Okay, how will this state come over here? This is the power of create slice. Okay, whenever this function will be called, our Redux toolkit will automatically supply the state to the increment action, increment function. Okay, so over here what they are doing is state dot value plus equals to 1. This is wrong, right? Isn't it wrong? We have, when we were discussing use state, then I said that we do not directly mutate the state variables. Okay, what I mean by that is, if you remember, if you have a state variable const state, set state like this, use state, then whenever you have any function, okay, const fn equals to maybe a function over here, then you do not do state equals to 1 or something. We always do set state, right? Set state, then we call 1. So this is because that we don't mutate the state variables. Okay, we don't mutate the state variables. But why is Redux, if this is a state variable, then why is Redux mutating the state variable? Why is it doing this? So it is because, see, Redux requires that we write all state updates immutably. That is understood. Okay. But by making copies of data and updating copies. However, Redux toolkit create slice and create reducers APIs uses immer. Okay. Uses immer inside that allows us to write mutating update logic, and that becomes correct immutable updates. So over here they are using this small library called as immer, and when we are using immer, what we can say that this allows us to write mutable. Okay, right now see, I am mutating the value. I am mutating the value directly. This is the value, I am mutating it directly. Okay, so this is the power of Redux toolkit, that you don't have to worry about writing immutable logics, okay, creating, copying, updating and so on. That is not required. So this is what you have to note it down. Okay, when we are using Redux toolkit, it provides us to write directly the mutating logic because it uses immer behind the scenes. Okay, if someone asks you, then say this. So what they are doing is that state variable, this is state variable, this is a state variable, and inside this we have value. So state dot value, and I'm incrementing the value with 1. Okay, so that is what they are doing. So this is very simple, right? This is very simple. State dot counter value. Okay, this is counter value now. State dot counter value plus equals to 1. Simple. And we will write these functions later, but right now we have to export. We have to export these things. So let us just copy it quickly and let me tell you, this is don't worry about this part. Don't worry about this part, ki how this is working, why are we exporting this, then what is this doing, okay, and why are we exporting this like this. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay, you don't have to really worry about it, because this is all comes under the boilerplate. Okay, what is a boilerplate? Let me pick the correct definition, otherwise you guys will get this POI boilerplate. So it is boilerplate in code. Yeah. So boilerplate code are sections of the code that have to be included in many places without little alterations. Okay, this is boilerplate code, means that this is what exactly you have to use. Okay, this is what exactly you have to use. This is how Redux toolkit guys want us to write code. Okay, so we can't really help ourselves much over here. So if they say that you have to export the slice, you export the slice. If they are saying that if you export the actions, okay, we just have increment only over here right now, so we will only have increment actions, and then you export default the reducers. Okay, now this is all syntaxing. Our main focus is this only. Okay, this is main focus and this is main focus. Rest all is boilerplate only. We don't have to worry about that. Now let us go back, and we have to pass, right? We have to pass our reducer over here. Remember this error. Store does not have valid reducer because we have not passed anything to the reducer over here. So far we have done nothing. We have only provided our store to the application, then we created one slice. Okay, then we have to pass that slice, we have to pass that reducer to this store. Okay, because this is the store only we are providing. Okay, this is the exact store we are providing, so this store has to be configured. So what we will do is we will import counter reducer. Okay, we will import counter reducer. So over here this is counter slice, right? Counter slice. So I will say something like import counter reducer from dot slash counter slice. Okay, and what we have to do is we have to like it like this. Okay, write it like this. But you will say, okay, Vedant, why have we written counter? You can like anything, okay? Counter, maybe counter key, maybe this will also work, okay? Don't be confused that this with this name and this name has to be same. This is not important, okay? This is not important. This will work without it as well. And you just for simplicity, it is said that you should have same names, okay, so that you don't get confused, okay? Because if someone wants to search, okay, this is the name, then what is the name of the create slice that we are having? This is counter only. So it doesn't really matters what name you give, okay? We are just going with names, standard names, okay, standard names that these guys are using. Now is the time for action, okay? Now this error should be gone, okay? That error is gone because this is a valid reducer. Now the real game starts, okay? Now the real game starts, that we have to consume these updates, okay? First of all, I will import these two guys from React Redux, okay, which we installed. So we will go to the top and I will import use selector and use dispatch. And then we have this increment from counter slice, okay? So we will import these guys also, but we don't have decrement, so we will not import it. We have increment and decrement. See, counter slice, and it is exporting increment like this, okay? This is exporting increment like this. So this is what we are consuming, increment over here. And what we have to do is, whenever I click this button, it has to perform on click, okay? So let me tell you how. So I will first of all, okay, first of all, let us consume this, okay? Let us forget about click actions. First of all, check this line. Const count equals to use selector state dot counter dot value, okay? State dot counter dot value. So let us copy this part and see what this is giving us. Okay, this is the count. Use selector state dot counter, okay? State dot counter is coming from here, okay? State dot counter dot value. Will it be value over here? No, this would be counter value, okay? This would be counter value. So state, now it in this state we have this counter. This is the name it is picking, okay? This is the name it is picking. So state dot counter. Now in this counter I want to access the value. My value is named as counter value, okay? Then I will access counter value. Now I will just render my count over here like this. If I save this, it should give me 0, okay? Initially it was 0. If I change it to 1, if I change it to 1 over here, this will change to 1, okay? But we don't have to update it from here, we have to update it from buttons, okay? Then how we do this? Very simple. First of all, you have to get the dispatch, okay? Use dispatch, okay? You copy this part, you paste it over here, and now you can dispatch any action, okay? So if I say that whenever I am use dispatch was imported from React Redux only, okay? I know this is complex, but once you are familiar with this part, once you get familiar with writing the syntax, this is all just syntax only, okay? Nothing fancy. So once you get the dispatch, now if you want to trigger increment function, what you have to do is you have to do something like on click dispatch, okay? On click dispatch increment, and I call this, okay? Now if we go and see, this is working perfectly fine. See, this is working. See, it is working super amazing. Now over here, if you want to perform a decrement, okay, now pause the video, think yourself how you can write this, okay? You can write it like this: dec decrement, and this is going to be minus equals to 1. Then we are going to export the decrement over here. I save this and I import, okay? I am importing decrement over here, okay? Then what else? I will just copy this part, okay? This is same only, maybe okay, decrement, and instead of calling increment I will call decrement. Simple. increment, decrement. See, now if we want to increment by certain amount, okay, this is important, right? So how we will do this? Inc by amount, okay, state. Now comes the tricky part. Now how we will accept some data, okay? I have to increment it by, for example, let's suppose I have to increment it by 5 or 10. Then how we will do this? How we will do this? This is simple, right? If you go to their library, they have this action, right? This action. So let us copy this action, okay? And they're saying that whatever payload you provide, I will have that, okay? So action dot payload. Okay, let us see what is this. So first of all, let us just console dot log action. Okay, we will see what this is, and I will do the rituals. I will export increment amount. I will import increment amount, and then I will just copy this part. Okay, if I will just copy this part over here like this, and instead of decrement I will call increment count, and I say 5. Okay, I say 5. I refresh this. See, so it incremented by 5, but inside the action I get the payload as 5 only. See, I get payload as 5 only. Super amazing, right? Super amazing. And what is the value of state? Let us log state also. Okay, let us log state also. Okay, so if I increment it by amount, you get some proxy object. Okay, you get some proxy object, and we are not able to access it, okay, because it is a proxy object. But if you see this state dot counter value, if I do state dot counter value, see, I get 0. Okay, and then I incremented it, the payload was 5, then it performed the updation. So this was really simple Redux toolkit. See, it is so easy. Only 3 changes were required. First, write provider to your whole application. Then in the app, you just have to consume whatever value you want, and you dispatch it from over here. Okay, and then you just have to create one slice and one store. Simple, really very simple. It is nothing. It is really nothing. So this was the Redux toolkit. And one more thing I wanted to highlight, that you just import your own reducer. Okay, for example, in future you can have many reducers over here. Okay, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. Then don't do just like state and you import everything. Just import whatever you want. Okay, if I want to import counter, then import counter only. Okay, do not do something like this. Okay, don't do like this. This is not good. Okay, so that was only the thing I wanted to highlight, and this was all about the Redux toolkit in this example. And yeah, before moving forward, if you want to see the like extreme usage of Redux toolkit, what you will just have to do is go to youtube.com. Okay, go to YouTube and search for online drawing tool Next.js. Okay, okay, this video will come. This video, in this video only, so it has like 512 likes right now and 8k views, and this video I created for you guys. Use this project, and I have heavily used the Redux toolkit. See, set up Redux toolkit, create a slice and whatnot. So it is a really amazing project. You can go and check it out. And yeah, this was all about this part. So this was Redux toolkit for you guys. Hope you understood it. If you have any doubts, then please do let me know in the comments, and see you in the next module. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. In the previous module, we learned a lot about the Redux toolkit, and today we are going to talk about routing. So we are going to talk about the React router package. It is a really great package if you want to deal with routings, navigations, links in your application, and it comes with a bunch of utilities Like, just have a look at the hooks they are providing, right? It is huge. And trust me, it is one of the best packages around there in the market, which can help you with setting up the navigation on your application. So go ahead to reactrouter.com, and this is just a package. Right now we have already covered React, bro. Okay, we have already covered React, and now what we are just doing over here is that we are going through various packages, right? This is not React. Okay, this is just a package for React, and we are learning how to use a package. So whenever I like talk about these things, there is no explicit learning. Okay, there is no explicit knowledge when you like learn about these packages. All you get to do is you learn that, okay, this is package, this is the function. If we do this, this is what will happen. That is all it is. So this is not really React we are doing right now, but we are just exploring some packages. And initially I was planning that to limit this course just to the hooks, to the main core concepts, but I really thought that I really have to get that misconception out of your minds that React is, this is not React. Okay, this is not React, this is just exploring packages on the React. So with that, let's begin with exploring this package. And what you have to do is you can just visit this thing later. Okay, they have this nice tutorial over here, you can follow that and stuff. But I'll just give you a brief short walkthrough on how we can use this. So let's go back to the application. We kill the server and we perform npm install react router dom 6. Okay, we installed it over here, and all we have to do is we go ahead to the index file. Okay, the way we have used the provider. Okay, we have to similarly wrap our application with the browser. Okay, browser router. So how we will get the browser router? It is really very simple. So the package which we just installed right now, okay, the package which we just installed right now, the react router dom, comes with browser router. Okay, we are going to wrap our whole application with the browser router. Let me write it like this. Okay, and we move our whole application inside it like this. Okay, now what it is saying that, okay, provider has to be upwards. Okay, my bad. And provider, yeah, this is cool. Yeah, so this is our provider, this is our router. Okay, now we are done with basic setup. Now is the time to how we can configure the routes in the application. Really very simple, nothing fancy. We can get rid of this, we don't need it. Okay, we don't need this as well. And maybe it is time for us to get rid of these things. Okay, just not needed right now. Okay, it is adding complexity to the code and you guys are confused. Anyways, so all we have to do is we have to first import few packages from the react router dom which we have installed just now. So routes and route. Okay, so initially we'll create an entry routes for our application like this. Okay, and individual routes is going to contain what? Route. Okay, I'm just explaining how to use this package. Okay, there is nothing fancy in this. Okay, this is the route, and I'm saying that if my path is home, if my path is home, then my element should be a JSX, a component. You can write JSX well, like I am home, then slash about. Okay, then this is I am about, and contact us, contact. So I am contact us. Okay, let's just save it and hit npm run serve. We go to our, we hit our servers and we go to this. Okay, we can see I am home, and if we just go to slash about, it is not working. I think I know why it is not working, because yes, we need to fix this thing. So let me just grab it, and yep. So if you just have this history API fallback true, okay, so this should automatically start to work. all you need to do is restart your server and refresh it, and see, boom, it started working. So this thing was missing in our dev server. Okay, this thing is required, so just go ahead and add it. This should work. So this is about, and this is contact, and this is home. Okay, this is working fine. So we have set up one level of application, and really trust me, this part, okay, this thing can be a component itself. Okay, yeah, I'll tell you how. So you can create component like const home equals to functional component, like this. Okay, I'm just creating it in a single file only, because I don't want to later already big file over here. So you just grab this thing and you perform a return div like this. Okay, and you pass your component over here like this. Okay, and you can do the similar stuff for about. Okay, this is about over here. So I am about would go in the inside this, not here, over here, and we can get rid of this. I can just write slash about and remove extra stuff, and this is contact us. This is component is React, so this is contact, and I can just write it like this. Okay, and remove all this, and it is still going to work fine. Okay, now we have, all we have to do is, let us add a navigation. Okay, let us add a navigation menu. So what we can do for navigations, let me check. So for navigation, okay, for navigation, let us add our components over here. Okay, so for navigation we have to import link. Okay, link link, and I'll add my first link as, one second, link 2. Yeah, link. Okay, I'll write home. I'll say travel home, and in the 2 I'll say slash. Okay, travel home, travel about. Okay, this would go to about, and travel contact. Okay, and let us save this. You have all the links, right? We can add some spaces maybe. These are all not good. Anyways, so the purpose is that if you click travel home, if you click about, if you click contact, see, these are working just fine. Maybe there is some CSS getting applied. No CSS. Or okay, leave that. So this is home, about, and travel, and notice that the application is not reloading. Okay, the application is not reloading, just that whatever content is present. Okay, I can show you over here. Okay, these are at the end link tags only, but if you click this, the page is not getting refreshed. Okay, only the content is dynamically changing. So this is the power of this particular React router package. And there is one more stuff, like you can access slugs as well. So I can talk about slugs over here. So let me create one example as profile, maybe profile. Okay, this is profile. I'll just quickly copy this over here and name is as a profile. Okay, now if you want to access so let us suppose that you have a URL called as slash profile slash some ID. Okay, some ID, user ID maybe over here. Okay, now this profile component over here, if I say or maybe say user name. Okay, and I want to greet the user with his username. Hello user, and the username we have to print. So how we can do this? We can do this via use params. Okay, we can import the hook use params, and inside the profile const, okay, const over here like this, use params, and I can get this username, okay, over here, and I can just render this over here, and we can I can call this as username. Yeah, okay. Now we need a link. Okay, we need a link. Travel to profile. Travel to profile. And over here I will say slash profile slash JS cafe. Okay, hello JS cafe, it should print. So if we go to travel profile, see, hello user JS cafe. So if I change this to something else, okay, I think there was some error. Yeah, anyways, yeah. So this is the thing. Okay, this is the power of the use params hook over here. So you can, whatever you pass after profile, that would be picked dynamically over here. Okay, that was the whole motive. So this was like the whole React router stuff in a nutshell. uh, the package is really very huge, and it is not really possible to cover the whole package inside a single video. The video is already, I guess, 9 hours, 10 hours long, so this would stretch it unnecessarily. But if you want me to cover React Router DOM in depth, then I can make a separate video covering everything on the React Router. But this was just warm-ups for you, so that you are little familiar how to at least create routes. So this was all in this particular module. Hope you liked it. See you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. So far we have learned a lot about React, and if you have a look at the complete React tutorial repo, so we have covered many topics. In the previous module we learned about the React router, and previous to that we discussed the Redux and the Redux toolkit. So what's special about this module? We are going to talk about the React design patterns. Okay, so we have learned about hooks, how each hooks work behind the scenes, but it is very important that you follow certain design patterns when you are developing any application or any feature. What do we mean by design pattern is that whenever you are making any component, okay, that particular component can be made through various patterns that are already available in the market. Okay, we will be discussing four major patterns. Okay, the first pattern we are going to discuss is the React higher order component pattern. Higher order component is also known as HOC. We haven't discussed about HOC so far, so we are going to talk about what is HOC, how it works, and what is the React HOC pattern. Then we are going to talk about the React render props pattern. Then the third is the composition pattern. The composition pattern is also known as compound pattern. And the fourth pattern is the React hooks pattern, where we will learn to make custom hooks. Okay, yeah, custom hooks. So far, we have learned about lot of hooks like useEffect, useLayoutEffect, useRef. React also gives us the ability to create our own hooks. It has certain rules that we have to follow. We will see what are those rules and how to follow them. But majorly these are the four main React design patterns that are followed in the industry. So I'm not going to teach you on very basic level. Okay, now you're advanced. Okay, so we have already covered basic stuffs. Okay, now this is part of advanced. Few topics which we discussed before, they were also advanced, but I didn't mention them explicitly because I didn't want it to make you feel scared. But right now, what we are going to discuss over here would be something advanced. Okay, not everyone talks about it. Not every course has this pattern. Not every paid course, not even paid course, are discussing about these patterns. And trust me, these patterns will make you the best developer out there in the market. If in the interview you are given any question and you think in terms of these patterns, and you solve that question using one of these patterns, one of these patterns out of four, then trust me, no one can beat you. No one can beat you, I can guarantee that. So first pattern, HOC, higher order component, render props, composition, and React hooks pattern. Okay, these four patterns are really super crucial. We are going to talk about these patterns. I have already covered these patterns in the previous videos. Okay, on my channel, I already have these four videos. I'll just attach a clip. Okay, so don't be scared like, why is Vedant looking so younger? I'm still looking younger, but a little younger a year before. Okay, so I'll attach those four videos. Watch them carefully. Okay, make notes properly. Okay, and yeah, see you all in the next module. So in the very first video, we will be discussing about React HOC pattern. And before jumping into the topic, let us discuss what this series is all about. So in this series, we will be talking about various types of design patterns that is followed at the industry level. By design pattern, we actually mean how does we write a business logic in React, and how do we make sure that it is reusable across various components, and what is the best style to create a component. Because as a front end developer and as a React developer, it is very crucial for us to create components that are very smart, and as well as that are very scalable as well. So having an understanding of design patterns is very crucial if you are a React developer. So this was overall about the design patterns, and React HOC pattern is one of the patterns that we are going to discuss today. So if you are not aware, HOC stands for higher order components. And if you are not aware what HOC is, so let me define it for you. So HOC is nothing but it receives a component, it applies certain logic, and then returns that components with those additional logics, right? So what we mean that is, we supply a component to that HOC. Okay, consider HOC as a component that receives a component, applies certain logic on that, and at the end returns a component. And when we return that component, we receive the component with the added logic or the styles or whatever that particular HOC has done. So in this way, once we create a HOC that applies certain patterns to components, then we are in a position to apply this particular logic across multiple components, right? It is like write once and use everywhere, or use many times, right? This is the power of HOC actually. And yeah, so this was about HOC, and let's discuss when to use HOC actually. So we use HOC in the places where we want to apply same logic across multiple components. As said earlier, this is a HOC that takes a component, applies logic, and returns the component that has all the logics, all the functionalities added to it. This is extremely very powerful HOC component. And for you, I have also created one component, HOC component for you. So I'll discuss the use case with you, what we are going to build right now. So suppose there comes a use case that there are certain elements, there are certain components of which you want to calculate height and width, right? Let's suppose in this particular app.js file, which is the entry file, which is actually not the entry file, which is basically the file which you are seeing over here, contains two components, comp1 and comp2. And as you can see in the output, I am actually printing out the width of those components, right? If you have a look at the styles .css file, I have given a width of 200 pixels to component 1 and a width of 250 pixels to component 2, and somehow I am able to print those values when the components are rendered. Okay, and it is up to the component whatever they want to do with this particular value. Like, let's suppose I gave a component of functionalities to become aware of its height and width, and now it is up to that particular component do whatever what you want to do with that information, right? It's not my concern. So this is the use case, and I'll quickly show you what these comp1 and comp2s are. So basically comp1 is nothing, just a div tag saying, hey, I am comp1 and my width is props.width. Notice that we are getting the width in the props magically somehow. We'll see how we got it. And the same is with comp2, that which is very similar, and it is a div tag saying, hey, I am oh, there's a typo. It should be actually comp2. It should say so it is saying, hey, I am comp2 with width of 250. Great. And wait, what is this file with dimensions.js? I haven't seen this before. So this is our HOC. Okay, with dimensions.js is our HOC file. This is the heart of this video. Okay, so I'll just give you an overview of this particular file, and followed by that we'll start writing this code from scratch. Okay. So this HOC component, you can see that it is receiving the element, which is the first part, right? We discussed that it receives a component. So component is actually element over here. Okay. And what this function is doing, this function is actually returning another function, which is with dimensions. Okay. So this with dimension function, notice, careful notice that this particular function and this particular function, they both have the same name. But generally, what the market standard says that any component that needs to be rendered, right? The nomenclature of that component is that the initial letter should be capital, right? Notice this particular function with dimension has a lowercase w, and this particular function has a uppercase w, which means that this is just a wrapper function, and this particular is actually a functional component for us. Okay, this is a functional component which receives the props, right? How do we write a functional component, right? Let's see over here. We write const comp1 equals to, we receive the props and we return the JSX, right? This is what we do. And this is the same with dimensions over here. We receive the props and we are having some basic React thing, and we are returning a JSX, right? As said before, that this element is a component, which is a JSX in itself. So we are actually returning a JSX. So what this function becomes, this function is actually a functional component which is receiving the props, which is creating a ref, which is using a useState to to store the values of width and height. And we have a component did mount a type of stuff over here, which has a dependencies on this ref. So whenever this component is loaded, we check the ref value. If the ref is present, set the width to compref.current.offset width. Okay, compref.current.offset height, and we pass the properties over here. Now notice how we are doing this. When we return the element, right? So this is the element we received. Okay, what is this element? This element is nothing but comp1. Okay, we pass comp1 to with dimensions. With dimensions add extra properties, extra props to that comp1 element. Okay, this comp1 element received extra properties. The extra props are attached with comp1, and this comp1 along with the extra properties is returned to the UI. Okay, So this is what it is, right? We set the values of width, we set the values of height, we return a JSX with a ref and with a width and with a height. Okay. And whatever props were there, we pass them as it is. So this is a reason when we do props dot width, right? Remember in the comp one we didn't pass any props, right? This is just a blank component. But how come this width property came in comp 1? This came because from here width, okay? Because we returned the JSX and we passed extra properties to it, extra props. Passed width, we passed height, and we also passed ref. Now many of you might be aware of the stuff that we cannot pass ref to the functional components, right? If the parent is passing a ref to the child component, this ref keyword is not being passed. If you want to pass the ref keyword to be accessible to the child, you need to basically do a forward ref so that the child has access to the ref property which you sent above. Okay. If it is not clear, then while we code, you'll understand why we need this forward ref. But for now, this was the overview of the scenario that we are going to make. Now let's dive into the code. We have this blank template of code sandbox of a React application. This is the place we are going to write our code, and also I'll be sharing the code sandbox URL in the description of this video so that you can actually do a hands-on on this example. This is very crucial. And also, if you are new to this channel and till now you have liked my content, then please subscribe to this channel and share this. Like spread the word on LinkedIn, spread the word on Twitter, right? And till the time this channel, like I'm making this video, I am hoping we have crossed 2K subscriber. And the and yeah, the most important stuff, the aim the like aim for this video is 50 likes. If you see that this video is having likes less than 50, then please do like this video, do comments, how did you like the overall experience. I have changed the whole setup for you, as you can see, the mic and even the system. Like we are recording in MacBook this time with high quality graphics. I hope that all of the lags and all of the system delays, degraded videos will not happen now, because we have upgraded everything a completely a great experience for you. I'm also working hard on creating a rich content. Then please do support my work. So we had enough chat and now it's time to code. Okay, so we'll explore the files. Let's bring this down. Okay, so we have a app.tsx file. We actually don't need these two. We can get rid of them. And we create a component saying comp1.js. Okay, this comp1.js is nothing, just a dummy component saying const comp1 equals to a function that receives a props, okay, and it basically returns a div, okay, saying hey, I am comp1, okay, and class name equals to comp1. For example, we will save this file, and we will also export this functional component. Okay, export default comp1, and we are going to import comp1 from dot slash comp1, and we are going to render this comp1 over here. Okay, I am comp1. Perfect. And we actually don't need this, and we want to style the comp1. saying that the height is actually 100 pixel and my width is 150 pixel, for example. Okay, this is the part, and this is a very basic flow. Up till now, everything is really simple. Now, there's come the scenario where I want to print the width of this particular component. So I'll say, hey, I am comp1 and my width is something which I don't have access to, right? Currently, I don't know what is the value, what is the width of this particular component. I am completely unaware. Please make this information available in this component. Okay. Now here comes our HOC pattern. Okay. So we'll create a file. Sorry. Okay, we'll create this file and we'll name it with dimensions in SIO dimensions or JS. Okay, this is our HOC file. So starting with the very basics, we'll create a wrapper function with dimension. Okay, this is going to take element, correct? Element, or I can say component. Okay, that would be much more clearer to you right now. Okay, and we are going to export default with dimensions. Okay, now this component is what? Let me guess. This component we have to pass comp1. Okay, we have to pass comp1 as component, right? So for the starters, I'll show you how do we write, how do we actually incur use the HOC component in any other component. So I'll do is I'll do import with dimensions, import with dimensions from with dimensions, and before exporting, right, before exporting comp1, I'll just wrap this comp1 with dimensions. Okay, for now ignore the errors. Okay, ignore the errors because I'll tell you why we are not seeing anything. First of all, let's focus what is happening over here. As per the definition, right, it receives a component, applies certain logic, and then returns a component with those additional logics. Okay, let's see if it is happening over here. This is a higher order component. It is receiving a component. Okay, so what I am doing is I am making a function call. Okay, let's forget this for now. Okay, and let's have a look at the width dimensions. Width dimension is just a function, right? Just a function, the regular function. And what we are doing over here, we are calling that for executing that function, and whatever is returned from that function, we are exporting it. Okay, are you able to visualize it? Right, we are calling this function, and whatever is the return value after the execution, we are returning it. Okay, so if it was a regular component, comp1, okay, if it was a comp1, so if I write like this, sorry, if I write it like this, export default comp1. So what does it means? Export default comp1 means that this is a function, and whatever is returned from this, what is returned actually? It is we are returning JSX, right? We are returning JSX. So JSX is what returned over here, right? But this is a JSX. So if I write it like this, then what's the harm, right? If this function somehow is capable to return a component, right? Return a component, then everything is fine, right? So this has to return a component. So if I write return component, okay, not like this, in the JSX format. Okay, if I write it like this and save it and refresh it, okay, so we are getting some error. Wait, we can fix that. Okay, okay. So what we have to do is whenever this function is executed, it should actually return a JSX. Okay. So what we are doing is actually we are returning this component over here directly. Okay. The only fix which we can think of is like after the execution of this function. Right. So okay. So I think we got misguided over here. Now if I come back to this part, right? Uh Export default comp1. Okay, let's just forget with dimensions. Okay, so we are getting everything is fine. So we are actually exporting the function as it is, right? We are not executing the function. Okay, we are not executing the function at this particular moment. Okay, we are just exporting the function so that it is available over here. Now this is our aim. Okay, with dimensions I should be able to return a function but not a JSX. So doing this is completely wrong. Instead, I should return a function. Okay, I should be able to return a function. So I'll name this as with dimension with dimensions. This is a function with dimensions, and the errors are gone. Now, if inside this function I do return and I write okay, I write component, this is working perfectly fine, right? Now understand what happened when we executed this function, right? We are executing with dimensions. We are executing with dimensions. When this function is executed, it is actually returning a function. This is exactly what we want, right? With dimensions is return, and which is actually returning a JSX, and which is exactly what we need. Now we are one step closer in creating our generic HOC component. Now we are able to wrap our comp1 component inside with dimensions, and because of this we are able to see the values as it is. But this HOC is not adding any extra properties to it right for now. So we'll be dealing with props and properties. And just for the starters, if I write uh dummy props equals to some value for just for the sake of example. Okay, dummy props. And if I do something like props dot dummy props some value, right? This is what we see. Now see what happened. We return the component that we received when we were calling this function. Okay, and now after receiving that component we are actually returning it. We are returning a functional component that returns a JSX, which is nothing but the component we just received. And when returning the JSX we added some extra properties as well, right? And now we are getting to the point where we are kind of passing valuable properties. We are adding additional properties to this component. Okay, this is working great for us up till now, right? Now let's go ahead and try to fetch the height and width of the component via the concept of refs. Okay, so I'll do it quickly. We can get rid of this for now, and it will stay undefined because actually we are not passing anything. So props is an object, we can't render things like that. Okay, so let's write the main logic. I'll write const width set width equals to useState, and initially I have null. Okay, const height, and set height equals to useState, and the value is null again. Perfect. Now I also want to create a ref, right? Const comp-ref, okay, equals to useRef. Perfect. Created a ref as well. And yeah, so this is ref equals to, oops, sorry, component ref. And I'll tell you the warning over here. So yeah, so you can see that a warning says function components cannot be given refs, and attempts to access this ref will fail. Do you mean to use React forward yet? Yes, I completely mean to use React forward ref, right? So what we mean that is, if you try, right, if you try this props.ref, right? Oh wow, where was the value, right? That I'm not able to see anything. So the reason being that is this is the parent component, okay, right? And if parent component wants to pass the value of ref to child component, and if we write it something like this, then the child component won't be able to fetch the value of ref, right? The child component won't be able to get the value of ref. So in order to make this child comp1 become eligible to read the value of ref, we have to use forward ref. Okay, so if I do forward ref and I pass comp1, right? So I think, hmm, right, and when doing this, you get the ref as the second parameter of the component. And if I do, let's ignore this for a while, and I just do console.log ref. See, I get the value. Voila, right? This is perfectly. So this is how it is. The moment you introduce forward ref on a component, you need to add a second parameter, right? That will contain a value of the ref. It doesn't needs to be ref exactly. It can be abc, and if you try to write abc, right, you get it right. Ref is just for the standards, right? We write ref as a second parameter. Okay, this was the part where we discussed the forward ref, and now let's come to this part. Okay, I created a ref. I actually passed the ref. Now how do I get the value of height and width? I think it's really very simple. We need to just use a use effect. Okay, and for it, let's call it a component mount, and I'll do if compref dot current, if the ref is present, right? So set width with compref dot current dot offset width, and do a set height. Oops, and do a set height of compref dot current dot offset height. Okay, this is perfect, and we have to pass compref as a dependency, right? And yeah, this is pretty much it. If we do height equals to height and width equals to width, okay, and now if we try to do my width is props dot width, I must get the value. I must refresh it. Okay, somehow I am not getting the value. Okay, we'll see to that. Oh, okay, I think I found the issue. We actually are not utilizing this ref over here is what I'm saying, because in order to have a offset width and offset height, this particular ref which we passed needs to be hooked to a particular DOM element, right? And when we were using forwardRef, this ref property, right, we were not actually utilizing it. And for the sake of simplicity, let's name this ref as forwarded ref from parent, right? This makes much more sense. And if I do ref equals to forwarded ref from parent, yeah, see, I get the width over here, right? Yeah, and one more thing, if for example I say what we should call random number. Okay, just let's, for the example, I say random example as 1 2 3, right? I save it, and if I try to access, and my random number is, and if I try to do props dot random number, whoa, I'm not getting it. What's the issue, right? Take a pause. Okay, take a pause and figure out what we are missing in this particular section. Okay, now I assume you have taken a proper pause. Now let's talk about this. So when returning the like, we have already discussed that this is acting like a functional component. So functional components do receive props, right? And this is the part where props, we need to pass those values as well, right? We are introducing new we are actually introducing new props, but we also have to make sure that whatever props this particular component is receiving, that too are also forwarded, right? We can't lose on existing props that have been given to the component, right? If I change a value to 5, you can see that the value is being reflected, and we also getting the width as well, right? So this is a pretty great example of using higher order components, and I hope you like this video. Do support this channel. We are growing at an extremely fast rate, and I have many such interactive and educative videos planned for you. And the only aim for this channel is to help you clear front end interviews, help you crack a good product based company, and make you a good front end developer. So let's be a part of JS Cafe. Join us, subscribe to this channel, and share this video with your friends and peer. And if you see the likes on the video are less than 50, then please go ahead and smash that like button. And yeah, this was all in this video. Till then, take care, goodbye, see you in the next one. So let us understand what is this render props pattern. So render props pattern is a pattern in which a prop in a component, which is a function, and that returns a JSX, right? So I'll elaborate a little more. So a render props pattern is a pattern of React where a particular prop in a component, right? The prop itself is a function, right, that returns a JSX element, right? So this consider it like you are passing JSX, right, directly as a props into a component. So when we write the code, we'll see how exactly do we structure a component that can support a render props. And so a correction in this, when to use it, render props actually, yeah. So when to use render props. So there are two scenarios where we want to use render props. The first one is when we want to make the component customizable And the second is provide the ability to theme the component according to their design system. So I'll explain you what this is. So let's suppose you have a component, right? And in that particular component, you are passing a icon as a props. Now consider a scenario where a use case comes where now the designer or the coder wants some another icon on some another page, right? So your component should be actually customizable to support any kind of icon that the developer is passing into. Or consider a scenario where you are creating a component that just renders a heading. Now the component should be customizable enough so that I can pass my own design system. By design system, I mean that there, like if you work on a production environment or in a company, so they have their own design system. Okay, they do not you generally use the existing design system libraries, such that Material UI, Bootstrap, and other. They have created their own design system. Okay, they have their own UI library for their particular product. Okay, now the if you create a component in a company saying that this is a component that can actually display title. Okay, and now you want to use that component across multiple pages. Now the page one wants to render the component in a way that is bold, and the page two wants to render the title component in a way it is italics, and the third page in some other fashion, right? So your component in all these scenarios should be customizable so that it is very easy for a developer to actually customize things. So the moment I pass the text with bold tags surrounded, the text should become bold. The moment I pass the text along with the italics tag, it should become italics, right? So you should customize a component in a way that you are rendering actually the JSX in that particular component. Okay, it is now up to the developer now which kind of JSX they want to pass to, and in this whole fashion the component becomes very customizable, right? So enough of talking, now let's see the render props pattern in action. So let's dive into the code. Okay, so we are here at the code sandbox.io, and we are going to actually implement the render props pattern. So I'll discuss the scenario with you. So let us suppose we have a input text, okay, and that input text actually, takes the input value. Now below that input text, I want to, do something with the value entered. Okay, so consider it like a input component taking a value, and just below the input component you are displaying some value after computations. For example, if I enter some number 10, now there comes a scenario where I want to return some the value plus 10, right? There comes a scenario where I want to write the value multiplied by 2. There can be a scenario where I just want to directly print whatever value the user has written, right? There can be n number of scenarios in this situation. Now we have to make this input component customizable so that it is very easy for the developer to change that input text below, right, to whatever need they have according to their demands, right? So let's write that component. So first of all, I'll create one file, a component actually, that is input.js. Okay, and this input.js is just like any other ordinary input component for now, and we'll discuss how we can, introduce that render feature in this. But before that, let us create the basic input component and then see how this render prop is working. So I'll create a const input equals to, and this is gonna take the props, and this is the one, and we are going to return a fragment. Okay, this is the fragment over here, and I'm creating an input. Okay, input, and the value something, and on change something, and we close it. Here we write const. So we actually want to, get the input value, right? So we'll create a user state for this. Const value, set value, user state, and initially the value is null. Oh, this should be upwards. Create a function const handle change. This is gonna take the event, and this is gonna call set value event dot target value, right? And we are gonna call this function on change over here, and we're gonna call this value over here, and we are going to export default put, and let's import input from dot slash put, and let's render this input right away over here. Right, so we have a input text over here, and we are typing some values. Perfect. Now, right now here comes the part. Now, over here I want to actually display the I want to actually display the value that is being written. And let's take the another scenario where we want to multiply the value by 10 and display it. Okay, we'll not add any validation checks and all. Just we want to understand the how the render prop method is actually working. So I'll tell you how. So this props, right? So when we are gonna introduce a prop over here, and I'm gonna say render text below. Okay, below, and this is gonna be a function, right? Or if right, this gonna be a function that's gonna take a value, and we are actually going to return JSX saying the value is, and we'll write the value, right? And what we are going to do is we are going to take this prop, and just over here, right, just over here I'm going to do props dot render text below, and I'm going to pass the value, and let's add a break line. Correct, this is, and the value is value, or uh welcome to JS Cafe, right? So this was one use case. Now comes the another use case, where we want the user to enter some input value, like the numbers, and now we want to actually multiply the value to 10. So what we'll do is we'll come over here. I'll just copy everything as it is, and let's fix the alignments first. And in this one, I'm gonna say the multiplied value is value cross 10. Okay, and let us save, and let's add some break lines, right? So 10, so 10 times 10 becomes 100, 11 becomes 110, and the moment I change this, so this is changed, right? And we can actually do like this thing, right? This thing is actually having all these functions written over here. This is not actually a production ready code. So to just improve this structure, right, we can create function, right? Const show value. Okay, this is gonna take the value, and this is going to return something like this. Okay, and we are gonna pass show value over here. The value is the value, whatever it is. And similarly, we are going to create a function const multiply by 10. This is gonna again take the value, and this is going to return this. I take it, and we pass the value over here, right? So this is what render props is. Now see how easy it became for us to change whatever text we have in this, right? Now here comes the part, right? Now it's suppose someone comes to you and asks to, we want some modification in this HTML. This is not looking good on the website. I want the text to be bold. So you don't have to worry about changing things inside the input component, right? Because what it is doing is, it is just accepting the values, accepting the input value, updating the state, and whatever is this props, rendering. This is all you have to worry about, right? So there, if your like team comes with a ask saying that we want to change the text to bold, so you don't actually make changes inside the component. You rather go to the dump component, or the presentational component, right? This is a presentational component, right? Because we are taking the value and we are just presenting the value on the screen, right? This is a presentational component. Now if the manager comes to you and asks that, hey, I want to change this value to bold, this is not looking good at all, right? And so what you have to do, you just need to change this, right? You don't have to worry what this input is doing on. You don't have to mess up the codes, right? So this actually can save your project from running into bugs, right? So I have seen people often changing the main component, and they often end up creating some bugs. So this approach is actually very usable. You can pass whatever JSX you want, and this is gonna save a lot of bugs from your code, and this actually helps you make the component customizable, because now we are able to pass as many JSX component, whatever thing we want. Even if in future we want to render any image below it, it is completely doable because of this render text below prop, right? So this was the power of the render props pattern, and this is very scalable and customizable. And whenever you are going to create a component in any of your system design interviews, do make sure that you talk about this render props pattern, and make sure that whatever the UI element you are displaying in your component is actually customizable, because with the help of this render props pattern. So yeah, this was all in this video. And before you jump off to another video of this channel, the like target of this video is 50 likes. And if you see that the video is having likes less than 50, then go ahead and smash that like button, and do subscribe to JS Cafe if you have came so far on this video. And I am going to create more videos on this series. Wait, more videos are coming. And yeah, happy to take up any questions. If you have any questions, then do let me know in the comments. Happy to take them. And yeah, this was all in this video. Till then, take care, goodbye, see you in the next one. Basically, before jumping into what React compound pattern is, let me show you about this tabs component in the material UI. So I think you need to search for tab component in React on Google, and this would take you to material UI website, and where you will find about that this is a tab component they have, right? And in this particular tab component, if you notice, you'll see a box, right? So a tab component is basically this, that you have multiple tabs, and based upon the tab selected, the content actually changes inside, right? So for that to implement in React, and if you are using material UI, you need to have import this thing box from material UI, and you have to use this tabs tag, and inside the tabs tag you have to have a tab component that would actually act as a label for your tabs, and all of these contents, right, item 1, item 2 and item 3, you have to write them inside the tab panel component. So you see that this particular architecture of tab is kind of different, right? So we have a concept of components within components, and all of these components are actually taking part to build up this particular tab panel for us, right? So what this is what compound pattern is. So let me take you to the definition and explain. So what compound pattern is: so multiple components come together to serve a common functionality. Think of select tag, where select tag and the option tag jointly help us create drop downs. Okay, and think of this compound pattern be very helpful in creating UI components, because if you see the particular example over here, you can see that if you want to introduce any tab, actually you just need to add one more component, and there you go, you'll have one more tab inside. So this is like kind of a very scalable approach. Let's suppose in future you want to introduce any other component apart from this, right? Let's say in future you want to introduce a cross icon. Okay, so that would be really easy, right? You just need to import one you just need to create one more component inside the box, and label it as cross and whatever you want, and write the UI, write the logics, and there go, you have the cross icon here, right? This kind of approach is very scalable for UI. This helps us actually introduce new features into the component at the later stages, and simultaneously this is very easy to use as well. So this definition, I think, is totally justified, that multiple components come together to serve a common functionality. As you can see that there are multiple components: box, tabs, tab panel. They all are coming together to create this whole component for us, right? A tab panel. So this is what the definition actually is of compound pattern. And if you are familiar with HTML, which you are of course, then you might resemble it with the select tag, where you the select tag and the option tag jointly help us create the drop downs, right? Multiple select drop downs. So this is where this compound pattern comes into the picture. So we are going to create this tab component from scratch, right, using this compound pattern. And and for that we are actually going to need help of the React Context API. I am sure you are aware of that. If you are not, then get pause this video, get an idea what the context API is, and then come back to this particular video. Okay, so React Context API again, this helps us to uh, allow the children components access the states without actually have us to prop del everything to the child, right? So passing components to children becomes very easier when we are using the context APIs. So this was overall gist of what context API is gonna play a role in this particular pattern. And common use cases include select, drop down components and menu items. So whether you are dealing with such kind of UI items that you have to create in a design system, then probably you should go for this compound pattern. And this is actually very scalable, and this is going to help you very much in your project. So enough of talking, now let's dive into the code. Okay, so here we are. Let's get rid of this. Okay, now I'll create first of all the tab component for it. This would be tab. And for the mentions, we are not gonna follow this structure exactly as it is. We're gonna think of implementing our structure and get it working. So we'll actually create things from scratch here, and we'll implement our structure. So we are going to need a function for called export default function. Okay, tab, going to children, and in this children we are going to return some JS. And before returning the tab function, we need to let's create the context API. So we'll create const tab context created for us, and we are going to return a div. The div, what we are gonna do, we are going to actually do tab context dot provider, and we are going to pass some value, and whatever children was present we are pass them as it is. So okay, the value is empty there. Okay, so if you have a close look at this tab component has the value, and it has a on change, right? And the value is actually the index. So if you see index 0 1 2, and the tabs are also mapped to a particular index that is actually 0 1 2. So if we have the value set to 0, then it means that it is pointing to index 0, and tab 0, which is the tab 1, should be active for us. Okay, tab with index 0, that is actually tab 1 for us, should be active. And let's suppose the value of the value variable changes to 1, then the tab number 2 should be active, and so on. Okay, this is the scenario. And this particular component is actually having a property on change, which actually help us to change the value of this variable. Okay, so on change we are actually receiving the tab id, for example, which tab id was clicked, and we are going to set the value to that particular id, and so that the mapped tab id becomes active in the UI. Okay, so this is the approach which we are going to follow in this, and let us see if this is helpful for us. So let us go ahead, and we need two things actually. We need a current tab, okay, and we need on change. We have these values here, and what we are going to do is we are going to pass these values, current tab, on change, as the values. Okay, and let's import this tab for now. Import tab from, and let's write this tab code. Okay, okay, so this is working fine for now. So we have got this tab component, and let's write this. We have done the formatting, and we have this particular thing. Now let us go ahead and create rest of the components, right? We need to have a component that can actually add us the tabs, and we need one more component to show the content for that particular tab index. So what we are going to do is that in this part, we are going to do tab dot um, heads heads container heads container is equal to, we are going to get the children, and we are going to return a div, and we are going to children. So let me tell you what this thing is actually doing for us. So if we do uh okay, so if we actually do tab dot, you actually see that the head container pops up in the suggestion. Okay, and if we do tab container like this, right, and if we go ahead and write our hello inside this tab container, right, so this would change nothing actually. Okay, so this tab container is actually just a container for multiple tabs, and each tab head actually, so by tab head I mean by this value. Okay, these are the tab heads. So we are going to do tab dot item, tab dot item, and we are going to do children. Okay, let's just copy this thing, and this is a tab item, and let's now go ahead to tab dot item, tab dot item, and this would be actually a self-closing tag with a label as a prop. Okay? And this would say tab 1, and the index of this particular tab is should be 0. Yeah. And so if we go on like this, 2, 3, or if we want we can change index to 2 and 3, that would track. And let's save it. And in this part, in the item we actually get label, and we are also getting the index. So let's have it, and let's render the fish. We have tab 1, 2, 3 working perfectly fine. So what up till now, so what we have done is we have done a very simple thing, that we have created some containers for us. Okay, this is the head container, which is just a div tag, and we are rendering whatever children we have. And again we have an item that is again is inside the head container as a child, and this item is just a div tag, and we are rendering our label prop. Okay, label prop, we have passed it over here, and this is the index stating that this tab item is having this particular index. Okay, now moving ahead, let's actually create the container for us. So this container is actually the content container, right? This is the content container, and this content container is, just the overall wrapper for a container. And tab dot content item is what would contain our content for the items. Okay, so content item, whatever is having inside it. So let's go ahead and just quickly write it. So we have tab dot tab dot close this, and inside this we tab dot content item. Okay, and this would be one thing, one. Okay, and also we have to tell what is the index this content is pointing to. Inch 2, 3, and we also have an index prop. So we have, okay, so up till far we have generated the basic skeleton for our tabs. And next, what we are going to do is we are going to add some css to make it look good. Time to write some css for it. So we are having this tab heads container, and we have the tab, and also we have to pass some values, right? So for us it has to be const current tab x set index. Let us say that the current index active is 1. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to go here and check what was the props we were receiving in the tabs component. So it was current tab. So tab be equal to current tab index, and we have a on change as well. So on change equals to would be handle change function. Okay, so we go function const handle change, and in this we are going to pass uh, to a set index, and we are also going to uh, get the new index as the proper parameters. Okay, and we are going to set it to new index, and we are going to pass handle change as it is. Okay, now this a basic setup has been done. Now it's time to write some css for us. So for that we'll create a new file and name it as tab.css, and in tab.css let us first import it over here. Import dot slash tab.css, and let us give this head. So this is our main container, okay, the tab container, and this is the heads container. Okay, so uh so by default I want okay, so this by default I want to give it a class of tab, and I want to tell that my tab should have a border of 1 pixel solid black. Okay, this is okay. And now also one more thing, I have to rid of all the margin and padding. So margin, padding, this was the tab and the heads container, right? So heads container, we will give it a class name as uh same as the name of the component, that is heads container. Okay, this is the heads container. This is my heads container, and this heads container is actually will be a display flex. Refresh it. Okay, and justify content space evenly. Okay, and yeah, so let's come to the items. Class name, item, item, and this particular item, right? So each is having a background color. Let's say red. Yeah, refresh it, and they have a width of 100%, and simultaneously they have padding of 10. Okay, so this is looking good so far, and now let's come to the this was the item, right? And one more thing, the color should be okay, perfect. And if the tab is active, right, active, will implement this. I want the background color to be changed to brown. Okay, so this scenario will actually implement it later. For now let's leave it as it is. And coming back to the content container, right? So name container with C, And for the specifics, I want the background color to be grayish. Okay, and let's add some padding of 10 pixels to make it good. Okay, this looks good. So we are done with the basic UI syntaxing, and now here comes the functionality part. So we are close to achieving our feature. All we need to do is play around with current tab on change and other stuffs and add some logic. Okay. So this is our head container, right? And this is our item. So if the item is supposed to become active when the index, right, and the current tab are equal. So if you see that the tab dot item, we are actually stating that this particular tab has an index of 1, right? So if the value of current tab index is equal to 1, then make mark this tab as active and show this particular content. Okay, this particular content, right? So this is what exactly we are going to implement it, and we are going to make sure that if the value of current tab index, that is current tab prop, is equal to the value of the index property in the tab dot item component, then the value should be active. So we change the property over here, and for us to get the value of current tab, we actually need to do one thing. So we are actually going to destructure it, current tab and on change, and we are going to do use context, and we are going to pass this tab context. Okay, and upon changing it, right, on click, we are going to call a function, say const click function, and we are going to call the on change function index. Okay, refresh, and this is going to change. Okay, and one more thing, that we need to make the cursor as pointer to make it feel better. Nothing is changing for now, but the moment we add the active class over here, and all of this is suddenly going to make sense. So if I say um current tab equals to index, then active, else give, see, this is working all of a sudden, and this is actually looking good. The only thing we need to add is that if, yeah, so we need to grab the current tab from here, it over here, don't need on chain, and current tab, if current tab equals to the index again over here, then show this, otherwise okay, saying unexpected token on current. Oh, okay, yeah, so tab 2, tab 3, tab 1, tab 2, and tab, just fine, right? So this was how we achieved the tab panel functionality, and it was just a code for a few minutes, and it took nearly just 42 lines to achieve it. So this was, I think, very great use case for all of us, right? We were able to implement this tab functionality, and have a look at the implementation. This is so clean and super reusable and scalable, right? So via this approach, we can introduce many more things in this component, and we also learn how we can utilize the compound approach to create such a nice design patterns to make the UI components. And yeah, so this was all in this video. So the like target of this video is 50 likes, and if you see that the likes are less than 50, then go ahead and smash that like button. And happy to take up any questions. If you have one, please do post that in the comments. And yeah, that was all in this video. Till then, take care, goodbye, see you in the next one. So basically, before React 16.8, we were having these, classes and other stuffs in React. Now, from React 16.8, they have introduced this hooks concept, and the developers are actively using the React hooks to, achieve their business goals. But actually, apart from using hooks, there is a pattern of using hooks in your code base also. The pattern of actually custom hooks, to be precise. And I have seen developers not utilizing this feature efficiently in the code base, and they are like rewriting those logics again and again. And this actually, goes against the principle of the code reusability, right? And having knowledge of this custom hooks pattern, and if you try to actually implement this in one of your interviews, then probably this is gonna skyrocket your interview experience and also the interviewer, because at the end it will actually give a good impression of you in front of the interviewer actually. So I think that we'll discuss about the scenarios where we can create custom hooks and make our code reusable. So if we have a look at this custom hooks document from the React official documentation, so they say that the building your own hooks let you extract component logic into reusable functions, right? So hooks are nothing but basically a function that actually contains the reusable business logic inside it, and it actually returns something, right? Now it is up to your requirement whether you want to return the value in form of actually the user state, or if you want to just actually return one value or whatever, whichever may suit your scenario. So this is something about the custom hooks. So let's recall what we understood so far. So we understood that if there are certain sections in the components that actually sound reusable, then it is a good practice to move those logics into a custom hooks, so that in near future, if new components are created in your project, and there comes a scenario where you have to reuse those part, then you can actually use that basic custom hook just you created into other components, and this would actually increase the code reusability. Okay, so before jumping into creating our own hooks, there is this documentation from React.js where they talk about the rules of the hooks. So I thought it would be a little wise for me to talk about whatever they have mentioned in this documentation, because at the end we are going to create a custom hook, which is a hook in itself. And let us say what are the rules that React has to tell us. So React tells that we have to use hooks at the top level, and we should not call the hooks inside the loops, conditions, or the nested functions. Instead, always use hooks at the top level of your React function. So what it means that is, if we have a look at this code, perhaps. So we can see that we are actually, we have put the useEffect hook inside a if condition, and this is actually breaking the rule of a hook in a condition, right? We saw that it clearly states that um, don't call hooks inside loops, conditions, or nested function. Instead, always use hooks at the top level of a React function. So this means to say that whenever you are creating hooks in your component, right? Whenever you are actually using the hooks in your component, make sure they are at the top level inside your component actually, so that whatever comes after the after these hooks is actually these loops, conditions, and the some nested functions, right? So we it clearly states that we should not call the hooks inside some if statement or a loop or a nested function. So this is one learning we had. And so let us look at the part where we are having this code base. We are having this function form, actually a component form which has a use state of Harry, and we have again a use effect of persist form. Again we call a user state. Again we call a use effect with a function update title. Now if you notice that this documentation is actually trying to tell us that in the first render, this is the order that the React follows. It calls the user state with Mary, it calls the use effect with persist form, it calls the use state with poppins, it calls the use effect with update title. So this was the flow of the first render, and this would still be the flow in the second render, right? And somehow if we place this one if we place this use effect inside a if condition, something like this, then for some reason, let's say in the second render this condition evaluates out to be false, then this is what the React would see, right? In the second render it actually calls the user state with Mary, somewhere like this. It Now this time this use effect with persist form is not present because it was actually skipped because of this if condition. And if we then again comes the user state with popmins, then use effect with update title, so it is here. But you can see that this hook was skipped, the use effect with the persist form, and on the second line, on the second number we have this use effect with poppins, right? But actually in the previous render it was at the third number, right? Now because of this inconsistency in the ordering, right, React is often confused, and it is unable to maintain the state of the previous render, right? So let us read out this line. React wouldn't know what to return for the second use state hook call. React expected that the second hook call in this component correspond to the persist form effect, just like that during the previous render, but it doesn't anymore. From that point, every next hook call after the one we skipped would be also shifted by one. We just saw, right? So this would lead to bugs. So this is the way. So I think that right. So in this part, right, the React is now confused that, oh, in this particular render, right, in the second on the second number, I was actually expecting a persist form, which was actually something returning something to me, but actually I'm not sure now what to return from this part, because what I am actually receiving in the second render is a use state, and this way the React is actually getting confused on how to like how to be aware of these changes. So this often leads to bugs. So this is one something which we shouldn't do. We shouldn't, as mentioned earlier, we shouldn't call the hooks inside the loops, inside the conditions, or inside the nested functions, right? This was one taking. And also yeah, so I think this was all the rules you must know, right? And we have seen the reason behind it as well. And in the next steps we have our documentation to creating our own hooks. So as stated earlier in the starting of the video, I have told that hooks let you extract the component logic so that you can reuse this at multiple places. So we are actually going to create one of the scenarios. So on the this code sandbox, I have actually created a use case where for example you have two pages in this application. One is the chat page where user can chat, and there is another a home page, like this is kind of a landing screen for our application. Now in this point, have a look at this, right? On this use online. So this use online is actually a custom hook, but I'll come to that, how this whole thing was created. But before that, let us see the logic inside it. So we are actually utilizing the use state, and we are initially passing the value as false. So the initial value of is online is false actually, and after a time of 3 seconds we are updating this value to true. Okay, and we are actually returning this particular value is online, right? So what the scenario is that if I try to reload this page for you, you see that the person is not online, and after 3 seconds you can see the text changing to I am online, right? So this is happening for the home page, right? And if you check out the chat page, right, I save it, it says that user not available for chat, and after 3 seconds it populates to user available to chat. So both of these pages are actually relying upon the value of is online that we actually saw inside use online custom hook. And we will see how can we create a custom hook and what all is required to create one. But if for now, let us understand one thing, that all of these pages are depending upon the value of is online, which we actually get inside this custom hook. And for example, this chat page is like checking that if the value of is online variable is true, then print user available for chat, else print user not available for chat, right? And so is the case with homepage. We want to check that if the user is online, then print I am online, otherwise print not online, right? So you see that both of these pages share a common logic, that is to check the value of the user if he is online or not, and depending upon that particular value we are actually rendering something on the screen, right? So in this scenario it was very wise decision to move the logic to set the online as true or false inside a custom hook, so that it can be reused in multiple components. As we saw that this use online custom hook was actually used by chatpages.js and homepage.js. So this created a sense of reusability for the users. Now let us enough of talking. Now let's create this custom component from scratch. Okay, so we have this blank code sandbox for us, and what actually we need to do is we need to get rid of this for now, and let's get rid of all of the CSS, right? And we can get rid of this as well. Okay, now we have this. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'll create one file for us, that is home page. Yes. Okay, and I'm gonna do a export default home page, right? And this is going to return um some value, right? And before that, we need to do one more thing, export default function, right? Now we need to do one more thing, we need to import the user state. So I'll create a const variable, say that is online, and set online, and we are going to use user state and initially set it as false. Okay, we have set it actually over here, and if we say if we want to print the user is online, then actually print this is the home page, right? So we will say that I am online, right? I'll say not online, and let us actually import this over here. Okay, this is working fine for us. Now will utilize the use effect, and we are going to say that after some time, after a set time of, for example, 3 seconds, right? I think this is enough. After 3 seconds, set online as true, so that the user is available. Okay, is st is not defined. Yeah, let's just refresh. So the user is actually not online, and after 3 seconds the user becomes online. This is working perfectly fine for us, and we can actually copy this whole component over here, and we can create a new file saying that chat page .js, and we can write it, make this, rename this component as chat page, right? And we can change the text as I am here to chat, and we can change the text to offline for chat. Okay, and we can actually go ahead and import this chat page app.js. So I'm going to do import homepage from hash chat page, and let's render this over here, and let's add actually br. So good. So it says that not online, and it changes to actually I'm here to chat. Okay, this is working fine. Okay, so this is actually working fine, and after 3 seconds you can see that both of these have changed their text, right? But for some reason we see that we are actually not reusing this logic again and again, right? So here comes the custom hooks into the picture, right? And to create a custom hook, actually we have to create a file, and the initials has to be starting with use, right? So you have to make sure that your custom hook start with function use, so that it is easier for React to determine that you are actually creating hooks. So whatever rules we have discussed so far in this particular page can be applied on this particular component custom hook which you just create, right? So let me rename this and call it useonline.js. And what we can do is we can actually copy everything of this component over here, paste it, and we can change the name to use online. Notice that the initial letter is lowercase, and this u hook actually can utilize other hooks as well. And at the end, what we can do is we can just return is online only, right? So this was this was very simple, right? We just had to create a function, and we have to make sure the naming is just like this, and whatever name followed by you want to give, you can give over here, and internally you can write whatever you want. It is up to you how you want to actually implement the logic. And once you are done implementing logic, you have to return something, so that the component actually utilizing this custom hook can make changes accordingly. Now it is time for us to use this hook inside our code base. So what we can do is we can get rid of this for now, and we can write import use online from dot slash use online, and we can say that const is online equals to use online. So this was working fine, right? As fine as before, and we can actually get rid of these from here, and we can reuse same thing in the chat page as well. We can get rid of this, and we can use this over here, copy this part, and we can also get rid of this, and see, right? This was working fine as before. So you can see that this part is doing nothing, but it is just working like just any other React, hook. And you can actually like add this in the lifecycle method of the component which you're actually using. Now here comes a part, that is this hook, right? Is the environment actually isolated, or are these two components actually sharing the same, same instance of that particular hook? So let me tell you that the environment is totally isolated, and for us to prove that, we can actually pass the timeout as the props, and we can set it over here. Okay, so if we actually give 1 second in the chat page, and in the home page we give it at 4 seconds, right? And if we save the page and reload, we see that it is loaded in 1 second, and after 4 seconds this I am online is changed, right? So if they have shared a common environment, right, the value would have been picked up from the chat page, which is 1 second actually. So if they would have shared a common environment, then after 1 second both of these text should have been changed automatically. But we see that due to having a separate environment, these two components rendered change their text actually at different time, right? So this proves that this particular custom hook is actually creating a isolated environment every time you import it in a component. So yeah, so this was all about the custom hooks pattern, and it is, I will advise you to use this pattern as much as possible in your production projects or even in your interviews, so that you can mark a good impression in front of your interviewer, right? So this was all in this video, and if you have came so far, the like target of this video is 50 likes. And if you see that the likes are less than 50, then do go ahead and smash that like button if you're actually learning something new from the my videos, right? And do subscribe to JS Cafe if you haven't already. I'll be coming up a lot of new videos on JavaScript, React, and other stuffs, and everything about front end engineering. So, this was all in this video. See you in the next one. Till then, take care. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. Hope you liked the previous React design complete module. That was it for the React design patterns. And I know the codes for those React patterns are not present in the commit of this repo. Reason being, I had already recorded those videos earlier, and but I'll attach the code sandbox links of all the examples, so you can check the description of the YouTube video which you are watching right now, and you can find those links. Okay, so coming back to this particular module, what we are going to learn today is that we haven't dealt with APIs, right? So we need to deal with APIs. If I do not cover this, then you'll say, oh Vedant, you haven't covered APIs, this is not good, you are very lazy and other stuffs. But here I am doing those stuff for you. Like, we'll just take a pretty basic example and see how we can fetch the data from the API, and we can sort of render those items on our UI. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to JSON. So we'll go to JSON API, JSON placeholder, and over here, so this is a platform where you can get some free APIs for testing, and you can create your own JSON server. So you can create your own JSON, host it, and you can fetch it on your application. But we'll not create our own server. Instead, they have some resources available already. So for fake data, we can use this photos API. Okay, this is some really crazy stuff. It would give us around 5,000 photos. Okay, this would give us 5,000 photos. and let's see how does that works. So we are dealing with APIs, and trust me, there is no need for using packages like Axios. Okay, I have seen people say, okay, you have to deal with API, install Axios. You do not need them. Okay, they are just packages that are wrapped around the fetch methods only. Okay, I think it is a waste of resources when you install these packages. Okay, you can do everything with fetch API only, no need to install Axios and other stuffs. So just get rid of this right now over here, and get rid of this is not needed. All we need is use effect right now. Okay, so whenever the component will mount, okay, whenever the component will mount, we'll fetch the API. So what do you think is the best effect? I have already taken it over here. So use effect is the best hook over here, which we have to use. So we have to say component will mount, so like this over here, and we have to give an empty brackets, right? Now we have to perform some fetch operations. So over here, if I say, okay, so let's create one function, fetch data equals to async. Hello, aspiring front-end developers. Ready to master front-end development, elevate your coding skills, and secure your dream job? I have a fantastic news for you. In today's dynamic web development world, staying ahead is crucial. You have aced the basics of JavaScript and React, but front end interviews can still be daunting. But not anymore. Welcome to JS Yatra, your complete front end interview guide. It's your mentor, your secret weapon to conquer front end interviews. JS Yatra covers four pillars: JavaScript coding, machine coding, system design, and DSA in JavaScript. It's immersive, interactive, and challenges you like real interviews. Today, grab the complete front-end package for just $7.99. Unlock your 2025 LP opportunities. Enroll using the link below. By joining JS Yatra, you invest in your future and support orphan children. Let's make a positive impact together. Remember, you'll find a registration link in the video description, so be sure to check it out for a brighter future. Now, let's get back to the video. Okay, async function. Why async function? Because we'll be using await. Okay, we'll not use that legacy dot then and other stuff. That is old school, right? This, we are in the new generation, so we have to use the latest methods. So coming back to this point, we have fetch data. So I'll just say const data equals to fetch and perform like this. Okay, we'll get this is response actually, response. Okay, and let me just log the response for you. Console.log response, and we need to call this function when the component mounts. And I'll just say maybe h2 welcome to gallery. Okay, let us just quickly hit our servers, npm run serve. We go to our website, we go to localhost 3000, we inspect it, and it is, maybe you should allow the access. Okay, let us go to console, and we have hit one API. Is it there? Okay, we need to go to network fetch XSR. So we fetch some really cool API over here. Okay, we saw a promise that is pending. So if we want to fetch the data, so const data, this is some boilerplate code only. Okay, so response dot json. Yeah, I know I have to add await. So await over here. Okay, now let us, we have added await. So now let us check for the response. Okay, now we are the promise was resolved, right? Earlier the promise was pending, now the promise was resolved. Now we get some response, but we have to perform a JSON operation over here. Response.json, add a await. If I am correct, I don't exactly remember, but let's just check if this is working. Yeah, but if we remove await, will this work? No, it will not work. Okay, because this is a promise. Okay, so we have got all the images over here. Okay, around 5,000 images, and I'll add one optimization as well. But before that, so let us just create our states. Okay, so far, oh, okay, I forgot to explain. So what I have done so far is that whenever I am the my whenever my component is mounting, I am saying that okay, make a function call of fetch data and get whatever data you want over here. Okay, why couldn't we like there's one part that why couldn't we move everything over here outside? Okay, and we do maybe we don't need it like these functions, but it is saying that await needs async. Okay, then I have to add async over here. The moment you add async over here, this is going to behave crazy. See, useEffect must not return anything besides a function which is used for cleanup. Okay, so whenever you add async, this just doesn't works. Okay, this just doesn't works. Okay, it is although rendering, but this is not okay, this is not required. Okay, this we should not do this at all. So that is why we are whenever you have to perform any async operations, create functions. Okay, create functions and see there it is gone. Create functions and perform those async operations over here only. Now coming back to the part, okay, I have the data, but I haven't consumed it inside the JSX. Then when we want to perform any state update, whenever we want to perform any state update on the UI, we use state, right? So const photos set photos, use state, not use search params, use state, and initially it is an empty array, right? Yeah, or maybe we can not array, we can just keep it as it is. And I say that if photos, okay, if photos and photos question mark dot length, okay, then if it is so, then we have to perform a map. So photos, come on bro, photos dot map picture, okay, and then we have to render a image, not like this, but a self closing tag. And what is the src? So if we open any item, so it is like the alt is going, this is the url, this is the title, and this is thumbnail url. Okay, so let us just take url itself. Src equals to pic question mark dot url, and the alt is pic question mark dot title. Okay, if it is not the case, okay, then we render a span and say loading images maybe. Okay, the moment I hit this, okay, the moment I hit save, and let us have it open and see what would happen. Loading images. Yeah, okay, I haven't done the set state, my bad. So set photos data, and the moment I hit save, aha, so many images, right? So many images. maybe we can check for images, and my application is just going crazy. See, I have requested so many images, and so many images are still pending, right? What do you think? What do you think we should do over here? Maybe we can perform lazy loading, right? So we have a written loading equals to lazy over here, and let us go to browser and see if we refresh again. Oh, I am still calling every image. This is not working. See? So what was the problem? So we have to give this image a height and a width, right? The browser will not know how much space this image is going to take, then how it can perform a lazy loading, right? The moment if I give, and is there any error? Okay, we have to give unique key prop as well, so we have to give that as well. So I'll say the height is going to be 200, the width is going to be 200, and we missed the key, right? So for key, do we have any ID? Yeah, we have a ID. So I'll just add a key over here with big question mark dot ID, and let us save this. Oh, this is looking fine, right? Now if we go to network, I have not called all images, only some of them. The moment I scroll, now see, the images are loading on the request only. So this is looking really nice. Okay, this is looking really nice. Okay, so what we did so far we did really very interesting part. Okay, we learned two things, I guess. So we did performance optimization as well, and we learned how to fetch API, how to fetch data from the API. So again, simple. Perform use effect. You have this function. You get the data. You set the data, and you conditionally render the state variable. If the data is present, you load the data. Otherwise, you set some loading screen or any fallback text. Okay. So this is how you perform fetch APIs in React. And yeah, I think this is all we had in this particular module. See you in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to another module. And this today module we are going to do something really magical. We are going to deal with forms. So I'll take one basic example. Like we have a input box, and what we want to do is we whenever we type something, we want to make a API call and search for a Star Wars character. Okay, so if you go ahead over here, so go to swappy.dev documentation. We have a Star Wars API. You can search for various Star Wars characters and other stuffs. So over here we have this searching API. Okay, this is what we are going to consume, but before that let us clear these things. Okay, over here and say welcome to Star Wars. Not a fan, but we'll still use these guys. And I'll just move this fetch data out into a function over here, and this is a async function, and it is going to take the query param. Okay, query param, or the search search string maybe. Okay, and let's just copy this API and paste it over here, or let us clear this. We'll use string literals. Okay, so over here, and we'll just replace this search with search string. Okay, we have response. Photos would be now like uh data, set data. Okay, set data, and let's just response whatever data we get, and we remove this. We don't want to fetch data on the use effect. We don't need use effect as well. And I'll just create one simple input box. Input type equals to text, and this is it. And and we have to add a value. Okay, value equals to, okay, so we have to change the string. So maybe input data, set input data. We are just creating a state variable for the input. I'll tell you why the input will not work unless we have a state variable. So use state and a empty string. So the value, if we don't pass anything over here like this, okay, we just save it and go to doc, update this. So whenever I am typing, I am able to type it over here. Okay, but if I say that whatever the value of this input will be, I want to put it in a state variable. So if I just do it something like value equals to this, and I do this, okay, then do you think this value will get updated? Do you think the value will get updated? So let us add a use effect. Okay, so whenever we want to listen to changes on any state variable, we'll add that state variable as a dependency array. Okay, and I'll say console.log input data. Okay, this is undefined. Now as I am typing, this use effect is not running. Okay, this use effect is not running. So what was wrong? The thing that was wrong was that we are not updating the state variable. Okay, so we'll create one function const handle input change. Okay, and I'll say set input data. We will get event variable. So event question mark dot target question mark dot value, and whenever I am typing, so it would be on change handle input change. Okay, now if I do this and do it like, see, it is working perfectly. And we have this error, a component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. This is likely caused by the value changing from undefined to a defined value, which should not happen. Okay, so if we just fix the type, okay, the error should be gone. Okay, yeah, it was regarding a type issue only. So this is fine, right? This is fine. Looks like a tree. But see, every keystroke is triggering. Okay, every keystroke is triggering this effect, but we don't need this over here. Okay, now what we don't want to do is on every keystroke, let me take this out in the value. Const value equals to this. Now on every keystroke, I want to fetch the data. Okay, I want to fetch the data, and I will pass this value over here. I will pass this value over here. Simple, right? Simple. Now if we go to network and go to fetch xhr, see, x 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 API calls were made. This is really very heavy, right? This is really very heavy. This is not what we want. How can we fix this? How can we fix this? Using debounce. Do we need to create our own debounce logic? No, I think not. What we can do is we can use the Lodash npm I Lodash package. Okay, this is really handy stuff. Now if I just import debounce from Lodash, okay, and we just debounce, okay, we just debounce our function with like 300 ms. Okay, now this should be fine. Now if I type, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, this is not fine. What was wrong? Let us see what was wrong over here. So something was wrong. We have to fix this. So we have a debounce with 300 ms. Maybe we increase this to 500. Let us see. So if we type something, okay, this is not working. The debounce was called for every, for every keystroke. This is not we wanted. How can we fix this? We can fix this by using useCallback maybe. And if I just wrap it inside a useCallback, okay, and if I check, see, this is called once. But why did we want it? Why did we wanted use callback? Because see, for debounce to work, okay, this fetch data becomes debounced, debounced fetch data, okay, debounced fetch data. Now whenever this function will call this debounced fetch data, that function should remain same, okay. What debounce will do is it will return us a function. So whenever this application is re-rendering, a new debounced fetch data was getting recreated. So that is why debounce was not working. But there is one more thing we can do is, okay, there's one more thing we can do with is that we can use, since this is returning a function, okay, this debounce is returning a function, okay. When we want to memorize any returned value, we use memo, right? Correct, use memo. So I think use memo is the better candidate over here. If I say use memo and I pass use memo over here and like this, okay, now whatever this debounce, okay, whatever this debounce function is going to return, it is going to be saved in this debounced fetch data, okay. So if I refresh this and type, see, this is working fine. And one more thing, whenever you are using debounce, you have to perform cleanups as well, okay. So what are we doing for cleanup when the component will unmount? So I'll just say that return debounce fetch data question mark dot cancel, okay. And if I save this, it would properly cancel out the debounce, okay. You have to cancel the debounce because internally debounce, what it does is it has timeouts, timers and other stuffs. So whenever the component unmounts, we have to make sure that those things are also removed from your DOM, okay. We have already seen that memory leakage in the previous examples, okay. During the cleanups we saw that how the memory leaks happened. So to avoid memory leaks, you perform this over here. Anyways, so I know it is getting complex, but this is what React is, my friend, okay. This is what React it is. So what we did so far, we had simple input component, we provided a value, and on the change of the value I am setting the input data over here. Now I want to fetch some data, okay. I want to fetch some data from Swappy API. I want to fetch some characters. Then I'm saying that, okay, whenever you are fetching some data, you just log it, and we have to set the data as well. We'll do that later. But over here there was a problem that whenever we were hitting the API, it was causing a re-render again and again, and for every keystroke the API was getting called. That was a problem. So to fix that, what we did was we imported debounce from Nodash, and we uh, assigned this, we wrapped our function inside a debounce, and we tried testing it, but it was not working. Then we realized that the debounced fetch data was getting recreated again and again, but for debounce to work, we need a single instance of debounce for every re-render cycle. Then we used use callback to understand, okay, if we can avoid recreation of the function, and we can have use memo, use a callback. Then later we realize that since debounce function returns a function, then if we want to cache the return function, then use memo is a better candidate, because use memo has the expertise in caching returned values, okay. So debounce returns a functions. So we used useMemo over here, and we uh, got the debounce fetch data, and this was working fine. Then we also learned that we had to look carefully about the fetch data. We have to take care about the cleanup functions as well, because when we use debounce, it comes with many things like like timers and other stuffs happening behind the scenes. So to get rid of those timers, whenever the component will unmount, we have to perform a cancel operation. Okay, this is from their APIs only. Now what only thing left over here is that we have to consume data. Okay, so what is the structure of their API? If I write a if I write a okay, am I getting something or not? So if I write a, hmm, maybe it was too much. We If I write 300 milliseconds, and if I write a b, or is it breaking somewhere? Or maybe it was the cleanup is, I think, not okay. We have to write an array. Okay, after every re-render, it was canceling it out. There was, I think, a typo. I missed adding a dependency array. Okay, so please mind that. Now if I type a, I would be getting the data now. It should work. I got the data. The count was 58. Data dot results is all we need. So set data set data question marks dot uh results, RUSULTS. Okay, we have the data over here, and I have to just conditionally rendering if data and data dot data question mark dot length. Okay, if this is the case, then I'll just render a UL, or maybe, yeah, okay, like we can do it like this. We have a UL at the top. Okay, and let me take it upwards. Oh, let me take it upwards, and instead of question mark, I write and okay, and I am iterating over the data. So data dot map item, and this would give me a li. And how are we getting that? Come on, bro. Results. I need to get the name, right? I need to write the name. So item dot name. So item question mark dot name. And is it giving me ID? Is there a ID? There is no ID. So I'll take name as ID, maybe. Yeah, I think we should take name as ID only. Or maybe this home world, right? No, people can have similar home world. What can be the ID? Created? Yeah, let's take created. So key may be item question mark dot created. Oh, created. And let us just save this. And yeah, one more stuff. So we are mapping over here, like, so we have to write it like this. Then we have to render the ul tags. Okay, yeah, this is it. Data and ul and data map. Or maybe we can just write question mark, then have a span, type some uh hmm so loading maybe. Okay, we can write loading, and let's add a break. This is not looking nice. Yeah, so we are ready with the Star Wars API. We hit A, and let's see if we get the data. Okay, we got all the datas, right? Now if I type la 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 la, and this would go to loading. Ideally it should show like no data found or something, but that can be handled, right? You are well skilled enough now to handle these little things. I'm very lazy to do that right now, but you got the point, right? You got the point. So let us search for one specific character, Luke. Okay, Luke. So we got Luke, right? We got Luke. If I type AA, we get something Shark T. I don't know who is it, but yeah. So this was, see, now the network calls are pretty less as well. So if I write so much big, it will give me nothing. Okay, so this was how we handle forms. Okay, like how we fetch data, how we deal with APIs, and how we fetch data from forms. Okay, how we deal with input and other stuffs. So I hope you get the point. Okay, that was all in this particular module. Thanks. Hey everyone, welcome back to another module, and today we are going to talk about how do we style our components. So it is really very easy. Uh, so we had talked about everything over here. So if you check the repo, now this is going to look something like, if we refresh. So okay, today is 20. We discussed one, fetching data, dealing with input form. Okay, now the next commit would be around styling our components. Okay, so let's just get rid of these things. We don't need them anymore. And let us try to, style our input component. It is not looking very nice at the moment. Okay, so how to begin with? It is really very easy. Okay, you can create one styles file. Okay, like over here. So I'll create one style named as app.css. Okay, and actually there are two basic ways where you can utilize the styles. So one is like you can give the class name over here, class name. Okay, input element over here like this, and you give this class a name over here. Okay, and what you have to do is you just have to first import these styles. So import, you just have to import the file, import dot slash app dot css. That is it. And on the input element, now if you give styles like border 1px solid green, maybe it is going to look too ugly. But if we go and visit it, so are the styles applied or not? Okay, it is having a greenish border. Okay, maybe we can increase the stroke to something like this. Okay, so this is one way of styling the component, and we can add some padding over here, padding like 10 pixels. Okay, this is giving some space to us, and this is one way. Okay, this is one way where you write the class names over here, and then you give the classes over here. But the another way which I like the most is using the modules. So if you convert your file with an extension of app.module.css, okay, and you change it over here as well, and you import the styles object, import styles, styles from, okay, and instead of writing string literals over here, what you can do is you can just write it like this. Okay, styles dot styles dot input element, right? Now if you refresh it and you check it, see, this is again getting the styles. Now this time it was encoded, right? It was encoded. What was happening previously? let me create another file. Okay, let me create another file. Styles dot styles is already there, right? Input dot css maybe. Okay, and in input dot css, I just copy paste everything over here. I paste it, and instead of using styles, I give static class, right? I give a static class input element. Now this input class input element is not present over here, but if we import this input dot css, import dot slash input dot css, if I save this, the moment I in get it, this is what it is. I can see the class names. Okay, I can see the class names. But if I use the modules, then in that case the class names are getting encoded. Styles dot and input, yeah, it is input element. And if you check it over here, now this is not readable. Someone will, if someone wants to understand it, they won't be able to. But this is much better, right? This is much better than using string literals. Okay, so these were the two basic ways. I already assume that you guys know how to write css. This is not a css tutorial. Okay, if you want a css tutorial, then comment down below, but I am just telling you how you can consume styles in React. Major two ways. You can either use string literals, or you can use the modules pattern. Okay, professionally in most of the industry standard, many companies, they use this modular pattern. Okay, so this is what we have. And if you want to explore more stuffs, there is something called as Tailwind. Okay, you can explore Tailwind. This is again a library. It is not a language or something. It is just a library only, that instead of writing css, you can it gives you classes like padding top 6 rem or something, space y4 rounded mx auto. These types of styles, actually, whenever you see, it is writing it on the fly, and it is uh, I don't know how they are doing this. Maybe it is a image or some or video something playing over here, but it is a cool stuff. It is a cool stuff happening right now. But yeah, so this you can explore. This is a great library, Tailwind CSS. If you go to the components, these guys have some components as well that can be reused, dashboards, calendars, and other stuff. But primarily, instead of Tailwind, you can guys use these classes. So for example, if I want to add flex, right? Flex, so these are the flex properties. If I want to make it display flex, so if search for display, and it will, if you want to give display flex, you just have to write flex. So yeah, most of the projects now, even in the industry, people are using Tailwind CSS. So you also go ahead, explore this repository and see how it works. And yeah, this was all in this particular module. Thanks. Congratulations on completing React Yatra. You never knew React. I hope you like this particular course. But before dropping off the video, I wanted to talk about some projects. So as you can already see that in this particular series, in this particular course, there was no major project or any minor project that we have discussed. All we have talked about was the core concepts, their practical examples, and so on. So regarding that, I had a bigger picture in mind, because I really don't want to confuse you all with projects inside a single video. Already this particular course is very lengthy, okay, and I didn't want to exceed the amount of hours of this course by introducing projects over here. So that is why I have created already a particular playlist for you, that is best front end projects for resume. Currently it has only one video right now, which is about making online drawing tool using Next.js and Node.js. I know that you'll say that, Vedant, we have only learned React, then this project is in Next.js, then I won't be able to make it. But that is not the case. Okay, inside any Next.js application, you write React only, right? It is just that it gives you some boilerplate codes around it. That's it. So even if you haven't, worked on Next.js, you won't feel any disconnect. Okay, because I made sure that whatever properties or features of Next.js we are using, I am explaining it then and there only. And it is not where Next.js heavy, it is more like we have a lot of React code, and using like Redux for toolkit, then we have Canvas APIs, then we have some optimizations. Okay, and a lot of stuff is happening behind the scenes over here, a lot of performance optimization via the hooks. So do give this project a try. Okay, and trust me, this is not the only project. Okay, I will be coming up a lot of projects, unique projects for React.js. So your roadmap right now should look like: first you finish off the this particular course, this particular React Yatra course, and then you come to this particular playlist and make projects. Okay, right now there is one project, but later on I'll add more. I have a lot of projects in mind, such as video conferencing tool, Google Docs, Google Sheets. Okay, some unique projects are there over here. So exciting things are coming, and I hope you will like this. And again, congratulations on completing this course. And I would really feel happy if you like this video, share this video with your friends, and make a buzz around it on the social media, because I have spent approximately more than 2 to 3 weeks in making this particular course for you, and that too for free. I am getting nothing. Okay, it is all free for you, and trust me, I have put my best in this particular course. And so this particular course will compete against best of the courses that are available right now, whether paid, whether free, I don't care. But this is going to compete with the best. So right now, what you witnessed was exceptional, concepts, right, which I explained. And I hope these will help you to become better developer and crack amazing interviews of amazing companies. Okay, with this, I wish you all the best. Give this video a like, add some comments. If you have completed this series, announce it on LinkedIn that okay, you have recently completed this series and this was your finding, this is what you learned. Write articles about it and so on. And yeah, that was all, enough talking, and see you all in this particular best front end projects for resume. See you all. Bye bye.